Chapter 651. Assault Throughout the Night. Translator. Translation Nation Editor. Translation Nation. Hua Ran became furious as he exploded. What? He chased up. Where is Duochi Muge? What the hell is he doing? As he raged, one general came up and kneeled in front of him. Great Khan! Gu Tuo, Fei Nanda, Aduobusi, Dong Dong Arimo have all gone to attack Yuzhong and his strange army. They have all sacrificed themselves and their subordinates are being slaughtered by that demon Yuzhong now. Please instruct us. Great Khan. Hua Ran's face fell as his voice became a whisper. What? Gu Tuo and the rest are all evolvers, and each of them has 1,000 subordinates. How could they have already died? How is this possible? Gu Tuo and the rest were all evolvers. Together with their 4,000 subordinates, they could even kill a peak evolver. Such a terrifying army was actually wiped out in such a short time. This caused Hua Ran to be in disbelief. In fact, all Yuzhong did was focus on defeating Duochi Muge, Gu Tuo as well as the other generals. He didn't exactly wipe them out yet. Chasing after all 7,000 riders would take up too much time with the limited Traians on hand. Of course, melee combat was the swiftest and most intense. That was how Yuzhong could easily take them on. If he was up against a modern army, then it would be a case where he might even lose hundreds on his own side. Another general came up to Hua Ran and said, Great Khan, the chaos is catching up and spreading towards our main force. Please give us instructions. The rebelling slaves were not suppressed in time, and the chaos and violence were mounting. Over 10,000 of them had been freed, and they were all wreaking havoc and venting their fury, killing hundreds of Mongol soldiers. Those experts who tried to rush in to quell the chaos were quickly taken out by a small odachi flashing out in the darkness. Tenpyo Osaka was already an assassin when she was working for Takuma Jiehara. When she came under Yuzhong, she also took the Oming version 1 evolving liquid, gaining the agility solidification to its second order stage. Now, chaos was the best environment for her, as she took to it like fish to water, and dispatched multiple soldiers that tried to provide reinforcements with ease. Each time Tenpyo Osaka made a move, even the strongest evolver of the Takuma Jiehara had to be wary. Not to mention the Mongolian soldiers who were far beneath her level of strength. She could easily take out an enhancer or commander without noise and without a hint of her trace, causing even more pandemonium. The chaos from the rebelling slaves thus got worse, and it became even harder to defend against Tenpyo Osaka. Hua Ran lived up to his name as a warlord of the Central Plains. He quickly made a decision. This time, I messed up. Amu Shidai, go lead the Blood Eagle Riders to suppress the chaos. You're free to disregard their lives. Boer Z, you take the Grey Wolf Riders to handle the back. Focus your troops on camping and escorting. Don't engage if you don't have to. You will defend till daytime and then scatter. Report back to the Huangjin clan when you're out. Both the Blood Eagle Riders and Grey Wolf Riders were veteran warriors with decent equipment, their numbers reaching 10,000. As long as they focused on defending, even Yuzhong would find it hard to deal with them. By leaving these 20,000 elite warriors being, Hua Ran could be considered to have prepared himself mentally to suffer a huge loss. Yes, my liege. Boer Z, Amu Shidai responded respectfully, and immediately left to carry out his orders. Kill. Kill them all. Kill those rebels. Amu Shidai led his 10,000 Blood Eagle Riders towards the back and clashed with the rebelling slaves. They were all slaves of different ethnicity and races and were all emaciated. They simply didn't have enough energy. They were able to cause so much mayhem purely because they had the numbers. And now, as the powerful Blood Eagle Riders rushed at them with their equipment, they quickly slaughtered these ill-prepared slaves. Many of them began to wail and cry for their fathers and mothers as they were attacked by Amu Shidai's forces, as they immediately crumbled and scattered in different directions. A large number of them disappeared into the dark of the night, and soon the chaos was quickly brought under control. As for the 10,000 Grey Wolf Riders under Boer Z, they carefully got into formation and released a lot of flares, lighting up the entire area. They were all holding rifles and grenade launchers, as they begun to fire at the advancing Traians, preventing them from rushing further through their troops. Yu Zhong observed the formations of the Grey Eagle riders and frowned. This was a well-prepared army with modern weapons. Even if he used the Traiants to advance forcefully, he would suffer losses. Adding on to the 10,000 Blood Eagle riders that were rounding up the rest, if he continued to attack the Grey Wolf riders, the Traiant army would definitely be desecrated. Close combat in the dark was the most advantageous for the Traiants. However, against a defense post with preparations, it was basically wasting their lives. These Traiants were a powerful night raid unit. He did not want to waste them here. Yu Zhong watched them and quickly gathered the Traiant army back into the night. He truly is someone difficult to deal with. Boerzi waited together with his units and noticed that Yu Zhong did not continue his assault. He could not help but frown. If Yu Zhong had pressed on, Boerzi would still continue his all-out defense against them, even if he knew they weren't his match. It was all just to provide more time for the rest of the army to retreat. However, Yu Zhong had responded by bringing them all back into the dark, which caused Boerzi to be on tenterhooks, and his army could not help but maintain vigilant. Yu Zhong's move this time had led Boerzi's subordinates to not dare underestimate Yu Zhong's troops. They had been able to wipe out the Manchurian troops, and Boerzi did not dare let down his guard and was wary. Yu Zhong led the Traiants into the dark, and they quickly routed past Boerzi's troops as they made for the main Mongolian forces. These Traiants possessed shocking stamina, and Yu Zhong himself was full of stamina and spirit. They were like fish in water as they ran in the dark, chasing up to the Mongolian forces. "Kill them all!" Yu Zhong gave the command as his eyes flashed viciously the moment they caught up to the main forces of the Mongolian army. He pulled out his 2M-long black tooth blade, and 4 or 5 Mongolian soldiers were instantly sliced in two. Hee. Bad guys must all die. Yin Shuang also leaped from Yu Zhong's arms and charged right through the human crowd, going on a killing spree. Everywhere around her, the heads of some Mongolian soldiers could be seen exploding, fresh blood splattering everywhere. It was truly a gory scene. Although she was killing the enemies in a frenzy, she was wearing a smile on her face, and she looked like a vivacious little devil enjoying herself. The 10 Type 3 Traiants had speeds of 34 times that of normal people, and they charged together with Yu Zhong into the midst of the soldiers. They all possessed terrifying strength and speed. Each time they lashed out, they could easily pulverize the face of an unfortunate soldier, killing him instantly. However, they preferred using their sharp claws to dig the hearts out of the soldiers' chests, gobbling them up. The 6 high-level Traiants and 800 low-level Traiants, 100 having been killed by the Mongolian riders, also charged right into the fray. The Mongolian soldiers were currently retreating quickly and were caught unawares. Faced with such a sudden assault, they were instantly thrown into chaos. Some of them were valiant and immediately took up their arms to fight back. Unfortunately, they were the first ones to be killed by the Traiants. Even more so panicked and cried as they tried to flee in different directions, trying not to get killed by the Traiants. With this sudden attack, a large number of Mongolian soldiers were wiped out, which caused a chain reaction, spreading towards the main unit in front. At this moment, 2 units with over 3,000 riders each came charging out from the main unit, and these soldiers rushed past the broken troops, making their way towards Yu Zhong's Traiants viciously. Hua Ran had already guessed that Yu Zhong might rout his units and chase after his main force, and thus, he made the preparations in deploying 10,000 riders, ready to provide assistance at a moment's call. After Hua Ran had established his kingdom in the Central Plains, he had been on the lookout for countless rides and mounts. He found a large number of horses and cows, as well as black-scaled stallions. This was how he came to establish his huge army of riders. Facing the charge of these 6,000 troops, White Bones shot forwards, its bone claws grabbing a hold of the ground, and the bone spikes on its back transformed into a huge 200m-long sharp blade that slashed out in the dark. One of the units could not see properly in the dark, and they charged forth with a terrifying momentum, coming into contact with that large bone blade of White Bones. The sharp bone blade sliced off the heads of the mounts, as well as the waists of these riders. White Bones continued to plant its limbs firmly into the ground, resisting the force of the charging riders. As the riders came charging, many of them were sliced across their waists, unable to stop in time, as their blood splattered everywhere and their organs spilled. The entire battleground was like a scene from hell. Of the 3,000 riders that charged forth, over 1,400 of them had seemingly killed themselves by running into Whitebone's sharp bone blade. Chapter 652. Clash. Translator. Translation Nation Editor. Translation Nation. Seeing their comrades being sliced in two without any noise, the silent yet creepy scene caused many of the riders to be filled with horror. In the dark of the night, all the riders could see was pitch black, since Whitebones had already evolved and its entire body was black. The riders could only see their friends charging, and suddenly, their bodies separated, and fresh blood sprayed everywhere. It was enough for them to feel chills down their spines. Even the leader of the 3,000 riders, a powerful evolver, had been sliced in two in the middle of his charge. Witnessing this horrifying and mysterious scene, the remaining 1,000 riders felt apprehensive and were immediately pounced on by the Treants, which had no concept of fear of death. The entire unit soon collapsed, with many of them turning to run in different directions. After defeating these 3,000 riders, Yu Zhong then led the remaining Treant army into the dark once more, chasing after the scattered soldiers like hungry wolves. The other unit of 3,000 that came to help saw the disappearance of Yu Zhong and his Treants, and they didn't dare give chase. It was a cloudy night, and there was not a single beam of moonlight. If they didn't have any torches or man-made lights, there was no way to see beyond 5 meters. Only the Treant army led by Yu Zhong was able to function normally in the night, while the other troops couldn't. Even Yu Zhong's own elite forces had difficulty seeing in the night, regardless of their evolver status. Hence, Yu Zhong did not mobilize them. The 3,000 riders could only watch wide-eyed and helpless, as Yu Zhong led the monstrous Treants back into the night. Yu Zhong once again led his troops past the 3,000 riders and went on an all-out charge against another part of the long processions, killing hundreds of soldiers, plunging them into panic, before swiftly retreating. Under this multiple abuse, the Mongolian forces were split up but still had about 30,000 riders within the main unit. Such a number was enough to wipe out Yu Zhong's Treants easily. Yu Zhong could only rely on guerrilla tactics as well as the cover of the night to launch quick attacks and retreating before more reinforcements arrive. They continued to whittle down the large group bit by bit. He continued to lead the 1,000-strong Treant army to route around and attack different areas, before pulling back into the night, devastating an area by killing hundreds. This caused the morale of the Mongolian soldiers to plunge continuously. In the night, the moment these Mongolian soldiers were heavily assaulted, it was hard for them to reorganize themselves. Under Yu Zhong's relentless harassing, many died or fled. If they continued like this, it was likely that the entire 30,000-strong unit would be defeated by Yu Zhong. Under the command of Bai Lu, the Treants would just pounce and eat their fill before heading back. However, under Yu Zhong's command, they made use of the darkness to exhibit their natural combat ability in the night, causing unrest amongst the 60,000 soldiers, and even crushing 10,000 of them. There was no way of comparing their effectiveness in commanding. Hua Gai, one of the generals, came up to Hua Ran and said, "Great Khan, we can't continue like this. Yu Zhong and his monsters can actually function well in the night. If we continue to retreat like this, we'll just be lambs for the slaughter. We have already lost 10,000 men because of them. We'll be torn apart if things continue." Hua Ran frowned and thought for a long while, before replying, "Convey my orders. Slow down the retreat. Reform our troops." Under his order, the Mongolian army stopped rushing. Instead, they formed a sturdy formation and moved orderly. Their rate of retreat slowed down drastically, but they became like a porcupine, making it harder for Yu Zhong to act. Yu Zhong stopped leading the Treants on a blind assault. Instead, he pulled out his Bartlett sniper and picked off the ordinary soldiers one by one. It served to pressurize them further, preventing them from moving. In the dark of the night, each time the gun went off, the soldiers were filled with trepidation. They continued to advance silently, praying that the next one to be killed was not them. Their hearts were filled with pressure and fear, and there was no way of venting. Hua Ran then sent a force of 1,000 to intercept Yu Zhong. However, the moment they were separated from their main forces, They were defeated easily by Yu Zhong and his Traians, leaving only 300 that ran back pathetically. Hua Ran knew that they weren't his match in the dark. If he sent more soldiers, Yu Zhong would just retreat further and hunt his subordinates slowly. If he sent too little men, Yu Zhong would crush them easily. After experiencing these, Hua Ran stopped sending his forces out to be killed in vain. As the Mongolian soldiers prayed silently, dawn came. Seeing the sun rise, many of them couldn't but sob with relief. Just as the sun rose, Yu Zhong had already led his Traians far away from the Mongolian soldiers. He could cause them misery purely because he had the cover of the night. In the dark, the 800 Traians were simply not a match against the 30,000 elites of the Mongolian army. Even the 6 high-level Traians would not be spared should the Mongolian army decide to pay a hefty price and used a large number of rockets and experts to sacrifice themselves. One rocket might not be able to destroy one high-level Traian, but dozens of rounds would be enough to blast the Traians and prevent them from recovering. Just as the Mongolian army was getting excited, from afar 34 tanks, 60 IFVs, 100 gun-mounted vehicles, 1,000 motorcycles, as well as 4 infantry battalions appeared, pressing towards them. This elite troops might not number more than 4,000 people, but together with the armored battalion, the pressure they brought was even stronger than the 30,000 Mongolian troops. When Hua Ran saw this, his face immediately fell as he shouted in panic, "Deploy the armored division! Charge! Our Mongolian Empire is the strongest existence. As long as we destroy this troop, the entire Central Plains will be ours." Under his orders, the Mongolian Empire's trump card also came rolling out, with 48 tanks, 70 IFVs, 150 gun-mounted vehicles, 3,000 motorcycles. Other than that, there was also a unit of 5,000 riders that rode with them. The moment those armored vehicles tore through the enemy lines, these riders would take the opportunity to rush in. Huargai looked at the incoming troops and his expression turned dark. Thus, he stepped up to announce, "Everyone, don't be afraid. This time we definitely can defeat Yu Zhong's troops. Our armored division is so much stronger than theirs. As long as we defeat their troops, our army has the advantage of the terrain. Relying on this advantage, we definitely have the power to rule over the Central Plains." Another general, Mu Tuer, hollered, "That's right. The Hans defend, we Mongols attack. Yu Zhong, that fool, he only can fight for a short battle. He's definitely on a suicide mission. This battle, we can definitely destroy his army and teach him a lesson. That's definitely the case. This battle, we will definitely win." Hearing Huargai and Mu Tuer's words, the rest of the Mongolian soldiers finally had smiles on their faces. At this time, the roar of motors sounded out in the skies, as 30 assault helicopters flew over the Mongolian army. Seeing the 30 helicopters fly overhead, the faces of all the Mongolian soldiers fell, and their expressions turned ugly. The moment those 30 assault helicopters flew over, they released rockets and anti-tank missiles down on the Mongolian armored division. Hong! 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 A number of tanks that the Mongolian army had relied on to crush their enemies were instantly turned into flaming balls under the rain of rockets. Yu Zhong's tanks also began to fire their own cannons at the Mongolian armored division, blasting numerous IFVs and armored vehicles into pieces. The Mongolian armored division thus began to focus fire towards the skies, firing at the assault helicopters, their bullets and projectiles forming a dense net. However, the 30 assault helicopters were basically like demons raining destruction from the skies. Their focus fire was enough to destroy the tanks one by one, and they could ignore the IFVs. After all, they were constructed of thick and durable materials, and it wasn't a problem braving the caliber of bullets that were fired from those gun-mounted vehicles. Yu Zhong's armored troops continued to fire at the IFVs and machine gun-mounted vehicles, and together with the cannons from the tanks, the Mongolian army began to lose their vehicles, each of them exploding in a ball of flames. The bullets that the Mongolian IFVs only managed to leave minor scratches on the tanks of Yu Zhong, with no way to tear through their armor. There was almost no damage to the other armored vehicles behind. It was only from time to time there were some stray cannon shots from the Mongolian tanks that would blast some of Yu Zhong's tanks. The armored divisions from both sides were engaged in a crazy slaughter, and the tanks from the Mongolian side were being destroyed at a rapid pace. Chapter 653. Defeating the Mongolian Army. Translator. Translation Nation Editor. Translation Nation. The battle was not in the Mongolian army's favor. Once all the tanks were destroyed by the assault helicopters, they would basically be stripped of the strength to defend against Yu Zhong's tanks. For the sake of the Mongolian Empire, charge! For the sake of the Mongolian Empire, charge! Countless roars and howls of fury rang out as the two rider units let out all their frustration and charged for Yu Zhong's armored division. Most of the riders would usually wait for the moment when their enemies were breached by their own tanks before rushing in for the kill. However, since the situation now was that their own armored division was being destroyed, they had no choice but to use their own flesh and blood to engage Yu Zhong's armored troops. The 100 gun-mounted vehicles among Yu Zhong's armored division began to spew out bullets. The dense rain of metal struck the charging Mongolian riders, killing them. Go to hell! One Mongolian rider carried a rocket launcher as he charged towards one particular armored vehicle. He then flipped from the back of his horse and aimed at the vehicle before firing. With a bright flash, the armored vehicle was blasted into pieces. The Mongolian riders were truly ferocious, and they all knew that the battle today would determine the survival of two major ethnicity groups. If they lost, Yu Zhong would definitely not spare many of them, whose hands have been stained with the blood of the other races. Many of these soldiers had killed numerous people of different ethnicities. They already knew there was no retreat nor way out for them. Thus they became even more savage in this battle. However, history had proven time and again that flesh and blood and bravery would not win over metal and steel. Although these riders were all valiant in their charge, against the rain of bullets, their bodies were ripped to shreds. The two units had rushed forth to face the 100 gun-mounted vehicles. Unfortunately, the dense hail of bullets caused them to crumble. The only result they got was 16 vehicles destroyed due to the efforts of some brave suicide warriors. After demolishing the 48 Mongolian tanks, the 30 assault helicopters turned to fire their machine guns at the rest of the armored vehicles, tearing apart the IFVs and gun-mounted vehicles. The assault helicopters were the bane of many armored vehicles. Of the 30, 20 of them were Thunder Fighters, which was technologically advanced and a result of the apocalyptic world. They might number only 30, but their true battle prowess was almost equivalent to 70 assault helicopters. With such a terrifying aerial attack, the vehicles on the ground were like toys being blasted apart, before the 30 assault helicopters turned and made for the rest of the soldiers. Hua Ran watched them approach, his face pale. It was as though he had aged 10 years in an instant, as he gave the order, "Convey my orders! Everyone, retreat to the Huangjin clan." With that order given, the entire Mongolian army instantly broke apart and formed many smaller groups that fled in all directions. Since the Mongolian army had a large number of horses, almost everyone had one. As they retreated on their mounts, it was truly a speedy escape. The moment the army dissipated, the rest of the armored fleet also started to flee, without any means to defend against Yu Zhong's troops. Yu Zhong's forces then took the chance to annihilate the remaining armored vehicles that were too slow to get away, before wiping them out entirely. A huge amount of rations, resources, and ammunition had been abandoned as the Mongols fled, which ended up in Yu Zhong's hands. In the first place, due to the presence of these resources, the retreat of the Mongolian army had been slow. Otherwise, the Mongolian army could have made off quickly in the night, and Yu Zhong would have been helpless. One infantry battalion was left behind to supervise the movement of the resources, while the rest of Li Guang's forces were then split into 5 parties that went after the scattered Mongolian troops. However, it wasn't too effective, as they only managed to hunt only another 2,000 Mongolian soldiers. Yu Zhong crippled the main forces of the Mongolian army, then turned his attention back to the Grey Wolf Riders and Blood Eagle Riders. These two units were made up of riders entirely, and when they saw that the situation was dire, they immediately split up in 20,000-strong groups that fled in different directions. The Central Plains were vast, and they were a heaven for riders. Yu Zhong's armored troop only managed to kill another 1,000 or so Grey Wolf Riders and Blood Eagle Riders before they had escaped far from sight. Li Guang came up to Yu Zhong, his face grinning widely. These damn bastards, they're just like rats, running away the moment we hit them. Leader, what do we do now? Having defeated the main force of the Mongolian army, everyone knew that the ownership over the Central Plains had just swapped hands. From now on, they were the largest faction. Any enemy that did not lower their heads would be wiped out. Thus, all of Yu Zhong's generals were in high spirits and gave even more effort in their endeavors. Yu Zhong's eyes gleamed as he replied, "The Huangjin clan. As long as we take the fight there, they would be defeated and won't be a threat anymore. If the Mongolian soldiers continued to roam out in the Central Plains, it would be hard to purge them completely. If they hardened their hearts to fight it out with Yu Zhong, it was also going to be tough to take them on. The only constant that these riders would return to was the Huangjin clan. There, they kept their resources, food, slaves, and flock. In this world where resources were scarce, it was hard to obtain any. These riders definitely have to return to Huangjin clan to stock up or pass the goods. Should the Huangjin clan's stronghold be destroyed, then the riders would be left to fend for themselves out in the plains, either to be eaten by the mutant beasts or die of starvation. Lai Ming-yi and his troops were able to roam about the Central Plains to hunt the various factions because Yu Zhong was behind to support him. He provided the resources, ammunition, steeds, and weapons. Otherwise, they would not have been able to continue on their rampage throughout. Yu Zhong glanced at Li Guang and asked, "Li Guang, are your victorious troops still raring to go?" Li Guang immediately beamed with excitement. "Yes, our victorious troops are ever ready." At this moment, Situ Jin, who had been quiet all these while also piped in, "Leader, our Tianwei troops are still going strong as well. We're willing to be the vanguard to wipe out the enemy." Hua Ran used to be the overlord of the Central Plains and was now an enemy that Yu Zhong had to take out. Li Guang had brought his victorious troops to block the Allied forces at the Battle of Cloud Town and had obtained huge merits. In the future, they were sure to become the top force under Yu Zhong. Situ Jin could sense that they were at an advantage and hoped to gain some merit so that the Tianwei troops also stood a chance at becoming the top force. A country would definitely have its main fighting force, its second line of defense, miscellaneous troops, garrison forces, and reserves as well as others. The main fighting force is definitely the one that was taken care of the most, with all sorts of advanced weapons and equipment going to them first. The rest had less priority and were utilized less on the battlefield, thus lesser chances to gain more merits and earning more resources. A unit without much morale would usually be a second-rate troop. Situ Jin hoped to bring his own forces and become the main force of Yu Zhong's Central Plains army. Yu Zhong glanced at Situ Jin. He knew that Situ Jin disliked infighting, and although he listened to orders, he had his own beliefs. He was planning for Situ Jin and his Tianwei troops to become the secondary troop, in charge of cleanups and clearing zombies. Like this, it wouldn't go against his resolution and principles. Yu Zhong thus eyed him and asked gravely, "Can the Tianwei troops do it? This battle is of utmost importance, and every soldier has to obey my command unconditionally. Situ Jin, there might be things you aren't willing to see." This time, Yu Zhong was intending to destroy the Huangjin clan and eradicate Hua Ran's power, and for victory, he would stop at nothing. Situ Jin immediately became silent. Yu Zhong did not spare him a second look. Instead, turning to Li Guang, "Victorious troops, come with me. We shall eradicate the Huangjin clan." Li Guang's eyes blazed with passion as he responded, "Yes, leader. Our victorious troops are willing to be your sword and kill all those who oppose you." After which, Li Guang quickly followed behind Yu Zhong. Situ Jin watched them leave and sighed heavily. He had guessed that from today on, their Tianwei troops were likely going to be the second or third force at best. Yu Zhong did not rest, instead, immediately leading the Traiant army, 1,000 elite soldiers, as well as Li Guang's forces, and charged right for the Huangjin clan stronghold. Along the way, the path was smooth, and they didn't meet much resistance. Only a few scattered riders appeared and were quickly taken care of by the victorious troops. Not much time had passed since Hua Ran brought 1,000 of his subordinates back to the Huangjin clan stronghold, when Yu Zhong had already caught up and was killing his way in. Yu Zhong then summoned the envoy that had helped to serve the Manchurian Empire previously, Lien de Zhong, as he gave an order coldly, Lien de Zhong, you shall go and notify Hua Ran on my behalf. Get him to surrender unconditionally. I will leave him alive. Otherwise, I will attack immediately and destroy his clan, eliminating all from his family. I'm giving him an hour to consider. This is my order. Lien de Zhong's body trembled as he kneeled. Your slave obeys. Chapter 654. Advice to Surrender. Translator. Translation Nation Editor. Translation Nation. Lien de Zhong was a coward with no backbone. He had served the Manchurian Empire and developed a slave mentality. The style of the Manchurian Empire had been to revert to the ancient ways, where customs and slaves were normal. Many had to refer to themselves as slaves and humble servants in front of Shenzhen. Otherwise, it was hard to gain his trust or favor. It was normal under a dictatorship in this apocalyptic times that the leader's requests are met. Yu Zhong himself would enslave his enemies, and even in his faction, there is some sort of slavery present. Shenzhen liked the style of ancient China, and his entire Manchurian Empire was more of a backward society. Lien de Zhong, this coward, thus headed out on Yu Zhong's orders, carrying a little white flag as he approached the Mongolian camp fearfully. The Mongol soldiers looked at him, bewildered. They knew that this man was the only crucial link to their survival. One general stepped forth suddenly and grabbed Lien de Zhong's shirt, barking ferociously, "Halt! What are you up to?" Lien de Zhong was scared out of his wits, and he began to stammer. This lowly one is called Lien de Zhong. I'm here on the orders of the Han Alliance's leader Yu Zhong to advise Great Khan Hua Ran to surrender. The general frowned and waved his hands for his soldiers to stand down. He then brought Lien de Zhong in and asked with a strange gleam in his eyes, "Did Alliance Chief Yu Zhong say anything in particular?" Right now, Yu Zhong had brought 3,000 troops to surround the Huangjin clan, which was still housing over a few tens of thousands of slaves. However, everyone knew that the slaves of the different ethnicities and races would not stand a chance against the well-equipped forces of Yu Zhong. The Mongolian Empire was truly at the edge. Under such circumstances, even the most loyal of soldiers were starting to waver. Many had already begun to harbor thoughts of surrendering to Yu Zhong. After all, he was not a foreigner, and if they lost the Huangjin clan stronghold, they would be forced to roam the Central Plains, which would spell death. Even if they were to take many steps back and assume that they could flee, where would they flee to? Everyone knew that Yu Zhong had almost gained control over the entire Central Plains. Even if they could flee now, by the time Yu Zhong fully established himself, they would have no place to escape to. Lien de Zhong swallowed his saliva before continuing. Our alliance chief had only given a broad direction, which is for Hua Ran to surrender unconditionally. As long as you guys surrender unconditionally, Yu Zhong would naturally not make things difficult. You must have heard him before, humans won't be segregated under him. As long as they're willing to work hard, he will accept anybody. In our Tianwei troops, there are Hans, Mongols, even the Korean Chinese, Quarry, and Uyghurs are accepted. They're all living in harmony. If you guys surrender, you can definitely be part of us. The world is now under threat from the zombies. Our human population is dwindling. Leader Yu Zhong is broad-minded and has always been working towards unifying the country. He wants to accept everybody, and he treasures talents. It won't be too late to surrender to him now. With his skills and wisdom, he'll definitely unify the country. If you guys work for him now, in the future, as long as you contribute enough, you will be part of the team of founding fathers. By then, riches and fame would come to you naturally, and your future generations will only stand to gain from your wise decisions. Lien de Zhong might be someone with no backbone and liked to kiss ass, but he was truly capable with his words and knew how to adjust to the situation. At the same time, he was crafty, and these all combined together to make him a formidable envoy. When the general heard his words, his heart couldn't help but itch, and his face turned warm as he chuckled, "Brother Lien, I'm called Cha Bai Lai, the vice commander of the Huangjin Guards. Let's be friends." Lien de Zhong also went along with the flow as he smiled. Great, great, great. To be able to form a friendship with Brother Cha, a hero of his times, it's an honor. Why don't we become sworn brothers? Fine. From today on, we are sworn brothers. I'm 36 this year. I'm 31 this year. Big brother. Little brother. Cha Bailai and Lien Dezhong both had their own intentions in forging this relationship. Cha Bailai wanted to look for someone he could rely on within Yu Zhong's circle of power, and Lien Dezhong wanted to leave the Mongolian camp alive. Thus, they became friends. After becoming sworn brothers, Cha Bailai became extremely warm towards Lien Dezhong, bringing him further into the camp. My good brother, should Alliance Chief Yu Zhong have any likings or tendencies, please remind your big brother so I can have some preparations. Leader Yu Zhong is a hero of many skills and talents, his strength unparalleled, and is a natural leader. Lien Dezhong began to sing praises of Yu Zhong, as he was always careful not to talk bad about his bosses. However, he immediately turned the topic. However, while he might be heroic and valiant, he is not immune to the charm of beautiful women. Furthermore, the type he likes is a huge range, from young girls to cool beauties. As long as they're top beauties and virgins, he likes them all. Lien Dezhong had joined Yu Zhong after his forces had defeated the army at Tianmu town. He was quick-witted, and his mouth seemed to be made out of honey. Although he didn't have much of a position amongst Yu Zhong's people, he had already made many friends. He noticed Yu Zhong carrying Yin Shuang most of the time with Tenpi Osaka, Zhui Yatong, Ji Qingwu, Bai Lu around him. He naturally came to the conclusion. Cha Bailai had a strange glint in his eyes while smiling. Since time immemorial, heroes loved beauty. This is surely the truth. Hua Ran himself had a huge harem as well, with over 100 women in it. Hee hee. Lien Dezhong also laughed somewhat knowingly, his gaze mischievous. Under Cha Bailai's lead, Lien Dezhong was smoothly brought right to the heart of the Mongolian stronghold. When he entered the Huangjin clan hall, Lien Dezhong immediately saw Hua Ran. Hua Ran had just shot Lien Dezhong a cold look, and it was enough to send him kneeling on the ground, preparing to kiss ass. Lien Dezhong, envoy of the Han Alliance, came to greet the great Khagan, wishing the Khagan many years of good health. Hua Ran watched this man with a lack of backbone, contempt in his eyes, as he spoke coldly. Did Yu Zhong send you to persuade me? What are his conditions? Lien Dezhong was full of euphemism. Our great leader Yu Zhong hopes that you can surrender unconditionally and work together to unite the Central Plains. He is willing to ensure the protection of you and your family, such that you will not come to harm. Lien Dezhong obviously did not dare to come down strong on Hua Ran like how Yu Zhong threatened, that death will come should he resist. He was afraid that Hua Ran would drag him out to be executed. When two armies fought, the envoys were usually not mistreated. However, Yu Zhong had slaughtered the envoys from Manchuria. This was a wide-known fact. Hua Ran laughed coldly as he barked, "Just protecting my life? And if I don't surrender?" What are his original words? Speak. Lien Dezhong trembled, and he forged through. Leader Yu Zhong said, if the Khagan doesn't surrender after they breach the Huangjin clan, he will wipe out your entire family line and clans. He's only willing to give you an hour to consider. After an hour, he will charge in. What a ruthless fellow. Hua Ran sighed bitterly. Based on what they knew of Yu Zhong, he was definitely capable of doing what he said. Hua Ran could definitely flee on his own, being a top evolver. However, his wife, kids, friends, and loyal subordinates would not be able to escape their fate. If they fought back, Yu Zhong would not let them off. If they were too strong in their resistance, all the Mongols of the Huangjin clan stronghold might have to suffer from Yu Zhong's wrath. Yu Zhong's troops did not adhere to the 3 rules and 8 notices. Instead, they were a force that focused on victory. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent Lai Mingyi out to wreak havoc. I'll go speak to Yu Zhong. Hua Ran came down from his seat and spoke to his 2 generals. If I'm not back within 5 hours, and there's no news, you guys take your own subordinates and flee. Remember to burn all resources before you leave. Before I'm back, watch all the resources. Don't let anyone touch them. Yes, Great Khan. The 2 generals responded loudly. Lien Dezhong watched in wonder. He truly is the Mongol king, so decisive and charismatic. To Yu Zhong, the people and resources of the Huangjin clan stronghold were important. Should they be destroyed and the soldiers escape, then it would be a huge blow to Yu Zhong on two fronts. He would have to spend a large amount of time and effort to protect the slaves and ensure the flow of resources. This was harder than taking his troops to defeat the Mongolian army. After making his preparations, Hua Ran followed Lien de Zhong out of the stronghold and into Yu Zhong's camp. Chapter 655. Hua Ran's Conditions. Translator. Translation Nation Editor. Translation Nation. Within Yu Zhong's camp, Yu Zhong was hugging Yin Shuang, and beside him stood by Xiao Shang and Ji Qingwu. Tenpyo Saka was hidden in the shadows. 20 evolvers of above level 40 that had withstood countless battles stood neatly in 2 rows. Under the watchful gazes of all these experts, as well as Yu Zhong, Hua Ran walked in, his countenance calm and not a nary of worry on his handsome face. Yu Zhong spoke. "What guts! Truly the Mongol king Hua Ran. You actually dared to walk alone into my camp. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you right now? If you die, the entire Mongol Empire will crumble, and no faction can stand up to me." The moment Yu Zhong's words landed, all the experts tensed up, their eyes fixed on Hua Ran. Yin Shuang also shot daggers out of her eyes while looking at him, her little fists curled up tightly. Should Yu Zhong give the command, she will immediately rush out to blast his head. Hua Ran looked straight at Yu Zhong, without any intention of cowering nor submitting. "When I left, I already gave the order. Once I'm dead, all the resources of the Huangjin clan's stronghold would be set ablaze. If you want to take over a broken and useless building, by all means." As a warlord, even when he was pressed to such circumstances, Hua Ran still retained his demeanor and did not grovel to beg for his life. "Good. You can be considered a hero." Yu Zhong eyed him, a look of appreciation in his gaze. Many people found it hard to retain their calm under the threat of death. Those who were usually officials were mostly cowards. As the Mongol king, Hua Ran had actually risked his life to enter Yu Zhong's camp by himself. Just this alone caused Yu Zhong to admire him. Yu Zhong continued on oppressively, "Hua Ran, I want the entire Huangjin clan to submit. There can only be my voice throughout the Central Plains. State your conditions." As the victor, Yu Zhong had the advantage, and thus only he could possibly call for the conditions in such a prideful tone. Hua Ran kept his gaze fixed on Yu Zhong, each of his words clear. "If I were to submit, how would you deal with me? Give me a glass of poison wine, or let me rot as a commoner?" Hua Ran was not just a peak-level evolver, but also the tyrant of the Central Plains once. Whenever a new power managed to conquer their enemies, they would not let such existences continue to live, and thus they would choose to wipe them out. Yu Zhong stared back. "I will not kill you. Instead, I'll transfer your family and you to Vietnam, and you won't be allowed to return to the Central Plains ever again. As long as you stay there obediently, I will let you live your life out as a rich man. As long as you don't take arms against me, I won't kill you. If you dare to try and contest my power again, I will wipe out all of your family lines." How's that? Hua Ran's presence in the Central Plains had been too resounding, and Yu Zhong wasn't willing to let this unstable element stay here. If he didn't kill him, he had to make sure he was far away, with no way to regroup with his old subordinates. Of course, the best method was still to kill him. Hua Ran became silent, and he knew it was the best way. He then replied, "If I want to remain here in the Central Plains, how would you deal with it?" Yu Zhong's eyes flashed coldly. "Then I will choose to kill you right now. Even if chaos erupts in the Huangjin clan stronghold, I will not let you leave here alive." A capable leader could expand his power and authority fast. Hua Ran was too outstanding. Yu Zhong could not allow him to continue his activities on the Central Plains. Otherwise, there will be countless troubles to come. Hua Ran's heart turned cold. He could tell that Yu Zhong was determined from his words. If he insisted on staying on, Yu Zhong would definitely not spare him. His eyes flashed and he hesitated before saying, "I will bring the Huangjin clan to submit to you and fight for you. How about that? Since there are still many factions out here in the Central Plains, I'm willing to bring the troops to help you persuade them." "Oh!" Yu Zhong felt incredulous. He had never expected Hua Ran to suggest joining him. He sunk into deep thought. If Hua Ran truly joined Yu Zhong would gain a terrifying strength. The elite troops under Hua Ran were all powerful and valiant warriors. Be it dealing with humans or zombies, they would be a powerful addition to his current might. This time, Hua Ran's army had lost not because they weren't brave or lacked manpower, they lacked measures against the aerial assault. In modern warfare, losing the flow of the battle to aerial attacks was a terrifying thing. Especially out here in the plains, where there was not a single shred of cover to protect against any aerial assault, ground troops were at a huge disadvantage. If Yu Zhong didn't have the 30 assault helicopters, even if he threw all his forces at the Mongolian army, at best, both sides would have suffered great casualties, but the victor would not have been so clear. Yu Zhong was unsure because he had little troops on hand right now, and the true elites did not exceed 5,000. It was going to be tough to expect them to exert sufficient pressure on tens of thousands of Mongolian soldiers. Should things go awry, his own troops might even be swallowed. I know you must be thinking that my troops will be hard to control. However, you can rest assured modern warfare is fought with ample equipment and proper support. A troop without any support could not engage in a long battle. Once I submit and join your ranks, the resources of the Huangjin clan would be in your hands. As long as you hold on to them, we can't possibly rebel. Furthermore, our families and loved ones will be in your grasp as well, and they're the best tool to use against us. If you're worried that there are too many of us, you can split us up and fill the ranks up with other Hans. Or you can disarm a number until you're satisfied. In addition, there are over hundreds of thousands of slaves of various ethnicity groups. Once you set them free, they'll follow you. You can choose people from them to form a matching force to keep us in check. Like that, the total number of Hans will be more than us. Since the Central Plains are vast, there are numerous Han factions out there. I can bring my troops to subjugate them and send them to you. Like this, the battle power of the Hans will only strengthen, and you will have no worry about us betraying you. Hua Ran explained in detail, much to Yu Zhong's surprise. Yu Zhong stared at him. Why do you want to work for me? Normally, a leader would rather be a big fish in a small pond than a small fish in a big pond. Even if they were captured, they wouldn't submit so easily like this. Yu Zhong was suspicious of Hua Ran's sudden proposal. There was struggle in Hua Ran's eyes, as he replied, "Before the apocalypse, I had been a rich man's son, and led a wastrel's life. There was no goal or aim, and I only sought to enjoy myself. After the apocalypse, I've grown to love this exciting life of battle. There's no way for me to go back to enjoying myself in pleasures. If I don't have power or force to be idle, I would suffocate to death." There were some who preferred to live peaceful and quiet lives. Some chose to live theirs on the edge. Many officials had lost their lives at the start of the apocalypse, because they had lost the authority that came with their positions, and could not adjust accordingly. Hua Ran was also not willing to bury himself in a small corner of Vietnam, living a quiet life. Even if he had to die, he wanted to go out with a bang on the battlefields. Yu Zhong looked at Hua Ran for a long while, before deciding, "Fine, I'll promise you, as long as you join me, I can let you continue to lead warriors to roam the Central Plains. However, all your subordinates will have to obey my every command. If there's a single instance of you disobeying, then don't blame me for being merciless. How's that? Do you still want to lead?" It was as Hua Ran pointed out. As long as Yu Zhong held the logistics, there was no way for Hua Ran to go. After all, they were an entire force of riders. If they couldn't even eat their fill, how would they win any fights? Much less fight against an armored troop with aerial support. Hua Ran immediately went down on one knee as he announced, "I'm willing to serve leader with my life." He was decisive. Having made the decision to serve Yu Zhong, he was willing to put down his position as the Mongol king and wholeheartedly serve as Yu Zhong's subordinate. Yu Zhong eyed Hua Ran and spoke slowly. "All those who had partaken in the killing and slaughter of the Hans and other races, I will not let any of them off. Do you understand?" Hua Ran's face turned cold. "Yes, leader. I will go grab those bastards for leader, and execute them as an example." Yu Zhong then dismissed him. "All right, go back. First, transport the resources out. I'll get my men to receive them." "Yes, Leader. Hua Ran then quickly left the room. After Hua Ran left, Bai Xiaoshang could not help but ask, Leader, are you really going to use that guy? He's not simple at all. Too ambitious. If we're not careful, he might turn around to swallow us. Yu Zhong replied, That's right. He's a double-edged sword. If we can utilize him properly, he can be the sharpest blade in our troops. However, the moment we show any weakness, he will be the first to bite us. Bai Xiaoshang was confused. Then, you still promised him? Yu Zhong's eyes glinted. We have to quickly amass our strength and take down the capital in a year's time. Otherwise, things will be bad then. Chapter 656. Elder Council. Translator. Translation Nation Editor. Translation Nation. Since Hua Ran made the decision to join Yu Zhong, he did not throw any curveballs. Instead, he handed everything within the Huangjin clan stronghold to Yu Zhong obediently. Under his orders, most of the Mongolians put down their weapons. However, there were a few hot-blooded youths that could not accept surrendering without a fight. Some other elites took their own lives. However, many of them heaved a sigh of relief and put down their weapons. After all, what was most precious on earth was still one's own life. Yu Zhong might be vicious, but he never went against his word once he promised. Hua Ran also abided by Yu Zhong's wishes and helped to release the hundred thousands of slaves. The sudden increase of slaves was a huge burden on Yu Zhong's shoulders. He had to process and release them, and could not afford to use too much force. Otherwise, there might be potential dissatisfaction brewing amongst the survivors. Therefore, he had to put in more effort to get it down properly. Inside a tent, Boerzi looked at the intelligence officer kneeling in front of him in horror and disbelief. What? The Great Khan surrendered. Is what you said true? It's impossible. Definitely impossible. The Great Khan is a person above persons. How could he surrender to Yu Zhong, that despicable and vicious Han dog? Hua Ran had established the Mongol Empire by himself, and his position amongst his followers was equivalent to Yu Zhong amongst his men. Within the empire, while there might be some who were not of the same mind as Hua Ran, they were still loyal. Boerzi was someone who had been saved countless times by Hua Ran, and was considered one of his trusted aides. He was loyal, and when he heard the respected Hua Ran of his heart submitting to Yu Zhong, it was like a huge blow to him. At this time, the handsome man in question with a strict aura stepped into the tent, and spoke slowly. Boerzi, it's true. I've truly submitted to Yu Zhong. Boerzi's eyes turned bloodshot. His teeth gritted as he kneeled. Great Khan! Why? We have so many good brothers. Under my lead, there are still 3,000 riders. As long as you give the order, we're willing to follow you throughout the Central Plains. Yu Zhong is a Han, and no matter how strong his is, the Central Plains don't belong to him. The Central Plains belong to us Mongols. Even if we can't take him on in a frontal battle, as long as we make use of our usual tactics with the vast Central Plains, he can't do anything to else. Great Khan, why? Why did you submit? Why? Hua Ran chuckled bitterly and asked, Boerzi, how long will the rations in your hands last? Boerzi turned silent before replying slowly. We should be able to last another 2 days with the dry rations. If we scrimp a little, it should be enough to last 4 days. If we kill our horses, we can last even longer. Hua Ran replied, his tone full of bitterness. If we lose the Huangjin clan stronghold, we lose our lifeline. Out here in the Central Plains, if we don't provide food backup for our men, we will die from battles and starve to death. Our bullets will be lesser with each round we fire. Without a base, any storm could claim the lives of all our brothers. Our Mongolian brethren are all within the Huangjin clan stronghold. If we continue fighting, Yu Zhong would definitely not go easy on us, and all our people will become slaves, and he might even kill the families of the soldiers. Without Huangjin clan, we won't even have the necessary support to resist him. If we continue to fight, not only us, our families and loved ones will also follow us in death. For their future and sake, we can only choose to submit to him and fight for him. In the apocalypse, without a base to return to, it was extremely dangerous. This was because there were powerful tornadoes and sandstorms that raged on out here in the flat, wide plains, with some even lasting a few days and nights. There was no way for the people to go out and hunt. Other than the powerful storms, there were also all sorts of mutant beasts. Some of them grouped together in numbers and were incredibly savage, causing even someone like Hua Ran to retreat when up against them. If a huge group of humans were forced to be vagrants out here in the Central Plains, they would definitely die when chased by the mutant beasts. When Boerzi heard Hua Ran's words, he then asked, "Great Khan, are you here to persuade me to surrender as well?" Hua Ran's eyes flashed with a glint as he looked at Boerzi and said slowly, "That's right. I'm here to advise you to surrender, so that our brothers may have a chance." "Great Khan, let me call you that one last time. I know you have your reasons for submitting to Yuzhong, and I know you're doing it for the future of our brothers. However, I can't bring myself to do it. I will only serve the great Mongolian Empire." Boerzi kneeled and kowtowed 3 times, causing his forehead to bleed, before he pulled out his curved blade to slash his own neck, shouting, "Long live the Mongolian Empire!" With a flash of the blade, a long slash appeared on Boerzi's neck, as fresh blood splattered out. Hua Ran watched, his eyes widening, as his lips quivered, before he sighed, "Go well." Boerzi was a nationalistic person, and if there was no more hope for the great Mongolian Empire, then he would rather choose to end his own life. Hua Ran turned to leave the tent. Boerzi's Grey Wolf troops then landed in Hua Ran's hands, and under his orders, they were transferred to Yuzhong smoothly. On the other side, the remaining Blood Eagle troops that were under Amu Shidai were immediately led by him and fled to the outer parts of Mongolia the moment they heard that Hua Ran surrendered to Yuzhong. The Blood Eagle riders were a sharp blade of the Mongolian Empire and had crushed countless Han factions. Amu Shidai was also a cruel nationalist who killed countless Hans, and he knew Yuzhong would not let him go. He didn't want to die, thus he could only flee. The Manchurian Emperor Xianzhan was pretty fast. As Yuzhong swallowed up the Mongolian Empire, he quickly left together with his remaining troops and slaves, fleeing to the north. Yuzhong lacked manpower. Swallowing the Mongolian Empire was like gobbling up a huge meal that was way beyond himself. It required a long time to digest this meal. Although he had already scouted the direction of the Manchurian Empire, he had no way of making any move currently. Hua Ran had submitted to Yuzhong and was extremely cooperative. However, Yuzhong could not help but be on guard against him. At the same time, there would be remnant soldiers from the Grey Wolf's troops and Blood Eagle troops, causing the total number of soldiers to exceed 10,000. Yuzhong had only 3,000 soldiers within the Huangjin clan, who were required to supervise the 10,000-strong Mongolian troops, as well as maintaining the peace and calm of the hundreds of thousands of survivors. They also had to be on guard against the other sneak attacks from other factions and mutant beast hordes, so it was extremely taxing on the soldiers. They had absolutely no resources to chase the Manchurian troops. Within a room in Europe with plenty of advanced communications equipment, one particular male received a phone call, and his face turned pale as he left the room in huge strides. Within a meeting room, a number of agitated voices were engaging in discussion. The Mongolians' Central Plains has been unified? Our first cavalry on the Central Plains had been wiped out by a person called Yuzhong person as well. Most of the Chinese have already been gathered in his hands, Guangxi, and Hunan as well as Central Plains. The number of people under him has already reached 2 million. If this powerful entity were to rise in Asia, it will not benefit us. We should quickly wipe him out. No, I feel that we shouldn't waste too much energy on Asia. Africa and Middle East are the important territories. We can gain a whole lot more people from Africa, as well as resources from the Middle East. Asia is too far from us, and not only do we face problems deploying troops there, even if we could take down the faction there, it will be hard to move the resources back to our place. In the meeting hall, there were a few men in military clothing, the elders of the Kingdom of God. Every word and action of theirs could set things in motion. The Kingdom of God had already amassed enough influence all over the world even before the apocalypse. Of course, there were still fights with other factions. However, with their strong technological advancement, they won more than lost. The Thunder Fighters were an invention of the Kingdom of God. It was because of them that Yuzhong had managed to gain the upper hand in a few of his battles. He only had less than 50 of those mechanical beasts, and they were already so tyrannical. The kingdom of God could actually manufacture about 20 a month. The gap in power was huge. One particular hooked-nosed man with good looks, Erek, spoke solemnly. "Apostle, I recommend sending the apostles to deal with Yu Zhong. The number of Chinese in China is huge. If he successfully unites the country, then this backward country could possibly overtake us. It will not be beneficial to our plans. Even if Asia is not within our consideration, nor a place of interest, we cannot allow someone strong to appear there. At the very least, not while we're still expanding our operations. Based on the reports, Yu Zhong is wildly ambitious and he has gone on a number of conquests. If he were to become the leader of China, it will be dangerous for us. I recommend that we send 2 apostles to assist the Mongolian troops in eliminating Yu Zhong." Chapter 657. Undercurrent. Translator. Translation Nation Editor. Translation Nation. Another man frowned. "Apostle? Is there a need to send one?" The apostles were the strongest experts of the kingdom of God, and were the peak evolvers of the Europe continent. Each of the 12 had terrifying abilities. They could suppress an entire region by themselves. As the powerful trump cards of the kingdom of God, they had been crushing the enemies of the kingdom of God. Because of them, the kingdom of God had been able to expand swiftly and smoothly. Of course, the kingdom of God would prioritize the most advanced weapons and all sorts of precious medicines or manufactured serums from the various mutant plants and gave them to the apostles. At the same time, powerful skill books, survivor coins were all given to them as well. Both sides worked together to ensure a beneficial working relationship. Erek spoke solemnly. "It's necessary. Based on the reports, this Yu Zhong has the strength of an apostle as well. In order to wipe him out completely, we will need at least 2 apostles as well as 8 divine envoys." One of the elders asked, "Our apostles are all in America, Africa, Middle East, Britain and India engaged in battle. The remaining 4 are on guard duty. If we had to deal with Yu Zhong, we would have to relocate those who are on the battlefield. Where do you propose taking them from?" The kingdom of God was extending its reach everywhere, at the same time, engaging in battles on all fronts. As the strongest experts of the kingdom of God, the apostles were naturally deployed to strategic places to be at the forefront. One particular wrinkly old man with a head full of white hair stammered out, "Let the 9th apostle Harriman and 12th apostle Lena go and deal with Yu Zhong. We cannot allow a strong contender appear in China. It will truly be bad for us." "Yes, great elder." The moment that old man spoke, the rest of the elders followed his wishes. This old man was one of the 3 greatest elders, Jonas. This seemingly harmless old man had machinated many of the dealings and directions the kingdom of God took, and his methods were cruel and vicious. Anybody who stood against him was basically dead, and the moment he made a decision, few dared to go against him. With Jonas' orders, a huge undercurrent was making its way for Yu Zhong. On the central plains, Bai Shaoshang came up to Yu Zhong with bloodshot eyes, reporting snappily, "Leader, the brothers we sent to Changming County have been killed." "What? They dare to kill our men?" Yu Zhong's face turned ugly. When 2 armies fought, they seldom killed envoys. After all, it was a huge insult to the other party. Yu Zhong seldom killed envoys unless it was necessary, like the case of the Manchurian envoy, in order to shake the rest of the Hans and get them to rally against the Manchurian Empire. Now his own envoy had been killed, he was furious. Bai Shaoshang's eyes flashed with a wild ferocity. "Leader, let me take men to go and wipe them out. I will tear their skin and rip their tendons." Yu Zhong turned to Hua Ran and said, "Hua Ran, you go grab 3,000 Grey Wolf riders and come with me." Hua Ran saluted and responded, "Yes, leader." Yu Zhong brought Bai Lu and the Traiant army, together with Hua Ran and his 3,000 Grey Wolf riders as they made for Changming County. Changming County was a small place that had built up a 6m wall all around it. There were multiple machine guns placed on top of the walls, ready to defend itself. All sorts of wires and traps had been set up around the wall, over a wide piece of barren land that had obviously been cleared, creating an open field. When Yu Zhong arrived, he saw a corpse that had its ears, nose and hands sliced off, while its chest was stuck to the wall with multiple stakes. He saw the corpse and his heart was instantly filled with fury, his face turning ugly. This was the envoy that he had sent to Changming County. Hua Ran came to Yuzhong and spoke lowly. The leader of this place is called Huyan Xiong'er, and he is a peak-level Han expert. There are a total of 10,000 survivors within, and 1,000 soldiers. They're his tiger leopard riders. Each of them are enhancers of at least level 10 and above. Their strength is not weak. The killing intent in Yuzhong's eyes flashed as he ordered, "I want the heads of Huyan Xiong'er and his men. Go get them for me." A strange glint appeared in Hua Ran's eyes. "Yes, leader. Your subordinate obeys." Hua Ran knew it was a time for him to shine. If his performance was subpar, then Yuzhong would definitely send him away to live his days out peacefully. "Come with me." Hua Ran summoned 40 experts that had been part of the Chieshui army as they made their way closer towards Changming County. The soldiers of Changming County quickly discovered Hua Ran and his men, and began to fire. One of the experts beside Hua Ran then conjured up a psi barrier, blocking the bullets from landing. Another summoned out a huge bear of 3M, which braved the bullets and charged for the entrance. Hong! Hong! Following some loud explosions, the huge bear was enveloped by the powerful landmines buried, blasting one of its leg off. It still continued its ferocious charge, setting off all the landmines before it disappeared fully. Hua Ran came to the entrance and cast his abilities, his blood do chi covering his frame. With a loud roar, he kicked off the ground, immediately leaping up 6M, his silver curved blade slashing out and killing 3 soldiers on top. Another 6 agility-based enhancers also leaped up beside Hua Ran, their own blades flashing out as they slaughtered the defending soldiers of Changming County. At this time, Huyan Xiong'er, who was a huge man with a broad back and thick frame, appeared together with some experts, his face full of disbelief as he asked, "Hua Ran, how come it's you? Weren't you fighting with Yuzhong? I thought our aim was the same. How come you're here attacking?" Huyan Xiong'er had killed Yuzhong's envoy thinking that Hua Ran was still fighting with him. Chapter 658. Dog Hua Ran. Translator. Translation Nation Editor. Translation Nation. Hua Ran had a cold look, and he shot towards Huyan Xiong'er, a flash of his blade as it slashed out. All the soldiers that stood between them were instantly sliced in half. Hua Ran, don't tell me you have become Yuzhong's dog? Huyan Xiong'er sneered as his face fell. The mighty Mongol king had actually been degraded to a Han's dog. If your ancestor Genghis Khan were to know, he would crawl out from his grave to teach you a lesson. Facing the sarcasm of Huyan Xiong'er, Hua Ran's icy killing intent turned stronger, and he immediately appeared beside the guards of Huyan Xiong'er with a boom, slashing down at the level 50 enhancer. Shock was written all over the face of the level 50 enhancer as he brought his arms and a cleaver up to defend himself. Hua Ran's blood do chi intensified, and his body constitution was enhanced further. The silver curved blade came slashing down and slashed through the cleaver before continuing through his body, slicing him into 2. Huyan Xiong'er could not help but exclaim in shock, "Zhang He!" Zhang He was the strongest expert by Huyan Xiong'er's side, and such an expert was actually killed in a single strike by Hua Ran, causing all of the soldiers present to fully understand the might of this Mongolian king. Hua Ran had burst forth with a powerful strength, and he continued the onslaught, killing the rest of the enhancers around Huyan Xiong'er. Pong! Pong! An enhancer with the firearms manipulation specialization skill began to fire at Hua Ran. His accuracy was incredible, and a number of bullets actually struck Hua Ran, only to bounce off due to the defense of his Type 3 mutant beast hide. Huyan Xiong'er's face turned pale as he shouted, "Kill him! All of you, charge! He's alone. As long as we kill him, I'll allow you guys to enjoy yourselves with the women in the leopard garden. I will allow you guys to even choose 10 women each." When they heard it, the enhancers immediately became excited and charged towards Hua Ran. The women in the leopard garden were beautiful women that Huyan Xiong'er had collected from everywhere. It was not usually accessible, and only those who had contributed to Huyan Xiong'er's cause were allowed in once or twice. Hearing that he would open it to them, they became incredibly motivated. There were 40 enhancers by Huyen Xiong'er's side, and they were at least level 30 and above. Each of them possessed different skills, and were the core fighting strength of Huyen Xiong'er's force. There were 2 evolvers among them as well. Being surrounded by so many experts, even a high-level evolver might die. Facing the assault of these many experts, there were some even muttering their chants for their curses and magic spells. Hua Ran's eyes turned red, and he immediately unleashed his lion's roar. He took a deep breath and roared out loud, as a powerful shockwave blasted out with him in the center. In an instant, the numerous agility and strength-based enhancers were forced to their knees. The spirit-based enhancers crumpled, their eardrums shattered, as blood flowed. Their brains had suffered a massive concussion, and many began to convulse. Only some who had a body constitution 10 times stronger than ordinary people stood their ground, their complexions pale, with shock in their eyes. With a single roar, Hua Ran had incapacitated so many of his enemies. His own face also flushed, as his gaze turned savage and he charged towards Huyen Xiong'er. Huyen Xiong'er watched in horror and regret as Hua Ran came closer, and tried to retreat as he shouted, "Hua Ran, don't kill me. I'm willing to join hands with you and fight Yu Zhong together. That's right, the Leopard Garden, all the women. They're all yours. Please spare my dog life." Huyen Xiong'er was also a strength-based evolver whose level had reached 56. The moment he saw the numerous experts he had painstakingly gathered falling at Hua Ran's hands, he had lost his fighting will instantly. Those who had remained standing had long since fled. No matter how beautiful the women that were promised, one had to be alive to enjoy such pleasures. These men weren't willing to sacrifice themselves. "No need. Give me your head." Hua Ran's eyes flashed with a ferocious glint as he brought his blade down towards Huyen Xiong'er. "No!" His eyes flashed with regret and unwillingness before his entire body was split in 2. Hua Ran then grabbed his head and ran to the top of the wall, roaring, "Huyen Xiong'er is dead. His head is here. Those who surrender will be spared. Huyen Xiong'er is dead. Those who surrender will be spared. Those who surrender will be spared." The sounds reverberated from the city wall, causing every militant to look up. The moment they saw the decapitated head of Huyen Xiong'er, many began to flee, with some instantly throwing their weapons down and surrendering. Huyen Xiong'er's governance wasn't the best within these city walls. With his death, there weren't many who were willing to continue fighting for him. "Leader, this is Huyen Xiong'er's head." Hua Ran brought the head and presented it to Yu Zhong respectfully. Yu Zhong eyed the head and responded coolly, "N. Throw it into the corpse vehicle." Since Bai Lu's Mother 3 required a large amount of corpses and bodies to regrow, Yu Zhong had collected the bodies of the enemies he killed, together with the zombies, and threw them for the tree to absorb and grow. Hua Ran looked at the hundreds of soldiers that were rounded up and his eyes flashed. "Leader, these are all Huyen Xiong'er's men. They had surrendered. Do we still kill them?" The gazes of the soldiers all fell on Yu Zhong, awaiting his judgment fearfully. Yu Zhong turned to them and ordered coldly, "Those who took part in the killing of my envoy will be executed. The rest will be sent to the Scum Battalion." Ordinarily, Yu Zhong was easy on those who surrendered. However, this particular group had dared kill his envoy, and it was an insult to him. If he didn't punish them heavily, the rest of the factions out in the Central Plains would try the same thing. "No, leader, I was forced. I've already surrendered. You can't kill me. Please." One enhancer immediately stood up and screamed in fear. Yu Zhong frowned, waving his hands as the stinger appeared. There was a flash of the muzzle, and the enhancer's head was blasted apart, with red and white matter splattering all over the ground. Seeing Yu Zhong taking out that enhancer with no hesitation, the expressions of the rest of the militants fell. 7 of them immediately activated their transformation skills, but just as they did so, they were instantly riddled with bullets all around. Yu Zhong eyed the rest of the militants coolly, his killing intent billowing out, "Resistance will be met with death." Despair was written all over the faces of the rest of the militants, as they watched their comrades slaughtered helplessly. No one dared to move. Hua Ran saw Yu Zhong killing 8 of them in total, and his brows furrowed slightly. but he did not do anything and stood obediently by one side. As the men who took part in the killing of Yu Zhong's envoy were dragged out and executed one by one, the gory scenes struck fear in the rest of their hearts. There were over 10,000 survivors in this encampment, however, because of Huyan Xiong'er's tyrannical rule. Most of them were emaciated and could not march for long. Yu Zhong had no choice but to deploy a battalion of soldiers to set up camp and defend here. The news of Huyan Xiong'er being slaughtered, as well as Hua Ran selling himself to Yu Zhong, soon spread throughout the Central Plains. The rest of the factions heard it and their hearts turned cold. They were living it up in their own bases, and weren't willing to surrender to Yu Zhong to be ordered around. However, many more began to take the initiative in surrendering. With a single order, most of the factions did not dare resist. Otherwise, he would instantly deploy troops to meet them head-on, killing any leader who resisted, and throwing the soldiers into the scum battalion as cannon fodder. The Mongol king Hua Ran, blood slaughterer Lai Ming-yi, victorious troops Li Guang, the three of them led their own forces heading to the various factions that did not want to submit, wiping out the command, and taking over the survivors and resources. Under this new regime, those who weren't willing to submit had no choice but to flee further northeast. There were greater numbers there as it was closer to the cities, but at the same time, the danger of the zombies was greater. Yu Zhong's forces had no way of contending with those parts. Chapter 659. Reorganizing Troops. Translator. Translation Nation Editor. Translation Nation. With the efforts of Hua Ran, Lai Ming-yi, and Li Guang, many survivors were soon drafted into Yu Zhong's faction. Adding the various races from the Huangjin clan, the total number of survivors under him soon swelled to 600,000. Yu Zhong then arranged for a number of officials that had already gone through training at Guangxi and Hunan to come over and establish a government. It marked the beginning of a proper development, and he did not rush the advance towards the city, instead choosing to re-establish stability and some semblance of society. After all, there were already over 20 million zombies out here in the Central Plains. The capital was sure to exceed that number. Furthermore, population was denser in the cities. It was going to be incredibly tough to charge in. The troops under Hua Ran, Lai Ming-yi, and Li Guang did not exceed 30,000. If a force of such size were to engage 20 million zombies without guns and cannons, it was basically impossible. After conquering a number of small counties, Yu Zhong then deployed over some military architects to begin development into military factories. After obtaining the evolving temple, Yu Zhong had begun to understand the importance and might of it. The strongest benefit was the ability of churning out various talents now. Of course, most of them were at most equivalent to ordinary engineers from before the apocalypse, and did not possess high talents nor capabilities in the field. However, it wasn't a problem manufacturing ammunition and production lines. The reason behind the quick rise of the Kingdom of God was due to their natural talents. Other than Europe possessing the most advanced technological research institutes, they were the first to obtain a novice village. Many survivors joined the different factories and production lines, and Yu Zhong distributed amounts of food as wage, greatly boosting the survivability of the people in the Central Plains. Every day, the strength of Yu Zhong's faction was slowly rising and expanding. With the stabilizing of the survivors, Yu Zhong thus called back the three troops to begin a reorganization of his troops. Slaughterer Lai Ming-yi had gained the role that he always wanted, a brigadier general in charge of over 3,000 riders. Li Guang became the regiment commander of the Central Plains 1st Regiment, with the victorious troops as the core troops. Situ Jin was thus drafted as the brigade commander of the Logistics Brigade, sending support whenever required. The 3rd Brigade was the Grey Wolf Riders under Hua Ran. They also only had 3,000 and were made up of the Grey Wolf Riders. The vice commander was Lien Dezhong, who was a coward and slightly despicable. However, his natural affinity with people made him an important person to talk to the various Mongolian leaders. In addition to his past merits, Yu Zhong had thus conferred upon him that role. After the reorganization, the number of soldiers under Hua Ran was reduced to 3,000, and these men were all using cleavers and other melee weapons. Only 500 of them had some .81 rifles, Type 56, as well as ancient firearms. The ammunition was also limited to about 5,000 of them. There were no other heavy firearms. Under such circumstances, if they were to revolt, there would only be death. When Hua Ran took over the reorganized troops and weapons, he chuckled bitterly and was speechless. He knew clearly that Yu Zhong was using him, at the same time, guarding himself. He dared not say anything, because he knew that should he make any strange movements, Yu Zhong would immediately clamp down on him and his troops. Once all that was down, the over 10,000 elite Mongolian riders were separated. Yu Zhong wasn't willing to send them to the factories to work, and after consideration, he decided to set up a reinforcement troops handled by Bai Xiaosheng. Bai Xiaosheng had followed Yu Zhong for a long time and knew his style. He was just inherently lazy and unwilling to lead. However, he was more than equipped to train this troop. Under Yu Zhong's instructions, he could only carry out his task bitterly as the brigade commander of the 2nd Support Troops, a position which many coveted. Outside of Chi Mu town, 8 soldiers wielding guns stood at a secretive location. An armored vehicle drew close and came to a stop. The doors opened, and Yu Zhong and Yin Shuang stepped out. "Leader!" The 8 soldiers immediately saluted, their gazes filled with respect. This man had led them to many victories in the Central Plain and expanded their control. It was truly an undefeatable force. This caused them to feel respect for this man. Yu Zhong nodded slightly and stepped into the garden. Inside the garden, there were many sentries located everywhere with multiple heavy machine guns set up. At the same time, under the shade of some dense foliage, there were a few machine gun-mounted vehicles and anti-air defense vehicles. Yu Zhong had obtained plenty of military equipment after the Ulan Mountain expedition, and this was one of his trump cards. There were plenty of land-to-air missile launchers. Even if Thunder fighters were to come, he would give the enemy some degree of pain. At the deepest part of the garden, there was a tall, towering tree growing. All around the tree, man-eating mutant flowers and vines grew everywhere. This was the mutant mother tree that he had brought out of Ulan Mountain range. However, compared to the huge tree he saw that time, this was still far from it. The mutant flora ecosystem of the apocalypse was vastly different from the past. As long as there was enough nutrients, they could swell up quickly. Initially, the mother tree only had its core heart, but after the nourishment of countless corpses and zombies brought by Yu Zhong, it had swiftly grown. On one of the branches, Bai Lu sat with her feet dangling, eyeing the tree with a huge smile. Yu Zhong looked at her and called out, "Come on down, Bai Lu." Although Yu Zhong had given his word and moved the mutant tree out here, he had prepared plenty of safeguards, burying countless explosives all around. The moment the tree had any strange ideas, he could remotely detonate the explosives, blowing the tree up. Bai Lu came down with a warm smile. "Yes, Master." Yu Zhong asked, "How long till the mother tree can start producing more tree ants?" Bai Lu replied, "It can start producing them already. However, to produce high-level ones, it will still require much more fertilizer. The tree ants it may produce now won't be too strong, at most about level 20 or so, and a maximum of 1,000 of them." Yu Zhong frowned and asked, "Fertilizer? Will corpses work?" Bai Lu replied, "Yes. The higher the level, the stronger the effect." Yu Zhong then continued, "If that's the case, immediately get the mother tree to produce 1,000 tree ants first. I'm in need of them." "Yes." Bai Lu then shut her eyes as a green radiance shone out of her, enveloping the mother tree. The mother tree shuddered slightly, and countless fruits began to drop onto the ground, as low-level tree ants climbed out of the shapes, their strength about level 20. Yu Zhong eyed these tree ants and smiled. With these tree ants as cannon fodder, his human soldiers would suffer less casualties. Not long after, under Yu Zhong's orders, Hua Ran, Lai Ming-yi and Li Guang led 3,000 riders and shot for a small city that had 70,000 zombies. Lai Ming-yi roared out to drum up morale, "Attack! Attack! Our riders are the sharpest blades that our leader has trained. We are invincible and we must conquer the city without fail. Attack! Attack!" The soldiers under Lai Ming-yi responded with equally passionate yells. This was the first battle they were taking part in after forming this brigade, and as long as they gained enough merit, they would be upgraded to a regiment. On the other side, Li Guang also rose the morale of his troops. "Brothers, our first regiment is the strongest weapon of our leader. We are the strongest. This battle, we must let the rest witness our strength. We can't lose to the 3rd Brigade. Our 1st Regiment must win. Win! Win! The excited roars resounded throughout the area. This victorious troops were the most elite soldiers before the reorganization and had defeated countless Manchurian and Mongolian soldiers. They had reached a peak and were unafraid of death, nor was defeat on their mind. Hua Ran turned to his soldiers and hollered, "This is the chance for us to gain merit. Our Mongolian men are all heroes. Let them see. Even if we have a disadvantage in equipment, we're still stronger." Right at this time, Lien de Zhong chipped in with a smile. "That's right. Our 3rd Regiment will definitely gain a stronger foothold with the leadership of our commander. Commander, long live. Everyone, shout with me. Glorious Commander. Long live. Commander, long live. Commander, long live." The soldiers exchanged looks, in the end, joining in the roars as Hua Ran looked on helplessly. Chapter 660. The Strange Movement of 4 Million Zombies. Translator. Translation Nation Editor. Translation Nation. Under the lead of the 3 leaders, the 3 units charged forth with a total of 16,000 soldiers, as they joined forces to assault the city. With such coordination, the small city was soon conquered, and the 70,000 zombies were quickly wiped out. The soldiers even discovered 200 emaciated survivors hiding out at different corners of the city. When humans were forced to the edge, they could show incredible tenacity. These people were actually able to survive under the harshest of conditions. After resting, the 3 units continued to launch attacks on the other surrounding counties. Yu Zhong had only deployed the 3 units for the sake of training the troops. As they continued to kill the zombies, they were forged through the flames of battle and grew in experience. With each battle, they became more confident and cleared out more counties. The relentless assaults continued on, and as each county was conquered, they uncovered plenty of resources and rescued many survivors. Other than them, Yu Zhong even sent out Tenpi Osaka, Yin Shuang, Zhui Yatong, and Bai Lu as they led the Traiant army to attack other territories. Ji Qingwu had led 8 youth guards as well as the reinforcement troops to gain levels in the various towns and counties. Yu Zhong intended to raise up a large number of enhancers, and thus, he could only delegate Ji Qingwu to go help a bunch of ordinary soldiers become enhancers. With her supervision, there were a huge number of enhancers of about level 10 being churned out every day. These were then deployed to the battlefield to join the other troops. After all, the soldiers under Lai Mingyi, Hua Ran, and Li Guang were also human, and would feel tired. They needed to rest. As for the Traiant army, it was different, and they continued to smash through city after city, and leaving instantly. The corpses were then transported back to nourish the mother tree and the wheat plant. When the wheat trees consumed enough zombies, they could produce large amount of rice, whereas the mother tree could churn out countless low-level Traiants to send to the battlefield. Every day, Yu Zhong's faction was growing stronger out here in the Central Plains. When he called for the assault on the zombies, Yu Zhong had stayed put in the central base and not roam about. Without him, it was hard to direct the various aspects of his plans. Should things turn awry, only Yu Zhong himself could quell the situation. If he were to disappear, then the large-scale attacks on the towns and cities would have to stop. On this day, one officer came up to Yu Zhong with a grave expression, reporting, "Leader, Baoshi City's zombies had started moving. The 2 million of them had left the city and is marching towards Bayan City. The zombies there have also acted strangely, leaving their own and marching towards Baoshi City. What? It seems that the 2 groups are converging." Yu Zhong's face fell and he quickly made for the command center. Yu Zhong quickly came to the command post and pulled up the image. He had obtained quite a number of observatory equipment as well as unmanned reconnaissance drones. Through the pictures, Yu Zhong could ascertain that the 2 groups of zombies were marching towards a single location. His expression turned incredibly ugly. When the number of zombies reached above 1 million, it will be a sizable force. If these 2 groups of 2 million zombies were to converge, even the Kingdom of God would have a hard time dealing with them. Yu Zhong watched the moving zombies with furrowed brows and gave the order. "Convey my command. Get the 1st Regiment, 2nd Rider Brigade, 3rd Brigade to all retreat. Have the 1st and 2nd Support Brigade prepared for battle. All resting activities are to be put on hold. From now on, martial law is in effect, and all factories are to extend their hours from 10 hours to 12. Under the many orders, the troops of the Central Plains began to move. The 3 main forces turned back from their areas and began to converge at Mu Yuan County, which was the first line of defense. About 100,000 survivors were deployed to the town to prepare fortifications and defensive constructs, while resources were transported to the front lines. The unmanned drones were also deployed out to keep watch over the 2 groups of zombies. Yu Zhong watched the vast sea of zombies and muttered, "If only they could fight each other!" The 2 masses of zombies were too fearsome. The 4 million number alone was enough to fill anyone with despair. Even army forces from before the apocalypse would feel a headache when dealing with 4 million freaks. After marching for 2 days, the zombies finally converged. The 2 groups did not engage in a clash as Yu Zhong had hoped for, instead, coming to a silent stop. What's going on? Yu Zhong watched with his frown deepening, as a bad feeling arose. At one particular corner, where the drones could not capture, a tentacle with a huge head with sharp teeth slithered and opened its huge jaws as it burrowed into the body of a Z2. With a huge breath, it began to suck, turning the Z2 into a dried corpse. After that, the strange zombie continued to pierce another 2 Z2s and absorbed their body fluids. It then let out a satisfied howl. Hearing that howl, the various Z2s and Z1s trembled and returned to the zombie horde. The strange snake-like zombie with a huge head blinked, its eyes flashing with a human-like intelligence. It seemed to ponder for a while, before burrowing into the chest of a large L4. Soon after, the 4 million zombies began to move towards the direction of Bayan City. Yu Zhong watched and his expression turned bad. "Not good. They didn't fight. Convey my orders, get the 1st Regiment, 2nd Brigade and 3rd Brigade to fire at will. Use whatever necessary to whittle away at their numbers." Chapter 661. Snipe. Translator. Translation Nation Editor. Translation Nation. The moment Yu Zhong gave the order, all 3 troops rushed for the front lines. So many zombies. Lai Ming-yi rode a black-scaled stallion, leading his 3,000 men, quickly locating the zombies. He watched them swarm, and his face turned pale. 1 million of them was already a sight to behold. Seeing the 4 million zombies felt as though they were facing a sea, and there was nothing that could stop them. It didn't matter how strong a person was. Charging headlong into this horde was equivalent to suicide. Facing such a huge zombie horde, accurate soldiers were more efficient than a single enhancer. Lai Ming-yi surveyed the horde before pointing and giving an order, "Charge!" The 3,000 soldiers swiftly readied their guns and began firing. The dense rain of bullets enveloped a large patch of zombies, causing them to fall. However, the swarm of zombies immediately turned to face them, making their way to surround them. "Retreat!" After a few rounds, Lai Ming-yi waved his hands and called for his troops to retreat quickly. After retreating a certain distance, the 2nd Brigade quickly pulled away from the zombies with their superior speed. They then turned around to continue firing, killing huge patches of zombies. Lai Ming-yi's 2nd Brigade was filled with 300 enhancers that had changed their jobs to become soldiers, and they were specially trained to reach level 30, with their gun manipulation skills at level 3. Even on horseback, they could achieve headshots. Under his hit-and-run tactic, Lai Ming-yi and his men quickly disposed of a huge number of zombies, without suffering a single casualty. On the other side, the 1st Regiment charged forth with its armored battalion, brining 20 tanks, 20 IFVs, 60 machine gun-mounted vehicles and fired wildly at the zombie horde. The dense rain of heavy fire fell upon the zombies, blasting many of them into pieces. Of course, it came at a price. That was the quick expenditure of ammunition. In front of the large zombie horde, the armored battalion had no choice but to retreat when the zombies got close as well. After all, there were Devourers L3S and L4S. The moment the tanks charged right into the horde, those terrifying evolved zombies could demolish them. Every single tank and armored vehicle was a powerful weapon against the zombies, and naturally could not be destroyed. Yu Zhong's current production was not enough to support any manufacturing of tanks or armored vehicles. What a large zombie horde! Hua Ran had also reached the front lines with his 3,000 Grey Wolf riders, his expression similarly ugly when he caught sight of the zombies. He turned around and saw his soldiers, each of them holding a rifle, and heaved a sigh of relief. If they didn't have guns, his 3,000 men would definitely be swallowed up if they charged at them. The 4 million number was a terrifying figure. Yu Zhong had to utilize every single thing on hand. He could not afford to care about Hua Ran's craftiness, and decided to arm them. However, the 1st Regiment and 2nd Brigade were equipped with the more advanced stuff, while the 3rd Brigade was equipped with the older weapons. Although they had all been equipped with weapons, there were too many types from different places, and they had no choice but to try and use them. Lien Dezhong looked at the zombie horde, his face pale. "Let's just try our best. Then we should quickly scatter, eh?" The sight of those zombies truly spooked him. He was a coward, and he couldn't muster his will to fight. Hua Ran's eyes flashed as he spoke solemnly. "No way! This battle concerns the future of my 3rd Brigade. We have to do our best." He knew that Yu Zhong had kept him because he had use for him. The moment he showed that his value had decreased, he would be sent far away, never to return to the Central Plains. This 3rd Brigade that was made up almost of all Mongolians would be scattered and reorganized as well. By now, the entire Central Plains was already in Yu Zhong's hands. Hua Ran had no way of revolting. A single order from Yu Zhong could put him to death, unless he was willing to abandon all his subordinates, family and loved ones to flee. Hua Ran glanced at his men, raising his silver curved blade high and roared, "3rd Brigade, aim for victory! 3rd Brigade, aim for victory! 3rd Brigade, aim for victory!" When the soldiers saw Hua Ran roaring so passionately, their hearts were filled with valor and loyalty to him. These were all his elite soldiers. 3rd Brigade, forwards, attack! Hua Ran pointed his curved blade at the zombies and roared. Under his lead, the 3,000 riders charged for the zombies. They were like an arrow that reached about 100 m away from the zombies quickly, pulling out their weapons and firing at the zombies. As the bullets and arrows fell, many of the zombies were killed, and they were trampled by the others behind. As the zombies pushed closer, Hua Ran's men then quickly pulled back and retreated a distance before continuing once more. The 3 units continued to whittle away at the huge zombie horde, culling a large number of them every second. However, the rate was almost negligible, as the horde still continued towards their target. Within one of the L4S inside the horde, the huge mutant tentacle-like zombie watched coldly as the rest of the zombies were slaughtered one by one. Within the horde, a number of devourers were gobbling up those zombies that had been taken out by Yu Zhong's units. A horde that was 4 million strong was simply too terrifying. After fighting for 4 days, the 3 units were able to chip away at their numbers, killing 600,000 of them, but they had to retreat to rest. After all, there was a limit to how much humans could do. Fighting long battles would wear them out. The zombie horde might have lost 600,000 of their numbers, but their speed wasn't impeded in the slightest as they entered Bayan City. Soon, they entered the city and began to continue towards the direction of Yinzhou City. Are they intending to converge with the zombies there? Yu Zhong used the unmanned drones to watch the movement, growing suspicious. Yinzhou City was a large place in the Central Plains and had over 2 million population in the past. If the 3 million zombies were to meet those, the total number would swell to hit almost 6 million. Yu Zhong had sent out his 3 units, expending energy and ammunition over the span of 4 days, managing to kill about 600,000 of them. Most of them were ordinary zombies. Once the remaining met those in Yinzhou City, their numbers would truly be undefeatable. No, I can't let those 2 groups meet. Yu Zhong's eyes flashed with a resoluteness, and quickly gave a flurry of orders. As he gave his orders, the 1st Regiment in Mu Yuan County deployed their motorized infantry unit to launch an attack at the 3 million of them. The Mongolian troops were also quickly equipped with even more weapons, as they relied on their riding skills to take on the zombies. As the battle became even more intense, more zombies were being killed. From time to time, some of the zombies would retaliate, and the evolved zombies amongst them would manage to kill some soldiers. Yu Zhong even sent out a huge force of snipers to snipe them, but the horde continued on its slow march. Ningyu Gorge was an important channel located on the way towards Yinzhou City. Yu Zhong had already deployed the infantry brigade of the 1st Regiment as well as Hua Ran's 3rd Brigade to take up their stand here. After utilizing so many means and killing such a large number of zombies, they had not done anything that could slow the march of the horde. Ningyu Gorge was too important a channel. The moment they got past, the zombies in the nearby cities would join up and fill up their ranks. Yu Zhong was clear that his troops might be able to kill 1,000,000 zombie with their powerful firepower. But these were ordinary zombies. The true elites within the horde had not been dealt with yet. He wasn't willing to see the 3 million of them joining with the 2 million in Yinzhou City. Yu Zhong's troops had no way of retreating now. The moment they abandoned the Ningyu Gorge, the 3 million zombies would quickly converge with the other 2 million. His troops had already expended so much effort to wipe out 1,000,000, and it would go all to waste. Beyond Ningyu Gorge, the 30,000 survivors were currently setting traps and preparing trenches all around the gorge. From afar, it looked like many ants were scurrying about. "They're here." Li Guang stood at a vantage point, watching the distance with a cold look. At a distance, the ant-like zombies continued to move, and with the passing of time, their numbers grew over the horizon, appearing in the sights of the survivors. Seeing the approaching lifeless corpses with blank eyes and hole-riddled bodies, with a heavy stench, the survivors felt their skin crawl and started to panic. Chapter 662. Zombie with Art of War. Translator. Translation Nation Editor. Translation Nation. Zombies were terrifying with their high infection rate and the virus with no cure. Survivors who had not experienced fighting with them would feel the crippling fear and did not dare face them. "Let the workers retreat." Li Guang waved his hands and ordered. With that, the 30,000 survivors quickly made their way back. The vast sea of zombies continued to shamble forwards. In a short while, they got closer to Ningyu Gorge. The many traps and structures laid by the survivors began to exhibit their usefulness. As the zombies continued to march on, all of a sudden, there was a split of the ground, as a trench of about 3 m deep and 20 m wide appeared. Many zombies fell into it, and the zombies behind them followed after, trampling those beneath into meat paste. The zombies had no intelligence. Just a simple trap like this was extremely effective. The survivors had prepared this huge pit, which could easily take care of at least thousands of zombies, which would be trampled upon by the zombies behind. Yu Zhong had used such measures in the past plenty of times, and it had become a powerful tool to utilize. Many of the zombies continued to fall into the huge trench. The 30,000 survivors had spent 6 days on this after all, and the total number of trenches and pits they had dug were over 1,000. The sea of zombies had yet to reach the soldiers at Ningyu Gorge, and already, over 300,000 of them had been lost to the various trenches and ditches. However, these holes were also gradually filled up. With the corpses of the zombies filling the holes, the rest of the horde continued on their slow march. After passing through those trenches, the horde came to a number of cement walls of about 1.5 m high. When these ordinary zombies came to these walls, they could not proceed. After all, ordinary zombies did not possess the power to pummel through cement. They could only claw at the walls helplessly. The zombies behind continued to push forward, and it resulted in a whole load of them squashed together. Hong! 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 At this time, a number of cannon fire blasted the dense horde of zombies, each volley killing at least dozens of zombies. The soldiers of Ningyu Gorge at the front lines had also raised their weapons and were firing at the zombies, shooting down the zombies that had come to a stop in front of those walls. The soldiers that had not undergone the job change as soldiers were also firing with all their might, although their efficiency was lesser, only killing about 60% or 70% of the time. The cement walls had stopped the horde, and the horde retaliated in their own way, as a number of L2S came towards the walls. L2S were strong monsters and could pummel the cement walls. Pong! Pong! The L2 had just gotten close to the walls when 300 snipers hidden from view quickly sniped the L2S. The L2S could withstand the bullets of normal rifles, but the high-caliber bullets from the sniper rifles were enough to splatter their brains. As the L2S got close to the walls, they were immediately killed by the snipers, causing even more of a blockade. Yu Zhong's forces were then able to continue to slaughter the zombies. Deep within the horde, the mutant zombie that had a huge head closed its eyes, its mouth twisted in an ugly expression. The horde suddenly split apart, and 10,000 L2S came charging out carrying H1S. The H1S opened their mouths and sent large fireballs blasting on the cement walls, destroying them. Fire the artillery! Li Guang saw that things were turning bad and quickly gave the order. Hong! 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 The artillery forces from afar began to fire rapidly, sending volleys of heavy fire raining upon the zombies, blasting many of them into pieces. The 10,000 L2S and H1S were incinerated instantly. For the sake of supporting the battle and Ningyu Gorge, Yu Zhong had sent out 80% of his artillery forces of the Central Plains. As the ammunition for artillery was precious, Li Guang would also only use it at the most pressing of times. The 10,000 L2S and H1S were turned into ash, and the mutant zombie within the horde opened its eyes, a murderous look flashing across them. It leapt into the chest of an L4 and urged it back. Any being with intelligence had a common trait, which was the fear of death. If they weren't scared, Bai Lu wouldn't have been subdued so easily. Even Yu Zhong himself was not entirely unafraid of death. The L4 continued all the way to a secretive location at the back before it stopped. As it retreated, a large number of the ordinary zombies continued to attack Ningyu Gorge. Under the blows of the H1, the cement walls on the front lines were blasted into nothing. After a harsh round of firing, the soldiers quickly abandoned their posts and retreated to the secondary defense line. The army had constructed a number of defenses, and Yu Zhong was clear that there was no way for the first line to withhold the entire horde. At the secondary defense, there were a whole bunch of low cement walls as well. The huge sea of zombies were once again held up by the walls, and many of their heads were shot. After the mutant zombie had escaped to a safe place, the huge sea of zombie abruptly started to retreat. What's going on? Li Guang watched the huge sea of zombies retreat, his eyes flashing with shock, and a bad feeling arose in his heart. After all, zombies have never been known to retreat, they only knew how to advance and tear into their enemies, or get torn apart by their enemies. The zombies retreated, and suddenly, 50,000 L2S and 100,000 S2S charged out from their midst, together with 3,000 L3S. This zombie unit of over 150,000 zombies galloped forward like a sharp knife, making their ways for the second defense line viciously. Calling for artillery strike. Li Guang watched the appearance of these 150,000 zombies, his face unsightly. The pressure from these 150,000 evolved zombies was even stronger than 1,000,000 ordinary zombies. Against the ordinary zombies, Li Guang could still make use of the various traps to wipe them out. However, against the L2S and L3S, the traps were basically useless. Even the 1.5 m high cement walls could be destroyed in a single punch. Hong! 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 As the rounds of artillery fire rained upon the 150,000 zombies, a huge number of them were blasted to pieces. However, even the powerful artillery strike couldn't possibly wipe out all the evolved zombies. Many of the L2S managed to evade the heavy fire and charged right through the cement walls. With their monstrous strength, the L2S and L3S charged right through the army camp as they started slaughtering the soldiers. Yu Zhong's soldiers started to engage in close-quarter combat, and many were quickly bitten to death or torn apart. Beasts! We can die together! One soldier was surrounded by 3 S2S, and as the 3 of them opened their jaws and bit him, he pulled the pin of his grenade. Hong! Following a loud explosion, the 3 S2S were blasted apart. Go to hell! One soldier saw an L3 killing his comrade with a single punch and grabbed a bag of explosives, running towards it and igniting it. With a loud boom, the L3 and the soldier were blasted together. At every part of the battlefield, many of the soldiers were fighting with their lives. Unfortunately, the sheer numbers and the sudden assault of the zombies overwhelmed the forces at the second defense line. The evolved zombies that got through might be only a small portion of the entire sea of zombies, however, they were not a force ordinary soldiers could stand up to. When the zombies overran the second defense line, they did not rush everywhere, instead allowing the forces behind to fill up, until all 150,000 came in, before continuing for the third defense line. Such a tactic was truly terrifying. Even if the artillery fire had taken out about 50,000 zombies, the unit of evolved zombies quickly managed to destroy the third defense line and killed about 100 soldiers that were retreating. With such a strategy, the evolved zombies continued to wreak havoc on Yu Zhong's army, and the casualty count soon reached 500. Losing 500 comrades dealt a huge blow to the morale of Yu Zhong's troops. They were humans and not zombies. The force that had been stationed numbered 6,000. Losing 500 was 1/12 of their forces. Unfortunately, the vast sea of zombies seemed indomitable, and their morale dipped lower. Li Guang heard the reports coming from the front lines, his expression becoming unsightly. "Damn it! What do we do? Should we retreat?" One officer came up to him and said, "Regiment commander, why don't we retreat first?" Li Guang frowned, as he considered his suggestion seriously. The life and death of 5,000 soldiers riding on his shoulder weighed heavily. This was the pressure of being a commander. "We're not retreating." Just then, a voice resounded from the door. Li Guang lifted his head, his eyes flashing with excitement. "Leader, you're here." Chapter 663. Yu Zhong arrives personally. The might of the laser gun. Translator. Translation Nation Editor. Translation Nation. Yu Zhong's eyes flashed with a solemn look. "That's right. I'm here. I will go to fight together with you guys on the front lines. From now on, we definitely must not retreat a single step." "Yes." Li Guang's heart shuddered as he quickly passed the order. "Leader is here. Leader Yu Zhong is here. We'll definitely win. We'll definitely win." Yu Zhong's arrival soon spread through the entire battlefield, and the soldiers on the front lines instantly cheered in a resounding roar, and their morale instantly skyrocketed. Hong! 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 Round after round of artillery fire rained down upon those evolved zombies, blasting them into pieces. Zhuo Yitong wore a black leather suit and brought a heavy mace that weighed at least a few hundred kgs and was about 3 m long, charging to the front lines with a few evolvers and began to mash the evolved zombies. The situation had seemed dire until Yu Zhong appeared, and the tides suddenly turned. The soldiers were filled with a renewed confidence, a certainty that they would win this battle purely because of Yu Zhong. "Yu Zhong, this man is really too fearsome." Hua Ran watched as the moment Yu Zhong appeared, and the morale as well as the combat intensity of the soldiers began to skyrocket, as a complicated look appeared in his eyes. Having won battle after battle, Yu Zhong's troops were basically convinced that Yu Zhong was a war god. As long as he appeared, victory was sure to be theirs. When Lien de Zhong heard the news of Yu Zhong's arrival, even he heaved a sigh of relief and chuckled. "The leader is here. We're sure to win." Hua Ran glanced at him and back at his own subordinates, and noticed that even his generals and soldiers had relaxed considerably. Li Guang saw that the situation was stabilizing and asked, "Leader, why do we have to stand our ground here? If we continue fighting here, we will definitely suffer." Yu Zhong's expression was grave as he replied, "We have discovered that there are many evolved zombies here. Based on the intelligence and conjecture, those evolved zombies can consume the dead zombies to evolve further. If we fight and retreat, although we can destroy the ordinary zombies, it will result in even more evolved ones. If we retreat all the way, at the end, we might even have to face over 1 million Type 2 evolved zombies." Li Guang's face fell and gasped, "What?" The terror of the evolved zombies had been etched deep in Li Guang's mind after the battle today. They were simply on another level. If they had to deal with 1 million ordinary zombies, just cement walls and traps were enough to block them, leaving the soldiers to pick them off slowly. However, just 150,000 of them were enough to charge through a rain of heavy artillery and smash through the various obstructions and traps, decimating many of the soldiers. 1 million evolved zombies were much more terrifying than 4 million ordinary zombies. 150,000 of those Type 2 evolved zombies were enough to give Li Guang a huge headache. If he had to face 1 million of them, it was sure to be a disaster. After all, other than the high-level enhancers, none of the ordinary soldiers could take on any Type 2 evolved zombies in close combat. Hearing Yu Zhong's words, no one dared to insist on retreating. that would only give the zombies opportunities to evolve. Under the joint attacks of the artillery and the special forces led by Zhuo Yatong, as well as the support of the various structures, Yu Zhong's forces forcefully held their positions and defended the place. As Yu Zhong's army slowly left, a huge number of zombies were gobbling up the corpses of their fallen comrades, including the flesh of the evolved zombies. Amongst them, there were even a number of devourers. At this time, 30 assault helicopters suddenly appeared in the horizon, shooting past the vast sea of zombies and releasing countless napalm bombs. The moment the incendiary explosives landed on the ground, they exploded and turned into a huge sea of flames, enveloping the zombies. The flames raged on, incinerating huge numbers of zombies at once. Those ordinary zombies and evolved zombies that were feasting on their comrades' flesh were burnt to death. A few hundred devourers managed to dash away, escaping in various directions. The moment these devourers were allowed to grow and reach their full potential, they would be terrifying existences at level 70, which even tanks could not affect. The speed of the devourers was shocking, as they weaved in and out of the flames. However, the coverage of the flames was extensive, and even though the devourers were fast, they were unable to escape in the end. The skin of the devourers could withstand the flames, but their brains could not stop frying under the high temperatures. Their slightly burning corpses slumped to the ground. When the hundreds of the devourers were killed, the huge-head mutant zombie hidden dozens of kilometers away seethed in rage. The devourers were one of the strongest evolved zombies at this point, and only an L4 could consume the devourers. However, in terms of speed, the devourers surpassed the L4s. 400 devourers were more than enough to eradicate 40,000 L2s. This was how terrifying they could be. To any zombie horde, any existences below the L3 could be lost. However, devourers and Type 3 zombies were hard to come by. They were the core of a horde. The devourers had been killed by the napalm bombs, causing the huge-head mutant zombie to be enraged. It closed its eyes and sent out its consciousness. Within the horde, a number of L4s led 100,000 L2s and 300,000 S2s, together with 500 devourers as they charged towards the direction of Ningyu Gorge. There were over 60 L4s, each of them towering above 4M, and their strength monstrous. They could easily grab a tank like a toy. If they got close, they could even pummel a tank flat. Furthermore, as long as the cannons of the tanks did not hit their heads, they could only injure the L4s slightly, but not kill them. Seeing the strange movements of the evolved zombies, many soldiers turned pale. The projectiles of the heavy firearms only bounced of the L4s, and even grenade launchers could do nothing to them. Send an artillery strike to blanket the entire area. Yu Zhong watched the approaching elite horde and ordered coldly, "Hong! Hong! Hong!" With his command, the artillery forces went all out to fire multiple volleys at the hundreds of thousands of evolved zombies. As the artillery fire rained down, many of the evolved zombies were blasted into bits and pieces. Even so, a substantial number of them managed to rush out and got closer to the camp, with 7 or 8 L4s leading the way. A creature like the L4 was enough to charge through a bunch of evolvers. Not only was it impervious to most weapons and bullets, its strength was terrifying, and it had the ability to infect. An entire group of hundreds of enhancers at level 30 would not be able to do anything to it. A single L4 could decimate an entire infantry battalion. Li Guang and the other intelligence officers watched the nearing L4s with pale faces. The moment the L4s reached their camp, they would have no choice but to abandon the place. Their gazes fell upon Yu Zhong, only to discover he was still calm. Yu Zhong's eyes flashed coldly as he ordered, "2nd Special Forces Battalion, go." The moment he gave the order, 500 soldiers rushed out with weapons that were about 1.5 m long, the muzzle's caliber of about 25 millimeters, and the entire body silver in color. These 500 soldiers adjusted their weapons to face the L4s and began firing. A number of white beams shot towards the heads of the L4s, easily penetrating their heads, leaving holes of 25 millimeters diameter. These guns were the latest products of research under Yu Zhong's scientists, the ultra-high-tech laser guns. With these weapons, the thick armor of the L4s were basically ineffective. The 500 soldiers had gone through job change and were at least level 30, possessing the marksmanship skill and enhancing them. They could aim accurately and fire at the heads of the L4S. As one L4 was fired by those beams, its brain was fried instantly, and it slumped to the ground. The rest of the L4S suffered similar fates before even reaching the camp. Their heads were pierced by the laser guns and they died. Long live! Long live leader! Long live! Long live leader Yu Zhong! Seeing the heads of the L4S pierced through and their corpses slumping to the ground, the entire battlefield erupted in cheers. As the morale reached an all-time high, Hua Ran saw the weapons, his eyes flashing with shock and fear. Those are laser weapons, another form of high-tech equipment. He could actually produce those. Truly fearsome. Chapter 664. Cunning Zombie. Translator. Translation Nation Editor. Translation Nation. The might of the laser weapons was evident to everybody, piercing even the L4S. Hua Ran did not think that he could withstand such might as well. Should he try to rebel, he would have to face 500 of these weapons. He might have the means to resist bullets, but against laser weapons there was nothing he could do. With the technology in Yu Zhong's hands, many experts did not dare harbor any more strange thoughts. Li Guang watched the L4S die and spoke excitedly to Yu Zhong. Leader, this is a laser gun. We hope that the 1st Regiment can get these. If the entire 1st Regiment could get these weapons, their might would increase greatly. Many mutant beasts and high-level zombies were not afraid of bullets, causing major headaches for the soldiers. If they had these weapons, they could take care of these problems, and ordinary soldiers could also kill evolved zombies. The entire regiment? You think these are cabbages? Yu Zhong chuckled and rebuked him in amusement. These are the latest developments over at Guangxi. After all their efforts, they only managed to produce 500 of them. Based on the current manufacturing rate, there's only about 300 each month. Asking for 10,000 right away, you think the rest of the forces aren't asking the same? If it wasn't for the seriousness of the situation, I would not have deployed them here. The laser gun had been something Yu Zhong insisted on researching. The many Japan researchers and people who went through the scientist job change had been thrown into the research. This was how he managed to produce them. However, even after the success of the research, he still lacked the necessary equipment and resources. That was why they had only managed to produce 500 laser guns. Furthermore, the usage in this dire situation displayed their effectiveness. Li Guang had a fawning expression. Like this, leader, why don't you leave these 500 with us first? Isn't your next target the capital? As long as we have these 500 laser guns, we can utilize it to reach there faster. If those 500 laser guns were left with them, they could use them against the L4S. Even mutant beasts with powerful defenses would no longer be an issue. Yu Zhong laughed mildly. I'll consider it. We'll have to see the performance of every unit this time. Li Guang crossed his hands over his chest. Leader, rest assured, our 1st Regiment will definitely contribute the most. Yu Zhong replied with a grin, before turning around to observe the situation. On the ground, there were artillery fire and the attacks from the assault rifles enveloping the evolved zombies, killing them before they even got close to the defense line. The tank-like L4S suffered the worst, the laser beams penetrating their heads causing them to slump dead. The laser guns were concentrated on the L4S, leaving the rest of the evolved zombies open to the cannons and artillery fire, as well as the elite forces led by Zhuo Yitong. The zombies that could actually get through the flames and bombs weren't many, and were easily taken out by Zhuo Yitong and her subordinates. The intense battle continued for over 2 hours, before the horde started to retreat under the command of the huge head mutant zombie. Not good. This zombie has a strong learning capability. Yu Zhong watched the retreating horde and frowned. If it was in the past, the zombies would definitely not retreat. However, they had somehow retreated after realizing they could not penetrate Yu Zhong's defense lines, causing him to be solemn. The commander behind this horde was getting smarter and seemed to be capable of human-like intelligence. The smarter the zombie commander, the more dangerous it was for humanity. Yu Hong could easily destroy and defeat million-strong hordes was because they were too stupid, and the Z2S were usually cowardly and foolish as well. The Z2S only had a certain degree of intelligence and could just command a large horde. However, this time round, the commander was obviously much more capable than the Z2S. Under Yu Zhong's orders, the 30 assault helicopters flew over the horde, dropping napalm bombs everywhere. The flames quickly spread out and enveloped large patches of the horde, incinerating many of the ordinary and some evolved zombies. What a pity! If only I had more heavy fire, these zombies would just be an appetizer. Yu Zhong watched the burning sea of flames and thought silently. The hidden mutant zombie eyed the 30 assault helicopters coldly and burrowed into the L4's chest. Soon after, the 2,200,000 strong horde began to retreat towards Bayan City. Long live! Long live! Seeing the huge horde retreating, the soldiers all burst out in cheers. The 3 million zombies had given them a pressure they never felt before. The moment the zombies left, they all heaved a sigh of relief. Hua Ran saw the remaining 2.2M zombies leaving, his eyes brightening. 3rd Brigade! Chase! Soon, Hua Ran led the 3,000 riders of the 3rd Brigade and chased after the retreating zombies, firing at them. Li Guang watched Hua Ran charging out and his brows furrowed, bellowing in anger. Hua Ran, that guy really acts fast. 3rd Platoon, move out. Don't let those asses from the 3rd Brigade get one over us. 1,000-strong motorcycle riders swiftly moved out towards the zombies. Just as Hua Ran and his men were hunting the zombies, all of a sudden, the horde split and 50 devourers, 100 S4S, 1,000 S3S and 10,000 S2S charged out. This speedy unit suddenly pounced towards Hua Ran's 3rd Brigade. Not good. Retreat! Retreat! Hua Ran watched as the zombies charged out, his expression falling, and he quickly roared. The 3,000 riders were also elites of the Central Plains, and quickly urged their horses back. The 100 S4S exploded out with a terrifying speed, many times faster than even the fastest sports car, and they quickly chased up to the 3,000 riders, pulling some of them down and ripping their throats before tearing into them. Soon, over dozens of them had been pulled down from their mounts. The speed of the S4S was terrifying, and unless they were high-level evolvers, the moment they were caught, they would be ripped apart. Beast! Fucking beast! Hua Ran immediately caused his body to be covered with his signature blood Do Chi, and he waved his silver curved blade, slashing the S4S that got close to him into two. As a peak expert, those S4S still couldn't do much to him. As he was killing those S4S, the 1,000 S3S and 50 Devourers managed to catch up. Their speed might not be able to match the S4S, but their speed and strength was higher than the black-scaled stallions, catching up only in moments. One of the Devourers leaped atop a rider, opening its huge mouth to bite the rider, tearing his heart out, before absorbing his blood essence. Another Devourer opened its jaws to spit out a gas of poison, which instantly corroded 6 riders, causing them to fall off their mounts. The black gas covered their bodies, and their flesh started to emit a rotting stench. One S3 charged right at a rider, pulling him off his mount and tearing into him. Faced with this sudden assault, the riders of the 3rd Brigade could not help but scream in fear as they were taken down one by one. Yu Zhong watched this horror unfold, his expression unsightly. Fuck! When did the zombies become so cunning? They actually know how to utilize their elites to trap our soldiers. Hua Ran watched in despair. It's over. Is our 3rd Brigade going to fall here? At this time, the unit of evolved zombies showcased their terrifying nature, surrounding the 3rd Brigade and tearing into the soldiers. If no support came, the entire 3rd Brigade was sure to fall. Hua Ran was clear about Yu Zhong's wariness and caution against him. He had taken the risk to chase after the zombies, and if Yu Zhong did not save him, it wasn't anything unexpected. Hua Ran thought about it. If he was in Yu Zhong's position, he would also let Yu Zhong die. After all, his position amongst the Mongolian riders was too high, exceeding that of Yu Zhong. As long as Hua Ran was not dead, many of the Mongolian riders would not be truly loyal to Yu Zhong. At this time, the sounds of intense machine gun fire came from the skies, raining upon the zombies. There were some cannon rounds as well that blasted the Devourers into pieces. With the support of the assault helicopters, Hua Ran led the remaining 2,100 riders out of their encirclement and fled from the evolved zombies. Chapter 665. Obtaining Bao Shi City. Translator. Translation Nation Editor. Translation Nation. The evolved zombies had launched a quick attack, and now they slowly begun to retreat. Seeing this, the rest of the troops that had intended to chase were filled with alarm, and did not dare to chase too close. Lai Ming-yi also recalled his troops slightly, following the motorcycle unit of the 1st Regiment. With the support of the assault helicopters, they slowly chipped away at the huge zombie horde. The Devourers and S4S were considered a precious fighting force amongst the zombies as well, and after that retaliation, they didn't make any more strange movements, allowing Lai Mingyi's forces to kill the ordinary zombies at the outskirts. As the soldiers chased, all of a sudden, a force consisting of 20,000 L2S and S2S charged out, while the rest of the horde separated into 4 parts as they made for Lai Mingyi's forces. With this sudden movement, Lai Ming-yi and his men felt the pressure, and had no choice but to retreat, while sending troops to take the evolved zombies out. If they did not clear these zombies, their path of retreat would be cut off, and they would suffer on both sides. The force comprising of the evolved zombies was strong. With their numbers, Lai Ming-yi and his soldiers were outmatched and at a disadvantage. If they were not careful, they could be wiped out. Without any base, fortifications, traps, or the support of other weapons, 50,000 evolved zombies were more than enough to wipe out the forces Yu Zhong had established out here in the Central Plains. After all, humans could not stand against evolved zombies. The zombie commander is really learning. Yu Zhong watched the tactics of the evolved zombies, and his brows furrowed. Yu Zhong had experience facing the Z1S and Z2S. They could at most just gather the scattered zombies, and would only command them to use their numbers to overwhelm a target. There were no strategies or tactics involved. A horde of this size was already terrifying. Once they learnt to utilize war tactics, the threat level would heighten. The moment the zombie horde split into 4, it was difficult to eradicate them completely. Lai Ming-yi led the 2nd Brigade towards the backup sent by the 1st Regiment, with 20 tanks taking the lead, as they fought against the 20,000 evolved zombies for over 4 hours. They suffered 20 casualties before fully wiping them out. After Lai Ming-yi and his forces wiped out the 20,000 evolved zombies, the sky was turning dark, and the soldiers had no way of chasing after the zombie horde. At night, the fighting capabilities of humans would suffer, while the zombies were not affected. The retreat caused the soldiers to relax, and there were sounds of joy and cheers everywhere. They might not have wiped out the 4 million zombies, but after close to a month of battle, they had already wiped out close to 2 million of them, and this caused them to feel a sense of pride and achievement. Hua Ran came up to Yu Zhong with a complicated look and said, "Many thanks, leader." In the battle earlier, had Yu Zhong not sent timely help, even if Hua Ran had managed to escape from the zombies with his strength, his 3rd Brigade would have been lost entirely. Yu Zhong eyed him and replied mildly, "There's no need to thank me. Since you're my subordinate and fought for me on the battlefield, I would not abandon you. However, if you were to harbor any thoughts you shouldn't, then don't blame me for being merciless." Hua Ran, having been the leader of the entire Mongolian Empire, was definitely an ambitious man. His capabilities were definitely outstanding, and amongst Yu Zhong's subordinates, no one could possibly control a huge force the way Hua Ran did with the Mongol riders. Since Yu Zhong wanted to quickly extend his power, he had to fight the zombies with Hua Ran's help. Hua Ran replied with a bitter smile, "Yes, Hua Ran will bear leader's words in mind." The huge horde retreated, gathering together before heading towards Bao Shi City. Yu Zhong deployed his 1st Regiment, which had the tanks, Lai Ming-yi's 2nd Brigade, and Hua Ran's 3rd Brigade as they chased after the horde. The 30 assault helicopters continued to rain napalm bombs down on the zombies, incinerating large patches of zombies. Due to the lack of artillery fire, Lai Ming-yi and the rest had to be wary of the potential sudden attacks of the evolved zombies. They continued their guarded assault and only managed to kill another 400,000 zombies. The horde retreated to Bao Shi City and did not stop, instead continuing towards the north. After the continuous assault and chase, the fuel and ammunition spent by Yu Zhong's forces had started to accumulate. The factories continued to churn out ammunition, but under such circumstances, Yu Zhong could only call for a halt. Zhuo Yitong came up to Yu Zhong, dressed in her tight military suit, as she reported, "Bayan City is under our control now. We have lost 120 soldiers of the Scum Battalion, 6 from 1st Regiment, 7 from the 2nd Brigade, 13 from the 3rd Brigade. The guns we found in Bayan City number." The moment the zombies left Bayan City, Yu Zhong quickly led his troops to take over the city and clean out the remaining zombies. Most of the zombies had been commanded to leave by the mutant zombie, however, a few were still trapped within the various structures. Cleaning up was a dangerous job, and from time to time there would be a few casualties. Zhuo Yitong carried a piece of document and eyed Yu Zhong. "Currently, based on the reports, Baoshi City is already under our control, and we should be able to clean it up fully within a week." Yu Zhong closed his eyes and heaved a sigh of relief. Bayan City and Baoshi City were 2 large cities on the Central Plains, and there were many large-type factories within them. As long as they were within his control with adequate manpower, he could begin manufacturing his ammunition. The mutant zombie might have developed human-like intelligence, but it still did not fully understand the importance of a city to humankind. Bayan and Baoshi landed up in Yu Zhong's hands, and in only a short period of time, he could turn them to boost his military forces and churn out ammunition. With enough ammunition, he could deal with large hordes. This time, the fact that he could deal with 2 million zombies, other than his subordinates, the main reason was that he had the ammunition to back his forces. Without the ammunition and fuel, the tanks and helicopters were just useless metal. After this single battle, his expenditure had been massive. Especially the fuel, it had almost wiped out all that he had gained from Ulan Mountain Range. He had no way of continuing the chase, and could only watch as the horde continued north. Yu Zhong knew that letting them go was going to be a huge disaster, but he had no means of wiping them out entirely in the short future. Almost a year had gone past since the world had changed, and although Yu Zhong had regained Bayan and Baoshi, there was no notification of any levels gained. This was because the time limit for the mission he had accepted was over, and the conquering of cities was no longer on the mission board of the God and Devil system. Only the reclamation of the capital still had some incentives. Yu Zhong knew that, with just a little more time, his forces would become stronger. He opened his eyes and looked at Zhuo Yitong. Her tight attire accentuated her mature curves fully, looking extremely attractive. Zhuo Yitong could feel the heated gaze of Yu Zhong on herself, and her face flushed slightly as a sense of confidence arose in her heart. There was a slight sexual tension in the room. At this moment, an officer came to the door and knocked, disrupting the atmosphere. "Reporting!" Yu Zhong eyed the officer and replied solemnly, "Come in." "What is it?" The soldier replied solemnly, "Leader, our unmanned drones have discovered 30,000 soldiers making their way towards us from Mongolia." Yu Zhong's face fell as he stood up abruptly. Hua Ran has rebelled? Hua Ran's position amongst the Mongols was important. If he chose to rebel now, Yu Zhong would be forced to wipe them out. The 3rd Brigade were all decent elite soldiers, and Yu Zhong could not bear to kill them. The officer quickly explained, "No, leader, it's not Hua Ran. It's the Mongol Empire from the outer parts of Mongolia." Yu Zhong heaved a sigh of relief and swiftly made his way to his command center. "Leader!" The moment Yu Zhong entered the command center, the officers quickly saluted. Yu Zhong looked towards the display and noticed the 30,000-strong troops on top of their mounts galloping towards Bayan City. These soldiers led plenty of their livestock, as well as their horses. They were accompanied by tanks and armored vehicles, while a few Eurocopters and some Russian Mi-24 assault helicopters accompanied them in the skies. Kingdom of God! Damn bastards! Yu Zhong took a look at the images taken by the unmanned drones, and his eyes flashed coldly. His fists clenched tightly, as a tinge of fury arose in his heart. Before the apocalypse, the strength of the outer parts of Mongolia wasn't strong, and their military was definitely incomparable with the rest of the country. However, they suddenly had over 100 assault helicopters. It was evident someone had supported them. The only power that could do that was the Kingdom of God. Chapter 666. The Allied forces appear. Translator. Translation Nation Editor. Translation Nation. Li Guang took a look at the displayed images. His expression solemn as he asked, "Leader, what do we do now?" The Outer Mongolia had deployed 30,000 soldiers to attack Yuzhong. They had obviously received support from the Kingdom of God. Not only were their troops stacked, they had the backup of helicopters, tanks, and armored vehicles. This was an enemy not to be underestimated. Yuzhong could defeat Hua Ran was because the 30 assault helicopters in his arsenal played a huge role. Without them, he could not have done so easily. Yuzhong replied, "I shall lead the troops personally to wipe them out." This battle would decide the master of the Central Plains. Should Yuzhong lose, then the authority would fall to the Outer Mongolia, and he was not willing to let them happen. Out on the Central Plains, the 30,000 troop was currently charging forth. Within the troops, there were 6 armored vehicles that was dragging along a converted caravan that was 20 m long, 20 m wide and 6 m tall, with 6 wheels underneath. Such a luxurious converted caravan had no market in the past, because the roads could not possibly accommodate such measurements. However, on the Central Plains it was possible to utilize it. Inside the caravan, the interior design was lavish, and the floor was covered with expensive Persian rugs, while beautiful paintings hung all around. Even the roof had a crystal chandelier. A blonde-haired, blue-eyed man with extremely good looks sipped red wine while sitting on a sofa. Beside him, 2 beautiful women with only a silk cloth covering them sat while massaging his legs. Another 2 were helping him knead his shoulders. One Busta Babe kneeled in front of him while feeding him fruits carefully. This man was enjoying himself as though he was the ruler of a nation, indulging in the services of the 5 ladies as well as their mesmerizing smiles. He eyed a beautiful lady sitting opposite him, who was dressed in tight leather clothes, her hair tied up in a single ponytail, and her figure not losing out to any of the beauties present. Her exquisite features were radiating out a cold that seemed to freeze anyone who got too close. He spoke, "Lena, relax a little. It's hard to get a break like this. Why don't you just enjoy the scenery?" Lena glanced at Harriman coldly. "Harriman, our mission is to eradicate Yuzhong and destroy his factions out here. If you fool around so much that you let him go, the elders will not let you off." This handsome man and incredibly sexy woman with a sword-like aura were the strongest apostles of the Kingdom of God, Harriman and Lena. Besides them, there were 4 other people by their sides each, a total of 6 men and 2 women. They were the divine envoys brought along by the 2 of them. Harriman chuckled and poured the wine in his hand over the beauty beside him. The Elder Council? How would they question an apostle over a small matter like this? Furthermore, Yuzhong is just some yellow-skinned monkey that got lucky. Any apostle can take him down without trouble. The Elder Council actually sent 2 apostles. They're surely overestimating this monkey. As the wine in the glass poured over the beauty, the rest of the ladies began to lick it off her. This was something that Harriman loved to see. He liked to watch these beauties behaving like dogs. Although he might smile with extreme warmth, he could likewise flip and slap a woman to death. When the apocalypse happened, Harriman had not yet awakened as an evolver. He was betrayed by his pretty girlfriend for a piece of bread. He almost died at the jaws of a zombie. Ever since then, he loved to torture pretty women, treating them like dogs. Lena frowned when she watched him. After all, she was a woman. Seeing him step on and humiliate those women, she was extremely unhappy. Furthermore, she could detect his wild gaze roaming all over her at times, as though he wanted to do the same to her. In truth, if it wasn't for her strength and her worth, she would have long since become a plaything for the upper echelons of the Kingdom of God as well. One of the divine envoys, who was black, looked at Lena, his eyes filled with lust. "Esteemed apostle, we have satellites. Yuzhong's every move would not be able to escape our sight. Whatever they might be planning, they won't be able to escape what's coming for them. This battle, since we have already made the decision to wipe them out, they've no way of running. His best option is to disassemble his troops and head for the mountain ranges." In modern warfare, intelligence was vital. With the satellites in their control, the Kingdom of God could easily spy on any part of the world. Regardless of where Yuzhong wanted to attack, it would all be laid bare by the satellites. Furthermore, the 30,000 Mongolians were stacked with the help of the kingdom of God, and thus, they were filled with confidence. Even Lena did not truly believe that they would lose. She was just seeking an excuse to admonish Harriman. Harriman watched the 5 beauties struggle to lick the wine, and he laughed, before taking a syringe from a box beside him and injected himself. "Let's go!" Lena looked at the syringe and her face changed, quickly leaving. What Harriman had injected himself with was poison. After he had become an apostle, he had already enjoyed all there was to enjoy on the face of earth. Thus, in his void, he had chosen to use poison to get his high. He would become a sick pervert when he injected himself, becoming uncontrollable. Lena did not want to converse with him any longer when he was in that condition. Lena led her 4 divine envoys and left the room, going to their own places. Soon after, there was the sound of clothes ripping and the moans of the women from Harriman's room. Chapter 667. The Tyrannical Apostles. Translator. Translation Nation Editor. Translation Nation. Within a forest of about 10 li away from the outer Mongolian troops, Yuzhong had draped a layer of grass over him, as he observed the surroundings quietly. Behind him, there were 1,000 elite soldiers and 3,000 Traians. Yuzhong knew about the satellites of the Kingdom of God since a long time ago. Whatever actions he took, he knew it was hard to hide from the satellites. However, the movement of any mutant life forms in the night was able to evade the satellites. Furthermore, the 1,000 elite soldiers had spread out and gathered at this location from different locations under Yuzhong's orders. If it were a large army, there was no way he could have avoided the satellites. However, if he didn't use any tanks, armored vehicles, or assault helicopters, it was still possible to proceed. Right now, the sky had turned dark due to night, and a shadow appeared suddenly, revealing herself to Yuzhong. It was precisely the beautiful but emotionless Tenpy Osaka. She spoke coldly. "There are no problems." Tenpy Osaka specialized in assassination, and was a top-notch recon soldier in the night. After the enhancement from the God and Devil system, she had gained plenty of skills and techniques, becoming one of the top 10 recon soldiers in Yuzhong's troops. "Do it!" Yuzhong glanced at Bai Lu, as he ordered. She closed her eyes, and a spiritual wave radiated out, before she opened them and pointed to the camp of the outer Mongolians. The 3,000 Traians surged forward silently, making their way towards the Mongolian camp. Yuzhong himself led the 1,000 elites and launched a sudden attack. If it were a frontal assault, Yuzhong was not confident that he could win the numerous tanks and assault helicopters prepared by the Kingdom of God. He only had a chance with a night raid. The 10 Type 3 Traians were like a gust of wind that swiftly entered the camp and swiped their claws, beheading numerous Mongolian soldiers. 8 high-level Traians tore apart the defense line of the camp. A large number of Traians, as well as the 1,000 elites, immediately charged right into the camp and started slaughtering any living things they saw. The sounds of gunshots rang out throughout the camp, and the entire place was thrown into chaos. Many soldiers rushed out from their camps, their expressions full of fear as they ran around like headless flies. The outer Mongolia had been peaceful for a long period of time, and the soldiers were mostly ordinary citizens. After the apocalypse, due to the sparse population over a wide spread of space, many of them had survived. They were unlike the soldiers under Yuzhong, who had to fight many battles to survive, accumulating experience. Furthermore, a night raid was hard to prepare against, and it was easy for the victims to panic. With such a charge, most of them immediately fled. The scattered troops ran in all directions, leaving behind their armor and weapons. "Night raid! Come with me!" As the strongest among the Kingdom of God elites, Lena immediately reacted the moment she heard the screams. With a single punch, she blasted the wall of the caravan and leaped out, leading her 4 divine envoys out. The moment she leaped out, she saw Yuzhong with a cold look, aiming a RPG at the caravan. There were 10 other soldiers also hoisting RPGs on their shoulders. On top of that, 40 other soldiers with laser guns were aiming at them. A deadly sense of crisis arose in Lena's heart. "Kill them!" Yuzhong's eyes flashed coldly as he pulled the trigger. With a flash, 10 rockets blasted towards the caravan. Hong! 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 With a loud explosion, the caravan was instantly blasted into pieces, while Lena and her 4 divine envoys were enveloped by the debris and dust. As the rockets exploded, multiple laser beams fired out, ensuring that everything within was blasted to death. Although Yu Zhong did not know Lena's identity, he was sure that the luxurious caravan was the residence of someone of importance. The first thing he did was to ensure that no one inside could survive. "Get down!" Just as he was about to leave, a chill came over his heart, and an incredible sense of danger rang in his mind. He roared and got down on the ground. His words had just rang out when 4 large wind blades swept out from the cloud of dust, slicing 4 of the soldiers, piercing through their Type 2 mutant beast hide, and slicing their bodies in half. Witnessing this, the rest of the soldiers immediately got down. "It hurts! It hurts! Who is it? Who dares to attack me? I will kill him! I will slaughter him!" From the dust, an enraged voice resounded out, as a figure stepped out. His head had a pair of horns, his entire body was covered in black scales, his face etched with demonic runes, and a pair of demonic wings spread out from his back. His entire frame was covered with injuries, while his bloodshot eyes swiveled around. This demonic-like figure was Harriman. He was a strength, agility, spirit, and vitality quadruple attribute evolver, and had the powerful second-order ability Demon Transformation. With this skill, he had always enhanced it, reaching its level 3 potential after spending much resources and his valuable skill points. With another 3 more skill points, as well as the third-order skill book, he could immediately push it to the next realm. Activating this skill allowed Harriman to reach terrifying speeds, even faster than lightning. In a breath, he had reached the front lines, slashing out with his hands casually, and ripping the heads of 3 strength-based evolvers by Yu Zhong's side. These evolvers were level 43 and above, yet they could not even put up resistance. This was the true terror of the apostles in the kingdom of God. On the other side, a huge gust of wind blew out from the debris. As Lena stood up, her eyes flashing with murderous rage. The hurricane behind her blew forth towards Yu Zhong, as her hands waved and sent 2 wind blades out, instantly slaughtering 2 other soldiers wielding the laser guns. Yu Zhong's sudden attack had instantly decimated the 8 divine envoys before they could even do anything, leaving behind only Lena and Harriman. If it weren't for their terrifying strength, they would have also perished under the joint attacks of the RPGs and laser guns. "Yu Zhong, is that you? Very good. Die for me!" Harriman roared out as he crushed the heads of 2 soldiers, pulling their entire spine out, before laughing cruelly at Yu Zhong. He flapped his wings and charged right for Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong's gaze turned cold, as he activated his shadow steps and bone-encompassing armor. With a flip of his hands, the flaming blade made from the claw of the Type 4 flaming bird appeared in his hands. It was the sharpest weapon Yu Zhong had in his arsenal. Even the level 5 weapons he had enhanced could not match it. The only weak point was that there's no way the weapon could absorb the experience gained from killing mutant beasts. As Harriman was about to reach Yu Zhong's pupils narrowed, and he activated his gravity manipulation, enveloping Harriman. Harriman's body sunk slightly, as though he wasn't affected at all, and he reached out with his claws towards Yu Zhong's head. "Gravity skills? Just 2 times. Weak. If you want to give me some problems, it has to be at least 10 times. Fool, you can die because of your foolishness." After transforming into a second-order demon, Harriman possessed terrifying strength. His claws could rip through the hull of a tank. As long as his claws connected, even White Bone's bone carapace would crumble. Harriman grabbed forcefully, and Yu Zhong's head dissipated into nothing. Shadow clone. Harriman's heart jolted in shock and he retreated backwards. A sharp blade brushed past his chest, tearing a bloody wound. Had he been slightly slower, his entire upper body would have been sliced apart. He retreated some meters, when suddenly, dozens of laser beams fired at him. He flashed from his position, and the laser beams shot past his original location, creating holes in the ground. When he reappeared, there were a few more light wounds on his body, as well as a 25mm bullet hole in his right wing. Even his demonic body had no way of defending against laser beams. Great, great. Yu Zhong, you're truly someone who has gotten close to the Apostle's strength. You even have such powerful subordinates. Seems like I need to exert more strength to kill you. Let me kill all your subordinates first. Then I'll deal with you. Today will be the day you die. I will capture your women and turn them all into bitches. Ha ha. Ha ha. Harriman's eyes turned red as he laughed out manically. With a single step, he managed to leap over dozens of meters. He reached out with his right hand and instantly tore the head as well as the spine of a level 40 strength-based evolver. It was a horrifying sight. Chapter 668. Intense Battle with the Apostle. Translator. Translation Nation Editor. Translation Nation. Harriman weaved in and out of the soldiers like a demon, clawing the brains out of the evolvers, as fresh blood splattered everywhere in a horrific manner. Strength-based evolvers were killed instantly by him, while agility-based evolvers could barely withstand his first blows with their blades before they were killed by the second. In just a short breath of time, 6 evolvers that had followed Yu Zhong since Vietnam and had killed many enemies of his were instantly killed. Yu Zhong pointed at Harriman and bellowed, "Yin Shuang! Kill him!" Yu Zhong's strength was tyrannical, but his speed could not compare to a quadruple attribute evolver with a second-order demon transformation. If Harriman attacked him, he could still endure and take on the blows, but he had no way of preventing him from killing his subordinates. "Yes, Father. Yin Shuang will go kill him now." Yin Shuang smiled brightly at Yu Zhong, before shooting forward with the speed of sound, aiming for Harriman. In just a short breath, Yin Shuang had appeared in front of him, her eyes radiating with a cold and cruel killing intent. Her pale little fists exploded towards his brain. Harriman's preferred method of killing was to grab the head and pull out the entire spine of his victims, while Yin Shuang caused her opponents' heads to explode with her strength. Harriman looked at Yin Shuang with a hint of excitement as he grabbed out with his massive claws. "Ha ha! What an outstanding little girl! Good, good. This trip to China was worth it. After I capture you, I will train you properly." Harriman's claws could tear apart even a tank. He would obviously not fear the fists of a little girl, even if she was an evolver. Yin Shuang's little fists brought about a terrifying whistle as it shot through the air and landed on Harriman's claws. With a loud blast, Harriman's entire right arm was blasted apart, along with his entire shoulder. Harriman himself was sent soaring through the air for about 70 and 80 meters as he spat out a mouthful of blood. As he got up, he spat out more blood and stared at Yin Shuang in shock. "How? My defense in this form is absolutely invulnerable. Even heavy-caliber bullets can do nothing to me. How could I have been injured by a little girl?" After transforming into a second-order demon, Harriman's strength was at least 5th amongst the apostles. Even the first-ranked apostle could not blast his arm apart with a single blow. Yin Shuang's feet dug into the ground after sending Harriman flying, then shooting right for him immediately, her little fists flying towards his head. Harriman no longer dared to face her, and flapped his demonic wings and flew into the sky. In his transformed state, he could fly for a short while. Yin Shuang continued to chase after him, leaping up into the sky with the speed of a cannonball, appearing in front of him, and her eyes flashed with a cold light as she brought her fists towards him again. "Dark Do Chi!" Harriman's eyes flashed in response, as a dark energy surged out of him, covering his entire left arm, blocking in front of him. Yin Shuang's fist blasted the dark Do Chi that enveloped Harriman's left arm, and he was sent flying once more, spewing out blood. However, under the enhancement and protection of the dark Do Chi, Harriman's left shoulder was not destroyed by Yin Shuang's strength. "I'll kill you. Then Father will reward me. You can die." Yin Shuang continued to smile sweetly, yet evilly at the same time, as though she was a raptor eyeing her prey. Yin Shuang is truly formidable. Yu Zhong watched how Yin Shuang was dominating one of the powerful apostles, and his eyes flashed with a complicated gleam. He then turned around and discovered the other apostle, Lina, currently slaughtering his subordinates. Lina was an apostle that controlled the wind, and she was also a quadruple attribute evolver with stamina, spirit, agility, and vitality as her stats. She wore a set of equipment that was all based on the wind, and her combat strength was on another level. In the time that she lifted her hands, she could fire multiple wind blades of various sizes that sliced up the soldiers. When Yu Zhong was engaging Harriman, Lina had already killed 7 evolvers who were level 40 and above. Go to hell! Just as Lina was about to continue killing, Hua Ran bellowed, his entire body covered with his blood do qi, as he slashed towards her. Seeking death. Lina's eyes flashed with a cold light as she retreated slightly, pointing at Hua Ran and sending multiple invisible wind blades towards him. Although Hua Ran could not see the wind blades, his experience was abundant, and he could discern the directions they were flying from. He broke through the onslaught and charged towards Lina like an enraged lion. Lina continued to send out wind blades at him, and the sheer numbers managed to slice and injure Hua Ran in many places. As one of the apostles, her control over the wind blades was exceptional. Even Type 3 mutant beasts would have difficulty preventing her from slicing through their hide. Hua Ran's eyes flashed with a vicious light as he bore through the wind blades, charging right for Lina, and activated his ability Giant Cleave together with his blood do qi, slashing at Lina. As the Mongol king in the past, Hua Ran was also a peak-level evolver, and his combat experience was not lacking. While he might not reach the power of an apostle, he was not to be underestimated. Lina watched the incoming blade, her face finally showing an expression of shock. With a flash, a white shield materialized and blocked in front of her. Hua Ran's earth-shaking strike slammed into the white shield, and with a loud shatter, the white shield broke apart, not impeding the cleave of the blade in the slightest. However, the shield brought a sliver of time, enough for Lina to conjure a gust of wind, sending her body soaring up in the air. She flew above Hua Ran and made to claw at his head with her blades. As long as she activated her skill, countless wind blades would turn Hua Ran into meat paste. That was the difference between Hua Ran and an apostle. Just as she was about to activate her skill, her face fell and conjured her wind to bring her higher. At the next instant, a laser shot passed her original location. Had she continued to use her ability to kill Hua Ran, she would be blasted into herself. Hua Ran heaved a sigh of relief and retreated a few steps, staring at Yu Zhong with a complicated gaze as he said, "Thank you." Yu Zhong had saved his life again. Had he not acted, Hua Ran would have been dismembered. Every single apostle had a lot of resources at their disposal and went through countless battles. Even Yu Zhong did not possess the confidence to win every single one of them. "Let's work together to kill her," Yu Zhong barked out as he aimed his laser gun again to fire at Lina. On the other side, the rest of the soldiers continued to fire their own laser guns, and many beams rained upon her. Lina's eyes flashed, and she pointed, causing a tornado to appear out of nowhere, blowing towards the rest of the soldiers. Under that intense gusts, most of the soldiers could not open their eyes. Yu Zhong fired the laser gun in his hands continually, but she dodged them easily. After evading 3 shots, she looked at Yu Zhong coldly and pointed, sending her signature wind blades at him. A moment of danger arose in his heart, and he activated his shadow steps before he rolled to the ground and sought cover. Those dense wind blades tore into Yu Zhong's original location, causing many scars on the ground. Under Lina's skillful control, the blades seemed to have their own lives as they chased after Yu Zhong. Pong! Just as Yu Zhong was about to be sent fleeing by Lina, the clear sound of a gunshot sounded from afar, as a bullet made straight for Lina's head. The bright bullet that was enhanced blew through the countless wind, protected and shot in between her eyebrows. Just as she was about to have her head explode, the treasure bronze necklace of protection flashed with a profound light, enveloping her. The bullet landed on that green shield and blasted apart the huge green shield. A gust of wind blew past, and the smoke was blown away, revealing Lina, whose hair had been split apart, her face bearing 2 new scars and her clothes in shambles. From afar, the number 1 sniper by he under Yu Zhong's forces eyed Lina coldly from atop a tree in the distance, leaping down as he moved towards another location. Chapter 669. Hitting the Apostles Hard. Translator. Translation Nation Editor. Translation Nation. Lena managed to block that powerful shot, her beautiful eyes finally gleaming with a cold light. As an apostle, she was one of the toughest and strongest, but against Yu Zhong's elites, she actually felt a sense of threat to her own life. The fact that she could kill 8 high-level evolvers while under the joint attacks of Yu Zhong, Hua Ran and the rest of the 60 evolvers proved that she was strong with no doubt. If there was no Yu Zhong, Hua Ran, or Bai He, Lena could definitely slaughter the rest of the 60 evolvers. After she blocked that terrifying sniper shot with a flash of her body, she disappeared from her original location. A few laser beams shot past Lena's shadow. Other than Bai He, there were a few other top snipers amongst Yu Zhong's subordinates. It was just that they didn't possess the uncanny skills and abilities of Bai He. Compared to him, they were not as good, and because of that, they didn't manage to hit Lena. Yu Zhong watched Lena disappear, his eyes flashing with a vicious glint. He immediately channeled his dark Do Qi, and the dark layer of energy started to envelop his body, and he disappeared from his location as well. At the next instant, Yu Zhong had already leaped into the air, appearing beside Lena, and sending a powerful, oppressive fist right at her. Seeking death. Lena noticed that Yu Zhong had appeared and her eyes also flashed with a fierce glint. Her fair hands pointed at Yu Zhong, and multiple wind blades shot at him. Die for me! As numerous wind blades blasted Yu Zhong's body, it caused his bone carapace to be chipped away. Many black bone chips were shattered, however, under the protection of his twice-enhanced dark Do Qi. His defense was still pretty tough. It withstood the multitude of wind blades, and he charged right at her, sending a fierce fist at her face. As she was about to be blasted right in the face, Lena flipped her hands, and a white shield appeared again to block in front of her. Break for me! Yu Zhong yelled out in anger, and his right fist was enveloped by his powerful devil flame, slamming into the white shield. The terrifying second-order devil flame burst out, causing the white shield to shatter. At the moment of its destruction, Yu Zhong sent a sharp bone spike out from his fist right at Lena. As long as it penetrated her face, he could instantly kill this apostle from the kingdom of God. Lena had never expected Yu Zhong's attacks to be so insidious. Her face flashed with a trace of shock, and at this critical juncture, she burst forth with her terrifying strength as an apostle. With a thought, a gust of wind slapped into the bone spike, sending it off target. The spike was broken with that powerful gust of wind, and it brushed past her face, giving her skin a deep gash as fresh blood flowed. Lena relied on her strength and her experience to break away from Yu Zhong's strike when an even more dangerous premonition arose in her heart immediately after. She activated her control over the wind to dodge to another side. Pong! Following the loud and clear sound of a gunshot, a bullet that was enhanced shot over, blasting onto her left hand. If it were under any normal circumstances, she would have been able to dodge the bullet of snipers. However, right in front of her, Yu Zhong was an opponent she could not afford to underestimate. Her attention was wholly on him, and hence, her left hand had been taken out. Even then, she was truly an elite of the kingdom of God. At the first moment, she had flown even further into the sky, shooting a glare of hatred at Yu Zhong, before flying away into the distance. Yu Zhong landed from the sky as he watched Lena fly away with a glint in his eyes. What a pity! If only I could fly. As a Dark Knight, it was likely that further down the evolution line, he could possibly gain some flight-related abilities. However, as of now, it was rare for most others to gain flight. The few skills that could do so were wind-related. The moment Lena fled, Yu Zhong turned to face Harriman, who was being beaten by Yin Shuang. As he continued to spit blood and retreat, Harriman was truly an existence that even Hua Ran could not take on. However, Yin Shuang was a life form that was born out of the mutant-infected womb, and she used her strength and agility to suppress Harriman entirely. If it wasn't for his ability to fly, Yin Shuang would have pummeled him to death long ago. Harriman saw that Lena had fled, and his eyes flashed. He gritted his teeth and spat out a mouthful of his blood essence, as his wings shone with strange runes. As he flapped them, his entire person turned into a terrifying beam of black light that shot through the clouds and disappeared. The skill he used was a level 4 blood escape skill, which only those with demon blood or dark-related classes could use. When used, the person could immediately get away from the battlefield with insane speed. Likewise, the aftermath of the usage was horrendous, causing the user to only recover his or her optimal fighting strength after half a year. Shit! Yin Shuang watched Harriman escape, as she sighed in frustration. Although her power was beyond imagination, she could not fly, and could only watch as Harriman fled. Yin Shuang returned to Yu Zhong's side, her face slightly downcast as she spoke somewhat dispiritedly. Father. Sorry. Yin Shuang did not manage to kill the bad guy. Yu Zhong reached out to ruffle her head and chuckled. It's all right. Yin Shuang has done well. Yin Shuang immediately broke into a bright smile. Father has praised me. Under this strange education by Yu Zhong, Yin Shuang had become even more fearsome, to the point of not blinking when she took lives. Bai Xiaoshang came up to Yu Zhong, his face contorted in grief. Leader, we lost 23 brothers. Harriman and Lina were simply too ferocious. Under the crazy assault, they were still able to kill 23 of Yu Zhong's evolvers. Many of them were old comrades that had followed Yu Zhong for a long time, through Japan, country Guangxi, the Central Plains, and they were sadly killed by Harriman and Lina. Yu Zhong was filled with rage, as he gritted his teeth. They will not die in vain. I will make those bastards pay the price of blood. The moment the two apostles fled, the rest of the outer Mongolia crumbled, and the soldiers fled in different directions, while many others surrendered. They weren't fighters in the first place, and after the apocalypse, they were even more untouched and had not really experienced any battles. With Yu Zhong's night raid, they had killed over 6,000 soldiers, with 3,000 that escaped, and another 20,000 that surrendered. They had 30,000 assault rifles, a dozen tanks, 100 over machine gun-mounted vehicles, and some tens of assault helicopters. All these fell right into Yu Zhong's hands, together with their resources and flocks. Regardless of how advanced the weaponry was, the users were still humans. If the 30,000 Mongolian soldiers were like the elites of Kingdom of God, they would have given Yu Zhong some trouble. Damn it! Damn Yu Zhong! You actually injured me to this extent. I will not let you off. Within a forest of the Central Plains, Harriman's face was pale, as he cursed out. By now, he had dissolved the demon transformation, and he looked extremely weak. Lina looked at her disembodied left hand, bearing the pain as she cursed. He has already defeated the troops and gained all their equipment. In this region, no power could possibly stand up to him. What other means can we use? Harriman could not help but burst out in unhappiness. Those outer Mongolians were a bunch of trash. 30,000, and they were actually defeated so easily. Fools. Useless. What were the elders thinking, using those clowns? To even give them the resources from Russia as well. Now they are all in Yu Zhong's hands. It's going to be tougher. No one could have expected the outer Mongolians to crumble so easily. Even Yu Zhong, who had launched the night raid, did not think he could have won so easily. After the night battle, with the resources in hands, Yu Zhong was truly like a tiger that grew wings. Since he had expended a lot of resources in the battle with the zombies, he had suddenly gained a refill. Since the Kingdom of God controlled a large part of the earth, their resources were truly magnificent. In order to defeat Yu Zhong, they had deployed a lot of resources and weapons. Now they had ended up in his hands, and he could arm 3 regiments with them. Lina's face was sullen as she replied slowly. There are many experts by his side. It would be hard for the 2 of us to deal with him. We definitely need to activate at least 12 divine envoys and 36 backup envoys. Maybe an additional adjudicator troop as well. Chapter 670. Erek. Translator. Translation Nation Editor. Translation Nation. Lina, Harriman were 2 of the strongest amongst the Kingdom of God elites, and few could measure up to them amongst Yu Zhong's people, other than Yin Shuang. However, this time they had suffered such a loss because the 8 divine envoys had died before they could even exhibit anything. The original number of judges by their side did not number more than 50, and before they had even reacted, they had been assassinated one by Tenpi Osaka. Because of this, Lina and Harriman were ambushed by Yu Zhong's forces. Harriman thought of Yin Shuang and his eyes flashed with trepidation. What was that little girl by his side? How is she so terrifying? Even after my demon transformation, I could not even compare with her. Whenever Harriman shifted to his second-order demon form, he was extremely tough. Even heavy-caliber bullets could not pierce him. Grenades would just cause him to be scratched slightly. Yet, his resilient body could not even withstand a single hit from Yin Shuang, and he could not help but feel some fear towards her. Lena replied softly. There was nothing in the intelligence report. At first, it seemed like she was one of his favorites that he kept around him. Seems like it is more than that. If she isn't a powerful evolver, she's likely an intelligent biological life form from the apocalypse. Harriman's eyes flashed with shock. Highly intelligent being? Like that strange thing in South America? She's actually something like that. Since the kingdom of God was active all around the world, they knew many things. Lena's reply was solemn. That's right. 3 of our units had been wiped out by such a being over at South America. It seems that everything had collapsed over there, and there's no human resistance any longer. It's a playground for the zombies. South America was originally an important location to the kingdom of God, and yet it had actually become a zombie land. Hearing this, Harriman frowned. As one of the apostles, he had always gained his intelligence easily. Therefore, he would rather focus on drugs and women. In the end, he was only aware of little things that were going on. He knew that there were biological entities similar to Yin Shuang over at South America, but did not know that the forces of the kingdom of God over there had already fallen. With the flow of time, zombies and mutant beasts would evolve constantly. The kingdom of God had made use of their intelligence and people to expand quickly. However, they discovered that their enemies grew and were stronger as well. Some of them were the local hegemons, like Yu Zhong or Hua Ran. However, some were zombies and mutant beasts. Even a horde of over millions in numbers would give the kingdom of God a headache. Many of their troops had been run over by the terrifying zombies. Harriman looked up at the sky. Regardless, we have to head back first. I would need to spend at least a month in the recovery pod. There were the sounds of helicopter motors roaring as a Thunder fighter arrived at their location. Both of them had GPS capabilities in their suits. As long as they did not lose them, they could receive reinforcements easily. Harriman and Lena had not gone long, but the results of their battle had traveled to the headquarters in Europe. This news caused a tremor amongst the upper echelons of the kingdom of God. After all, in order to ensure success, they had not sent any troops directly, but they had still provided a hefty amount of resources and equipment on the Outer Mongolians. After losing their weapons, their military might suffer by about 70% over at Outer Mongolia and Russia. Furthermore, there was no other chess piece they could utilize against Yu Zhong anymore. Those damn Outer Mongolians. What a bunch of fools. We've given them so much help, yet they lost so badly. What trash. They're worse than the Vietnamese. Why did we work together with them in the first place? We must have been blind. With their defeat, our power in the East has already suffered. How can we prevent that tyrant Yu Zhong from expanding? I feel we should deploy our elite troops in India and send at least 5 army corps over to the Central Plains. There's already such enmity between us. It is the best chance to eradicate him. No way. We're still consolidating our power at India. Furthermore, it's a haven of resources there. If we were to deploy so many of our troops, the local powers will rebel. Then do we just let Yu Zhong do as he wants? Based on the satellites, he had already conquered Bayan City and Baoshi City in Mongol. If he continues like this, his power would only grow. He already has a quarter of the entire China in his hands. Sooner or later, he would become the only power of the entire China. It won't good news to us by then. Yu Zhong's power has already consolidated. I feel we shouldn't invest any more troops over there. If it's too little, there's no way to fight too many, and our other locations will suffer. We need to focus our strength and eradicate the zombies over at Germany. We haven't fully dealt with the situation over there. Germany had about 80 million zombies, and such a number was basically a nightmare to any power. The Kingdom of God had established plenty of bases everywhere. However, they only managed to conquer a few industrial cities locally. It was not that they didn't prioritize their local area, but that the kingdom of God was originally a worldwide conglomerate. Due to that, after the apocalypse, they had swiftly utilized their different divisions to obtain resources and build up their bases. Since then, while they had responded and expanded the fastest, their power was still too widely spread out, and their strength was being chipped away little by little. In truth, many of the elders hoped that they could tighten their circle and redeploy some key personnel to deal with the 70 million zombies in Germany, having lowered the number from 80 million. However, by transferring personnel, not only did it require the necessary equipment and fuel, the various bases would also be affected. Some locations might even be wiped out the moment their people were transferred out. This caused the head of the kingdom of God to be in a dilemma. Every location could provide a huge amount of resources and people to the main base. That was how the entire faction had grown so powerfully in their research and grooming of their apostles. If Yu Zhong had not meddled, the laser gun design would have landed in the hands of the kingdom of God. With their technology, they would have developed the laser guns much faster and armed their troops, propelling the might of their soldiers. If the kingdom of God lost their bases outside of the country, after Harriman and Lena were injured, they would not have gotten their support. Thus, every single base was important to the kingdom of God. No, I think it should be possible to bargain with him. Benefits of trade between countries, since he already has the qualifications to negotiate with us. The Outer Mongolia and Russia have no way of recovering from this defeat. We need to allocate the resources back to our main base. Erek roared out with fury. No! We must wipe him out. We have to kill this bastard. I recommend sending 4 apostles as well as 2 judges' corps to deal with him. It would definitely be enough to eradicate him. He's too dangerous. We cannot let this guy continue to live any longer. Erek was a staunch supporter of a single power. He wasn't willing for another hegemon to appear in the East. It would not be beneficial to their kingdom of God. After the apocalypse, the current period was where the humans fought to evolve. Erek believed that humanity would win the zombies and mutant beasts with their intelligence and strength. After that, they would then regain their cities and seas. By that time, it would be a struggle between humankind, and he did not wish for another contender to rise. The elder Jonas listened to everybody, thinking long and hard before replying. Erek, you shall head to China and work with the Greater China Alliance, and eradicate Yu Zhong. 10th Apostle Wade, 11th Apostle Wilson, 12 Divine Envoys, 36 Divine Envoys in waiting. A battalion of judges and 3 battalions of adjudicators will follow you to China. I want Yu Zhong dead. Erek replied in delight. Yes, great elder. I will definitely kill Yu Zhong. 2 apostles, 12 divine envoys, 36 divine envoys in waiting. A battalion of judges and 3 battalions of adjudicators was a force that could decimate an entire country. Erek thought of the command of this elite troop under him, and he trembled with excitement. Jonas stared at Erek and spoke coldly. For months. If you can't take him out in 4 months, you can kill yourself. Erek's face turned pale, before he regained the ferocity in his eyes. Yes, great elder. Chapter 671. Ain Shan Mountain Range. Translator. Translation Nation Editor. Translation Nation. After eradicating the troops of Outer Mongolia, Yu Zhong had gained a huge amount of resources. He made use of them to launch an assault in the direction of Huhi City. The big-head mutant zombie did not continue to harass Yu Zhong. Instead, it summoned the zombies from Huhi City and made their way further northeast. After collecting the 3 million zombies from Huhi City, the entire horde swelled to a size of over 4 million again. Yu Zhong watched the horde advance towards the northeast, and although he was extremely worried in his heart, there was nothing he could do to impede them. Yu Zhong had somewhat guessed that the commander behind this horde wanted to amass as many zombies as it could, before seeking him again. If the numbers were to exceed 10 million, then it would truly be a nightmare for humanity. This was what Yu Zhong was most afraid of. There were over 10 billion zombies in China. If they were to gather, just 1 billion of them could overrun Yu Zhong and his bases. The zombies continued north, allowing Yu Zhong to swiftly recover the cities and rescue the emaciated survivors from various corners. Many survivors were assigned to work in the different factories. As the numbers of survivors swelled, other than the military factories, the rest of the steel, coal, and clothing factories began to operate again. The entire Central Plains soon regained some semblance of society, as well as prosperity. The Ain Shan mountain range seemed endless, and after the apocalypse, countless mutant plants had overrun the entire place, while mutant beasts had herded together. It was not a place that humans could survive in. One particular bespectacled male, who was haggard and only dressed in a simple turf-woven fabric, his skin tanned, was currently searching for food carefully on the ground. His name was Lei Yun. He was a botanical expert before the apocalypse, and when the apocalypse happened, he had followed a number of survivors as they fled into the mountain range. At the start, the city was filled with zombies and mutant beasts. It was easier to survive in the Ain Shan mountain range then. However, the mountain range started to evolve as well, with countless plants transforming into man-eating plants. What was once edible disappeared, and animals also started to mutate and hunt the humans. What was the scariest was that some people gathered together to lord over the rest. The lives of the ordinary people became extremely tough. Lei Yun was one of the survivors that escaped from the cruel factions within the mountain range. His eyes suddenly brightened as he crawled on the floor and dug the ground with his callus-filled hands, obtaining a stalk of edible wild grass. After digging out that wild grass, Lei Yun continued to look around for food. Although there was plenty of vegetation that can be seen on the Ain Shan mountain range, most of them were inedible. Lei Yun saw some people bursting apart, with vines growing out from within. On top of that, there were some who even spat out blood before turning into corpses. Lei Yun was also relying on his prior knowledge of botany to find some wild grass that could be eaten. As to those he didn't recognize, he didn't dare consume. As he bent down, there was the sound of rustling in the tall grass nearby. He went rigid, only to discover 5 militants dressed in gray clothes, with blades and shields on their backs appearing in front of him. "There's somebody. Not bad. Looks like our group is pretty lucky." One of the men had scars on his face, and as he laughed, his expression looked savage. Lei Yun's face flashed with despair, and he threw the wild grass in his hand, turning around to run. In the Ain Shan mountain range, the humans were scarier than mutant beasts. They would capture ordinary people to be slaves after they were utilized. They would consume these slaves like wild beasts. There were mutant beasts and wild vegetables that were not existences normal humans could deal with. At the same time, edible vegetation was rare. In comparison, humans were the weakest link and also a form of food. The man with scars was instantly enraged, and he charged right after Lei Yun. "Damn it! You dare run after seeing this senior? Are you tired of living?" Lei Yun had starved constantly, and his body was malnourished. There was no way he could handle the man with scars. In just a few steps, he was grabbed by the man, who pushed him down onto the ground. Lei Yun immediately yelped in terror. "Don't kill me! Don't kill me! I know which wild vegetation can be eaten. Please spare my life. I can help you look for food." The leader, who was a burly man with deep-set eyes, spoke solemnly. "Tiger, don't use too much force. If you kill him accidentally, we won't even get our merit points." Tiger immediately let Lei Yun go, but not before staring at him. "Got it, kid. Don't run. We don't even want your wild vegetables. If you dare run again, even if this senior was to be reprimanded by the higher-ups, I will still hack you." The man with deep-set eyes asked Lei Yun coldly, "Kid, what's your name?" Lei Yun trembled a little as he looked at them and replied carefully, "I'm called Lei Yun. I was a botanist before the apocalypse. I can recognize many mutant plants and find at least 5 types of edible plants." Su Wei pulled out a chocolate bar from his clothes and handed it to Lei Yun. "I'm Su Wei, the captain of the Scum Battalion, 3rd Battalion, 2nd Company, 3rd Platoon, 1st Squad. We're here on orders to look for survivors in the mountain range." "Lei Yun, do you know if there are any other survivors out here?" Tiger's face turned black. "Captain, can we not report our full names? The title of the Scum Battalion is too humiliating." The rest of the armed men chuckled bitterly. Su Wei's face was indifferent. "It's a fact. Those who are in the Scum Battalion, which of us are not scum? If you want to get rid of such a label, other than working hard to gain merit, There's no other way. Lei Yun received the chocolate bar with care, his eyes turning moist. These chocolate bars were something he would not even eat before the apocalypse. Now, any single one could get him a night with a woman. Lei Yun suppressed the urge to swallow the entire thing together with the wrapping, as he assessed the 5 men in front of him. I know the situation of a faction that's about a 100 li from here. Lei Yun pointed to a small hill, saying, atop that hill, there's a faction calling themselves the Tiger Head Clan. There's a leader, 5 fighters, and 13 women. The leader is called Nangong Tianfeng, and his weapon is a thick blade. The 5 fighters all use wooden bats. Inside the Yinshan mountain range, it was already something for these small factions to possess a melee weapon. After all, they had mostly brought along worthless currency at the time of their escape. Hearing this, one of the soldiers became excited. Captain! 19 survivors, this time we can gain 95 merit points. Adding to our past efforts, if we save a few more, we can finally gain freedom from the Scum Battalion. Let's go all out. Searching for survivors in the mountain range was a dangerous job. The task was delegated to these scums. For every survivor found, the party would earn 5 merit points, equivalent to killing 5 zombies. Ordinary scums would need 40 merit points to regain their freedom as citizens. Thus, these soldiers were extremely excited. Yu Zhong wasn't worried that these soldiers would run. After all, in the Yinshan mountain range, danger was everywhere. If they tried to flee with their ordinary strength, they would just become meals for the mutant beasts or nutrients for the mutant plants. Although the training was tough for the Scum Battalion, they still suffered casualties on missions like this. In certain situations, they even had to become cannon fodder. Those who went against orders would be directly executed. They could eat their fill, and from time to time there was meat. At the same time, when cleaning up zombies in cities, they would scavenge for resources and get to keep some for themselves. Compared to the wild, it was a lot better than in the Scum Battalion. At the same time, if any of those who fled from the Scum Battalion were caught, they were instantly executed or sent to become research subjects. These people were thus afraid of Yu Zhong. Su Wei frowned and asked, "Are there any enhancers up there?" Lei Yun eyed the weapons on their backs with envy. "No. Nangong Tianfeng used to be some small-time hoodlum and learned some martial arts. He shouldn't be an issue for you guys." A ferocious glint appeared in Su Wei's eyes. "Good, brothers. Let's go." The Tiger Head Clan turned out to be some mountain cave, and there was only one man who was wielding a wooden bat, patrolling outside with obvious boredom, from time to time, looking into the cave. Inside the cave, there were the sounds of moaning. "Do it!" Su Wei came up carefully and shot towards the man with the wooden bat. When the man saw Su Wei with his huge blade, he immediately turned pale and kneeled. "Spare me, Lord! Spare me, Lord! I surrender! That easy!" The rest of the men were speechless upon seeing this scene. Chapter 672. Tiger Wolf Army. Translator. Translation Nation Editor. Translation Nation. Su Wei barked coldly and charged into the cave. "Continue!" 3 of the soldiers followed Su Wei and charged into the cave. They discovered 4 naked men tangled with 11 women, while 2 other younger girls were crouching at a corner. There was a stench in the cave. One of the males immediately stood up upon seeing Su Wei and his men, grabbing the blade beside him as he stared at them. "Who are you people?" Su Wei looked at Nangong Tianfeng coldly. "You're Nangong Tianfeng? I'm Su Wei from the Scum Battalion, the 3rd Battalion, 2nd Company, 3rd Platoon under the command of Leader Yu Zhong. We've been tasked to search for survivors in this mountain range. It's not too late if you surrender now. Otherwise, only death awaits." Nangong Tianfeng looked at the strong and burly men and let out a long sigh. He threw the blade in his hands away. "I surrender." Tiger looked at all the naked women as a lustful look appeared on his face. "Captain, I've not touched a woman in a month. There are over 10 here. Shall we take our time to enjoy them?" The rest of the squad also stared stupidly at the women. They were all criminals of some sorts. That was why they were banished to the Scum Battalion. Not a single one of them did not enjoy women. Being cooped up in the Scum Battalion for so long, they were close to losing control. Su Wei laughed coldly. If you want to toy with them, by all means. Let me remind you though, playing around with a woman while on mission, you'll have to kill another 60 zombies or gain 60 merit points. These 11 are free for you guys to fuck around with, but if you touch those 2 girls, I will kill you. I'd rather not have you guys drag me down. I still want to enter the Tiger Wolf Army. Hearing Su Wei's words, the rest of the squad immediately sobered up. It wasn't easy to earn those merit points. 60 points were enough for them to get out of the Scum Battalion, and with some excess cash to boot. 10 merit points were enough to exchange for $50 of the new currency. Outside, $50 was enough to get a woman for a night. $50 could get them a fresh and clean woman who was considerably prettier than the women in front of them. They would be able to enjoy themselves for an entire night without worrying about anything else. The women in the cave were dirty and smelly and had traces of whatever the other men left on them. The squad immediately felt that it wasn't worth it. As for the 2 Lolas, there was an order in the Scum Battalion. Should there be any case of rape of underage children, the perpetrator would be caught and executed. The entire unit would be equally liable as well. The Tiger Wolf Army was a unit newly set up by Yu Zhong, with plenty of enhancers that managed to leave the Scum Battalion. They had all undergone tough training and killed many zombies. Their resolves and mental fortitude were on another level. At the same time, they were conditioned to listen to orders, and they were the best soldiers. Many of those who earned enough merits and felt that they could not re-enter society would aim to enter the Tiger Wolf Army. As a member of such an elite unit, they would regain their pride, position, and strength. Bai Xiaoshang was the current commander of the Tiger Wolf Army, leading them to use system equipment to continuously enhance and evolve themselves. It was a unit that was made up entirely of enhancers, and every single soldier inside was a tough elite. Tiger considered the matter from all perspectives and felt that giving into his lust wasn't worth it, and a look of pity flashed in his eyes. "Forget it!" Nangong Tianfeng looked at them and spoke carefully. "Sirs, you're here to search for survivors, right? I am familiar with the area. I know where there are survivors." Su Wei and the rest were all strong and well-equipped, their faces ruddy. It was easy to see that they were well-fed. Nangong Tianfeng might claim to be a leader of this cave. He had to starve frequently. Not to mention his subordinates, most of them were barely skin and bones. That was why the moment Su Wei and the rest appeared, they instantly surrendered. They were simply not in a position to resist. Su Wei's brows arched slightly as he threw a chocolate bar to Nangong Tianfeng. "Oh, that's great. This is your reward." Nangong Tianfeng's eyes flashed with delight the moment he received the chocolate bar, and nodded profusely to express his thanks. "Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir." The rest of the survivors within that cave looked on with envy and hope. They had not eaten anything sweet in a long while. This simple chocolate bar was even more appealing than lobsters and luxury food. Nangong Tianfeng walked out the cave and pointed to a direction. "Sir, after you cross this hill, in about 1 kilometer, there's a camp with over 300 survivors. Their leader is a pretty strong evolver." Nangong Tianfeng looked towards Su Wei after he finished. Evolvers were a terrifying existence, and they had incredible abilities. Even special forces from before the apocalypse weren't a match for them. To him, this squad of 5 were not a match for that evolver. When Su Wei heard those words, he frowned. "Evolver? Seems like this is beyond us. I need to notify the Tiger Wolf Army and request for reinforcements." Su Wei pulled out a walkie-talkie and reported, "Hey, it's me, Su Wei. My squad has discovered a large survivor base. There should be about 300 people inside, and there's an evolver requesting backup from the Tiger Wolf Army. 300. Damn. Well done. Su Wei, you guys have contributed greatly. Stay where you are. I'll immediately get the guys from the Tiger Wolf Army to head over." From the other end, an excited voice sounded. Soon, a unit of about 50 people with helmets, camouflage uniforms, and assault rifles arrived in front of Su Wei and the rest. "Strong. This unit is strong. They have so many guns." Nangong Tianfeng looked at the 50 soldiers and his eyes flashed with shock. Within the mountain range, as long as someone had weapons, they could establish a small force. 50 gun-toting militants were enough to eradicate and crush many other factions within the mountain range. The leader of this unit, Lun Yo, slapped Su Wei on his shoulders and exclaimed, "Well done, Su Wei. As long as we can rescue those 300 survivors, you'll definitely be able to enter the Tiger Wolf Army." Su Wei's eyes flashed with a resolute light as he responded, "Yes, this battle, your subordinate Su Wei hopes to follow Commander in, and pleads Commander to grant this request." Lun Yo eyed Su Wei and chuckled, "Fine. Follow us then. We'll show you the strength of the Tiger Wolf Army." Led by Nangong Tianfeng and Lei Yun, Lun Yo brought his 50 subordinates and arrived silently on the opposite hill. They discovered that the peak was surrounded by a wooden fence, with 4 sentry posts with 2 soldiers at each post. There were also 8 soldiers at the main entrance, and within the camp, there were many simple wooden houses. Lun Yo brought 8 soldiers and walked out from the grass, firing his gun at the sky as he hollered, "The people inside, listen up. Throw down your weapons and kneel to surrender. Otherwise, everyone will die." The moment the gunshots rang out, the soldiers turned pale and ran into the camp. "A bunch of fools. Open fire." Lun Yo's eyes flashed with unhappiness as he raised their weapons and fired at the fleeing soldiers. Following the dense gunfire, of the 8 fleeing soldiers, 6 fell to the ground, while the remaining 2 got down on the ground and trembled uncontrollably. The intense gunfire alerted the leader within the camp, and a skinny evolver, Shun Tui, led 30 subordinates and rushed out the camp. Shun Tu looked at Lun Yo and his party, his face full of shock and anger. "This brother? I'm Shun Tui, the chief of this Tianyang camp. We have no enmity between us. Why did you kill my men?" Lun Yo stared at Shun Tui, barking, "I'm Lun Yo, the commander of the Tiger Wolf Army 2nd Battalion 3rd Company, 1st Platoon. We're under the command of Leader Yu Zhong, here to extract your people. Shun Tui, you can surrender now and we can let you live or choose to resist and die. You only have 3 seconds to consider." 3, 2. A ferocious glint appeared in Shun Tui's eyes as he roared, "Brothers, prepare for battle." Shun Tui was happy with his life as the ruler of his small camp and wasn't willing to submit to anyone else, nor give up his authority. Pong! Right after Shun Yui had shouted, 4 sniper bullets fired out. One pierced the head of Shun Tui. Although he was a strength-based evolver, he could not withstand a single shot from a sniper. "Those who resist will die. Everyone get down. Otherwise, we'll kill without mercy." Lun Yo roared out as he pointed his gun at the subordinates of Shun Tui. Another 10 fully armed soldiers walked out from the forest behind, their guns trained on the men of Shun Tui. The men from the camp were all afraid, as they threw their guns down and kneeled to surrender. The entire camp was thus easily conquered by the Tiger Wolf Army. Powerful! Nangong Tianfeng watched how Lun Yo easily smashed the resistance of Shun Tui, and he was filled with even more fear and awe towards them. Even more so, the mysterious leader Yu Zhong behind them. After they took down this camp, with Nangong Tianfeng's help, the Tiger Wolf Army continued to bash a few more camps around the area and rescued a total of 2,000 survivors. Chapter 673, 8-Leaf Blue Plant. Translator. Translation Nation Editor. Translation Nation. There were numerous survivors in tattered clothes scattered throughout the Yinshan mountain range. Currently, the riders of the 2nd Brigade, the new 4th Brigade of the Tiger Wolf Army, as well as the soldiers of the Scum Battalion 3rd Battalion were all keeping their eyes on the survivors. Many of the factions, regardless of size, were easily breached by the soldiers of the Tiger Wolf Army, and the leaders either submitted or were killed instantly. The frail and weak survivors were all squatting on the ground, carefully sipping their hot porridge. There was a look of satisfaction on their face. The hundreds of soldiers from the Scum Battalion were holding whips as they eyed the survivors. The moment any of them tried to snatch the food of any others, they would face the wrath of the soldiers, suffering a number of whips before being to the back-end support of the Scum Battalion. Within the mountain range, many small factions had appeared due to the small-time tyrants, and countless depraved deeds had been carried out. For those who had engaged in crimes too heinous, they were instantly decapitated. Those who committed severe crimes were sent to the Scum Battalion to be reformed and trained before becoming soldiers. A Hummer rolled over from the distance, entering the mountain range. The moment the doors appeared, Yu Zhong, Yin Shuang, Ji Qingwu, and a few others came out. Lai Ming-yi came forward to salute them. "Leader! Leader!" One by one, the rest of the commanders also came behind Lai Ming-yi and saluted Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong waved his hands and dismissed them. "Go to your things, don't bother about me." Yes. Most of these commanders were all soldiers that were deployed over from Guangxi and Hunan and knew Yu Zhong's character. They left one by one, with only Lai Ming-yi remaining behind. Under Lai Ming-yi's lead, Yu Zhong came to Lei Yun and asked, "The report about a missile base in this mountain range, is it true?" A missile base was a top secret in the country, and it was the first time Yu Zhong had heard about something like this. If he could gain control over this base, he would gain a terrifying trump card against his enemies. Lei Yun looked at Yu Zhong with a little fear. "It's true. I stayed near the base for a period of time once. At the start of the apocalypse, I came across the base together with a few officials. However, the base only allowed the officials in, not us ordinary people. I've remembered the location, though. In Lei Yun's eyes, this is the leader of the mighty troops. He was extremely clear on the frightening might these people possessed, and anyone who was suspicious was dragged out to be executed. They didn't look like some motley bunch, and he wasn't willing to antagonize the leader of these powerful soldiers." Yu Zhong was satisfied. "Good, you're Lei Yun right. As long as the information is real, I will award you with $1,000. Lai Ming-yi smiled at Lei Yun, saying, $1,000 can buy you a 1,000 jin worth of rice. You're truly lucky." Lei Yun immediately expressed his thanks profusely. "Thank you, leader. Thank you, leader." Those who did not starve would not truly understand the value of 1,000 jin of rice. With it, Lei Yun could eat his fill for an entire year. Lei Yun spoke. "Leader, I have an additional piece of information." Yu Zhong's eyes were filled with curiosity. "Oh? What is it?" Lei Yun pulled out a few items. A piece of debris that was the size of 2 fingers, as well as a blue plant that had sprouted 8 leaves. Handing them to Yu Zhong. "Leader, this is a mutant plant that I discovered. The flowers can secrete a strange liquid that is incredibly hard after drying. Based on my conjecture, the hardness of the dried-up liquid is even harder than metal and can be applied over armor." Yu Zhong took the items and used his strength to pinch. His strength of 12 times a normal person exploded out, which could twist even a steel bar, but the hardened debris was fine. His eyes brightened, and he threw the item on the ground, pulling out his level 5 crocodile tooth saw blade and slashed the debris. The blade landed, but the debris was still undamaged. Yu Zhong picked it up again, and to his surprise, his blade that could slash apart the hull of armored vehicles could not even leave a mark on the debris. It was obvious that the hardness of this liquid was many times tougher than metal. Yu Zhong turned to fix his gaze on Lei Yun. "Do you know if there are more of this mutant plant?" Lei Yun pulled out 5 blue seeds. "I know. I even collected a few seeds. Before the apocalypse, I was a botanist." Yu Zhong looked at Lei Yun and his eyes flashed with a look of appreciation. "Good, Lei Yun. I now appoint you the head researcher over the Central Plains Mutant Research Institute. Your responsibility is to conduct research on the various mutant plants of Yinshan Mountain Range. Your rank is captain, and your first task is to collect more of this 8-leaf blue plant." Lei Yun thanked Yu Zhong excitedly. "Yes, thank you, leader. Thank you, leader." Lei Yun knew that once he entered Yu Zhong's group of personnel and become an officer, as long as Yu Zhong did not fall, he would not have to worry about his future. Yu Zhong turned solemn. "Lai Ming-yi, send an experienced soldier to protect Lei Yun. The matter of this 8-leaf blue plant is top secret. Do not let anyone else know about it. The secretion of this plant could harden to become a material even tougher than metal, yet so much lighter than it. It had a wide variety of usage. It could be made into defense vests, airplanes, tanks, and much more. If it had landed in the hands of any faction before the apocalypse, it would have become a precious resource. If it were in the hands of any ordinary person, it would be useless, but in Yu Zhong's hands, with his many facilities, it could be exploited fully, just like that laser gun and the Sky Fortress design. Lai Ming-yi immediately replied, "Yes, leader." Yu Zhong then replied, "Before that, Lei Yun, take us to the missile base." "Yes," Lei Yun replied respectfully. Under Lei Yun's guidance, Yu Zhong deployed a battalion of Tiger Wolf army soldiers and headed up. "It's right there." From afar, Lei Yun pointed towards a tall mountain. Yu Zhong looked towards the direction, noticing a long road extending all the way up the mountain. It was obvious that this road was the only road to the missile base. Yu Zhong and his troops followed the road all the way, eradicating about 20,000 soldiers, and came to a large iron door. Outside the door, there were 4 security cameras, sweeping across his party. Yu Zhong came to the gate and his voice rang out, "My name is Yu Zhong. I hope to talk to your leader." Behind this door was one of China's missile base, and there were all sorts of missiles and rockets inside. Although Yu Zhong had the confidence to blow down the door, he didn't want to take the risk. Right now, within the compound, inside the command center, 20 men in uniform were arguing. One of the officers looked at the display, his face scowling. This bunch of militants actually dare to set their sights on the country's property. What galls! To many of these old-timers, they weren't willing to let the weapons of the country fall into the hands of private individuals. Yu Zhong and his people were obviously not here in any official capacity. Hearing the words of the officer, the rest of the military men exchanged glances, before a young officer spoke up. "Colonel, I think that we should talk to them." The colonel turned and rebuked. "Nan Gongyan, what are you thinking of? What is there to discuss with these bastards? Don't tell me that you want to betray our country and our citizens." Nan Gongyan stared right back at him and retorted, "Colonel, it has already been a year since we last heard from the central government. What does this mean? The central government has already most likely fallen. If we continue like this, we will only starve here. We should go out and interact with them and find out who they are. If they're reliable, I feel that we should the base over." The colonel was utterly enraged by Nan Gongyan's words, and he pulled out the gun at his waist, his body trembling as he roared, "You! I will execute you, traitor." Nan Gongyan closed his eyes and said softly, "By all means, Colonel. Holding ourselves up here is no solution. There's no entertainment, nor hope. I'm going insane. If you want to kill me, do it, please. I hope that you can retain some consideration for the rest of the people." After the world changed, many people had holed up within this missile base. Many could not take the life anymore and they committed suicide. Even within the military, many killed them. The rest who remained were slowly losing their rationality. The colonel looked at Nan Gongyan and the rest. "What are you doing? You want to surrender to those people? I want to live on. I want to eat my fill. I want to see the sunlight." After a moment's hesitation, most of the military men stood up one by one. Chapter 674. Obtaining the Nuclear Bombs. Translator. Translation Nation Editor. Translation Nation. The colonel looked at his subordinates with a flash of hurt in his eyes. He sighed and turned the gun to his own temple, closing his eyes and pulling the trigger. Pong! Following the gunshot, the colonel slumped to the ground slowly. He wasn't willing to betray his own principles and hand this base to Yu Zhong. However, he could not bring himself to kill his subordinates. Furthermore, he had already lost his loved ones to the zombies. There was nothing holding him back. Thus, he committed suicide. "Colonel! Colonel!" Seeing that the colonel had committed suicide, the soldiers under him could not help but shed tears. This superior of theirs had treated them well and fairly through the years, and they were upset that he had chosen to die. "Colonel, we're sorry." Nan Gongyan came up to the body and saluted, before going to the monitors and spoke into the mic. "I'm the one in charge of this nuclear base, Nan Gongyan. Who are you people?" Yu Zhong replied, "I'm the leader of the Central Plains, with over 1 million people under me. I hope to receive this nuclear base peacefully. As long as you hand the base to me, whatever requests you may have, I can grant them if they're not too overboard." When negotiating, both sides had to display their might. Without it, who would be willing to yield? With 1 million survivors under him, He had the qualifications to persuade the soldiers to submit to him. After being silent for a while, Nan Gongyan asked, "What's the situation with the central government?" Yu Zhong replied, "The capital had already fallen, and it is a land of zombies now. If the capital hadn't collapsed, and the government had not crumbled, the situation wouldn't have been so bad. In fact, in the first half of the year during the apocalypse, many places were still waiting resolutely for the orders from the government. However, with the flow of time, since there was no communication, the various leaders started to get their own ideas. Even after a year, there were still many loyal old guards who were still believing in the government, unwilling to hand the state's resources to private mercenaries like Yu Zhong. Nan Gongyan contemplated for a moment, before replying, "I need you to promise our safety. Furthermore, I hope you'll allow all of us here to remain as a troop. If within a year we find that it's hard to integrate with your troops, we hope that you'll allow us to leave with a certain amount of rations then." Yu Zhong thought for a while. "I promise you. However, I need you to teach my troops how to use the equipment here." Nan Gongyan heaved a sigh of relief. "Okay." Both sides came to an agreement, and the huge iron gate was finally opened. A number of survivors in tattered clothes, as well as a putrid stench, came out. There were over 200 survivors inside the base with 60 soldiers. The rest of them were their families and other high-ranking officials. Nan Gongyan came up to Yu Zhong and saluted. "Nan Gongyan greets leader." Yu Zhong did not stand on ceremony, and immediately ordered, "Give me a detailed report on the situation inside." "Understood." Currently, there, Nan Gongyan immediately reported everything he knew to Yu Zhong. Inside the base, there were at least 15 intercontinental missiles armed with nuclear warheads within the base, instantly giving Yu Zhong a terrifying trump card. When Yu Zhong heard this, he was instantly overjoyed but managed to calm himself down. It was something he could only use as a last resort when things seemed bleak. Otherwise, he wouldn't even consider it against the zombies. The moment those missiles were launched, the Earth would be plunged into a radioactive environment. He would have to worry about the possibility of the zombies and mutant beasts further evolving. However, with them, he at least had a trump card. Should there be anyone who dared to threaten him with missiles, he would be able to retort. After obtaining this base, Yu Zhong quickly assigned his most loyal subordinates over and began the training under Nan Gongyan. Having made his preparations, Yu Zhong went back to Ho-Hot City. Lei Yun had obtained a large number of the 8-leaf blue flowers with Lai Mingyi's help, and after returning to Ho-Hot City, they established a research center to begin research into the mutant flora. At the same time, Li Guang and Hua Ran led 2 troops to continue pushing towards the east, annihilating many zombies and recovering countless cities and towns. The main bulk of the zombies had already been collected by that mutant zombie, leaving behind very few that could not withstand the assault of the 2 well-equipped forces. As the rate of reclaiming cities grew, more facilities and some military bases were discovered, and the resources were distributed to the 1st Regiment, 2nd Brigade, and the 4th Brigade. Hua Ran's 3rd Brigade was armed with plenty of firearms, and the amount was just sufficient. As for tanks, armored vehicles, unmanned drones, IFVs, and assault helicopters, they weren't provided any yet. However, even without all those, the 3rd Brigade was still able to make use of their tools and wits to wipe out small zombie hordes. At the same time, Hua Ran made use of his system equipment to train up a decent number of enhancers. On this day, Hua Ran was leading 3,000 riders into a county to lure out the zombies. They prepared some traps and managed to lure the zombies into the traps before killing them. Hua Ran watched his troops struggling to perform the old-fashioned way, his heart feeling slightly sour. Our equipment is still lacking. Compared to the 1st Regiment and 2nd Brigade, there's no way to compare. The 3rd Brigade had the lousiest equipment, and while everyone had a gun, they were all old antiques. They couldn't even compare to their melee weapons. As to the melee weapons, Yu Zhong was generous. Whatever the 3rd Brigade needed, the factories would churn them out and deliver to the 3rd Brigade. Hua Ran was clear that the 3rd Brigade was no match for the 1st Regiment, 2nd Brigade, and 4th Brigade in terms of weapons. If they were to revolt, even the 4th Regiment that was comprised of ex-Scum battalion members would be able to take them down easily. Right as Hua Ran was thinking to himself, 13 soldiers in military clothing suddenly appeared from a corner. The 13 soldiers had just appeared and immediately, rifles were trained on them. The aura exuding from the numerous enhancer experts caused them to not dare make rash moves. Is this Yu Zhong's troops? They don't seem to be much. The leader of the 13 soldiers assessed the equipment of Hua Ran troops inside. Hua Ran glanced at them and asked, "Who are you?" The leader replied solemnly, "I'm Dong Han, and I'm the envoy sent by the Greater China Alliance. We hope to meet leader Yu Zhong." Hua Ran summoned a decent evolver and gave an order. "Oh, got it, Zhali Mu. Send them to Ho Hot City." "Understood." Zhali Mu responded, and led 100 soldiers to escort Dong Han and his party towards Ho Hot City. Is this Ho Hot City? They already reclaimed it. The moment Dong Han and his men entered and saw the bustling streets, their hearts were rocked and their eyes filled with shock. They didn't dare believe their eyes. Dong Han came from the Greater China Alliance, and they had already conquered a few counties, but they didn't dare touch the major cities. In the past, they had tried to attack a city once, and the wave of 1,000,000 zombies enveloped their troops. Those alive managed to flee, but they had suffered a great loss then. Ho Hot City was a major city and had over 2,000,000 zombies in the past. Such a city was actually reclaimed by Yu Zhong. This caused Dong Han and the rest to feel astonished. What was even more shocking, the streets were filled with food stalls and vendors. Food was precious in the apocalypse, and even in the territories of the Greater China Alliance there weren't such scenes. After all, the moment there was a display of food, countless people would go crazy. And yet, since Yu Zhong had reclaimed many cities and obtained a huge amount of resources, adding on to his research of the mutant rice tree, his food output was enough to support his territories. Since the other factions had not reached his level, they could not do what he did. Dong Han and his men watched the look of bliss and contentment on the faces of the people here. They couldn't help but feel envious. This place of Yu Zhong is truly prosperous. Ho Hot City seems to already regain its former stability. The Greater China Alliance claimed to have a wide reach, but each of their territories was governed by some small-time characters, and they came together to form the alliance. All of their places had not yet recovered to a degree of stability, and the weak were still preyed on by the strong, and there was still lawlessness everywhere. If it weren't for their own convictions, Dong Han and the rest might have been tempted to join Yu Zhong already. Chapter 675. Strategic Granary. Translator. Translation Nation Editor. Translation Nation. Dong Han came up to Yu Zhong, assessing him carefully as he spoke with a neither overbearing nor servile attitude. "I'm Dong Han, the envoy from the Greater China Alliance, pleased to meet leader Yu Zhong." Yu Zhong replied indifferently, "The Greater China Alliance? Whatever your motive, just say it." Dong Han's gaze turned fervent as he spoke. "Leader Yu Zhong, our leader Shimin Tianxiong was a minister before the apocalypse. Our Greater China Alliance is orthodox. I'm here on official orders, representing the country and citizens, hoping that you'll join us. We can work together to kill the zombies and restore the glory of our country. As long as you're willing to join us, Leader Shimin is willing to confer upon you the position of a chairman of the China Development Committee. You will receive plenty of benefits. In the future, if we successfully reclaim the entire country, based on your contributions, you can become one of the 10 great founding fathers and receive the respect and admiration of our people." After the apocalypse, Shimin Tianxiong had been one of the few surviving ministers and was also one of the most powerful politicians in the past. Because of his status, he had easily gained control over a surviving troop near the capital. At the same time, many factions decided to join him. The military only served to obey, and since Shimin Tianxiong was one of the ministers, many soldiers were willing to follow his command. Thus, his rate of expansion had been naturally smoother than Yu Zhong. Dong Han looked at Yu Zhong with a look of confidence. Using those previous words about the country and orthodoxies, he had managed to persuade countless factions. Most of Shimin Tianxiong's troops were in fact won over by Dong Han's words. As long as he brought out promises of glory and riches, those commanders naturally gave in and joined Shimin Tianxiong. Yu Zhong's eyes flashed with a strange light as he replied mildly, "Chairman of the China Development Committee? You want me to hand over the control of my troops?" Dong Han continued to persuade, "That's right. Leader Yu Zhong, whatever you've been doing is considered privatization, and if we're to pursue matters, your actions have already violated several laws and regulations. However, as the times are different, you have saved many people. As long as you surrender your military might, the government would not fault you for your actions and allow you to continue to contribute to the country. In the future books, you will be known as a hero for everyone to learn from. Yu Zhong looked at Dong Han with a sardonic smile. Enough of your bullshit. This has all been established with my own efforts. Do you want to take it away from me? Fight me for it. If you're here to talk nonsense, you can scram. Just a little minister and he wants to represent the country and citizens? What a joke. Currently, Yu Zhong had over 2 million survivors under him with over 40,000 elite troops, and Dong Han actually intended to try wrestle control with just words. It was impossible for Yu Zhong to give in. The moment Yu Zhong gave up his military command, his subordinates would be purged. Even his own life would be threatened. If he gave up his military command, his life, possessions, and women would end up in the hands of others, and his fate would no longer be his to control. How could he agree to such conditions? Even if he agreed, his subordinates would not. They had vested interests, and would definitely not agree to surrender to this Greater China Alliance. One bespectacled man beside Dong Han had a furious expression as he barked. What guts! How dare you speak in this manner? You're going against the country and people. Yu Zhong frowned, and one of the soldiers by his side, Niu Guangming, shot forwards and slapped the bespectacled man harshly. His teeth were knocked out, while Niu Guangming spat. Shut your dog trap. Leader didn't get you to talk. You guys better be obedient. Seeing how ferocious and violent Niu Guangming was, Dong Han and his men were frightened. Dong Han knew that his words had no meaning anymore. He hesitated a while, gathering his thoughts. Our Greater China Alliance would like to form an alliance with you and join forces to take down a granary of the capital. Are you interested? When Yu Zhong heard this, his eyes flashed with bewilderment, and he asked with suspicion, The granary is such a precious resource. How would you guys be so kind as to share with us? The strategic granary of the capital had the ration to feed over 10 million people. It was truly a precious resource. Its importance was on par with most armories, and if Yu Zhong himself came in possession of it, he would definitely not share. Dong Han continued, There's a huge mutant beast horde there, with mutant cats, mutant dogs, mutant snakes, mutant cockroaches, and all sorts of strange beasts. Our Greater China Alliance is unable to breach through. Therefore, they have sent me to contact you to recover this granary. Yu Zhong pondered, before asking, After we reclaim it, how are we splitting it? Dong Han responded smoothly, 50/50ths. Without missing a beat, Yu Zhong retorted, 70/30ths. 70 belongs to me. You guys take 30. Dong Han frowned, 45/55ths. 60/40ths. 60 me. 40 yours. Dong Han immediately broke into a smile. Deal. 60/40ths it is. In any case, there are enough rations there. 40% will suffice for us. You're truly easy to work with. Yu Zhong eyed Dong Han with appreciation and asked curiously, Dong Han, you're a smart person. Why did you start off with that bullshit? Dong Han responded with a strange glint. It's not. Leader Yu Zhong, I have used those words to persuade countless people. Some words, if I don't use them, how would I know what the other party thinks? If I wasn't that forthright, who knew if you were actually willing to join us or not? Yu Zhong's eyes lit up and he assessed this man again, his respect and admiration growing. Dong Han, I appreciate your skills. How about working for me? Dong Han was smart and knew when to retreat. His reaction was smooth, and he was truly a professional at communications. Yu Zhong had gathered a number of experts beneath him, and the closest he had was only Lien Dezhong. Dong Han chuckled, Thank you for your praise. Leader Yu Zhong, I'm still a person of the Greater China Alliance, and have no intentions of leaving it as of now. Yu Zhong's eyes flashed with disappointment. What a pity! Dong Han replied, Other than joining forces to take down the granary, our Greater China Alliance also hopes to buy rations from you. Yu Zhong asked, Oh, what do you intend on using to purchase? Dong Han replied, Pearls, Gold, diamonds, antiques. Yu Zhong's face turned sullen as he replied coldly, "We only use weapons, mutant beast meat, mutant beast materials, and fuel. 1 gene of mutant beast meat can exchange for 3 gene of rations. The weight of military weapons shall be the weight of the food exchanged. Mutant beasts materials will use another form of trading value. For now, the hides are our priority. 1 gene of fuel can exchange for 1 gene of food." Dong Han immediately chuckled bitterly. All these that Yu Zhong was asking for were what the Greater China Alliance also sorely needed. It was especially so for the military firepower. They were stringent even on ammunition. Although the Greater China Alliance had opened a few weapons facilities, they were still lacking in factories. Every bullet they spent was a bullet gone. Fuel was also a precious resource now. Without it, tanks and other vehicles could not move. As to the mutant beast parts, they were all vital materials in armor and weapons. They were obviously reluctant to give them up. Dong Han pondered before gritting his teeth. "Leader Yu Zhong, we're willing to exchange 4 top beautiful virgins in exchange for 400 tons of rations. I can assure you they're definitely on par with top models. You'll definitely like them. After we take down the granary, we're willing to give you 4,000 tons of rations." Yu Zhong's gaze turned savage. "No. If you want to exchange manpower, it's possible. I want experts in the fields of optoelectronics, machine manufacturing, computing, doctors, and any other professional fields. Every expert will be exchanged for a set amount of rations. Other than those, I want all beautiful virgins and a large number of them. Every one of them will be exchanged according to my standards as well. Many of my subordinates are still single. You can also exchange with children, every child for 2 gene of rations. As to other women, 1 gene for 1. Dong Han heard this and his scalp turned numb. He could only agree. "All right." Yu Zhong then embraced Shui Yatong beside him, planting a kiss on her cheek. As he spoke, "Oh right, I'm still lacking some precious stones. My darling here loves them, as well as pearls and the mutant beast's nucleus. This time you may use those nuclei to exchange. The bigger they are the better, the more value in the trade. If you do this well, I'll treat you well." Dong Han looked at Yu Zhong somewhat enviously. "Understood." After both sides had come to an agreement, Dong Han left the place, returning to the Greater China Alliance. Xielu County was a small town near Zhangkou City. There were people within the town, and from afar, one could tell that there were survivors gathered in the town. This was the headquarters of the Greater China Alliance. Chapter 676. The 5 Heads of the Greater China Alliance. Translator. Translation Nation Editor. Translation Nation. The Greater China Alliance was one of the largest factions in China. Their reach extended across the country with 60-member groups. The survivors under them also numbered in the millions. Their headquarters was at the Xielu County near the capital. The president of the alliance was Shimen Tianxiong, and he had gone to Xielu County to do a routine inspection. He managed to avoid the initial devastation of the apocalypse and made use of his position to gather troops, establishing the alliance. The survivors of the entire alliance were definitely in the millions, but they were all spread out, and thus the actual number in Xielu County was only about 200,000. Inside a lavish mansion, 5 men sat on a sofa and stared at Dong Han. "You're saying that he wants experts in the optoelectronics, mechanical engineering, and medical fields?" One elderly man frowned, his face flushed. This was the president of the alliance, Shimen Tianxiong. Dong Han replied, "That's right." A middle-aged man of about 35 to 36, dressed in a suit, asked slowly. "Seems like his ambitions are big. He has already considered the future as a governing body. He isn't simple." This was one of the 5 heads of the alliance, Chan Weihua. He had been a boss figure in the past and awakened as an evolver. He relied on his own power to become one of the top figures within the alliance. Another man with a thick gold chain around his neck and branded clothes, with system rings as well as jewelry around his fingers, spoke out. "You guys are overestimating him. The fact that he wants so many women proves that he's just some lustful person. He won't amount to much." This particular man was called Zhang Delong, and he was a farmer in the past, awakening during the apocalypse with immense strength. He was one of the rare triple attribute evolvers and made use of his strength to carve out a territory for himself before being inducted into the alliance. A neat and handsome man with gold-rimmed glasses and a slicked hairdo spoke out coldly, his gaze icy. He doesn't want just women, he wants to populate. This man was called Su Xinghe, a low-level cadre from before the apocalypse. After awakening as a peak-level evolver, he used his wits and abilities to climb up the ladder, ending up as a head figure. He could tell Yu Zhong's motive. There was a remaining military personnel with sword-like brows and a strict demeanor. He was called Zhang Jianxing. He was the commander of the army, and although he and Shimin Tianxiong were ordinary people, he had the command of the army and was one of the head figures of the alliance. Zhang Delong squinted and asked with an honest look, "Oh? Why population? He already has 1 million survivors, he shouldn't be lacking in manpower." Su Xing he had seen through Yu Zhong's objectives and replied slowly, "His ambition is huge. He wants us to exchange experts because he lacks those talents. He wanted women because he wants to promote childbirth. Without women, how could he grow his population? As for the children, he could groom them and they would rely on him and become his loyal supporters in the future. He doesn't have to worry about men because as long he implements his plans, he could win the men from our hands. He's truly crafty and hard to deal with." Hearing his analysis, the rest of the heads fell silent, their brows furrowed, and found themselves agreeing with his words. Chan Wei Hua asked Su Xinghe, "Xinghe, what should we do then? We don't have enough resources." Xielu County had 200,000 people, and every day, their consumption was huge. Shimin Tianxiong had already tried restricting the outflow. Other than the 10,000-strong army and 4,000 subordinates of the 5 heads who ate half their original meals, the rest of the survivors could only get gruel. Even then, it was still an astonishing dwindling of their rations. If it weren't for their scavenging troops heading out to look for food, they could not support themselves. Yu Zhong's power had already reached the borders of the Greater China Alliance, and they found themselves stuck between Yu Zhong's harsh terms of exchange and their own resources. Even if there weren't any major operations, they could at most hold out for another week. Zhang Delong continued squinting and suggested, "Why don't we try attacking the granary first? Since there are mutant beasts there, we should be able to gain some meat from there." Su Xing he shook his head and rejected. "There should be at least 10 Type 3 mutant beasts. If we don't send all our forces, we will definitely lose. But then, if we did so, Yu Zhong would take the chance to attack us. Then whatever we have built up, we would lose." Type 3 beasts were no joke. Each of them was terrifying existence. Yu Zhong had 10 Type 3 Traiants with him, and each time he launched a night raid, their rate of slaughter was extremely terrifying. Chan Wei Hua asked, "Then what?" Su Xinghe's eyes flashed with fervor. "We can only exchange the people. Once we hold out for this period and implement that plan, we will recover whatever we've lost." Shimin Tianxiong turned silent, before his gaze also turned resolute. "All right, let him be smug for a while." Shimin Tianxiong had made his decision and sent over 1,000 experts and professors in various fields, as well as a large number of women towards Hohhot City. Yu Zhong also kept his word, sending the rations over. Without his support, Xieli County would have faced a catastrophic food shortage. In this exchange, Yu Zhong gained a large number of talents, as well as a huge pile of precious stones, diamonds, and mutant beasts nuclei, of which he had obtained 13 Type 3 nuclei, 60 Type 2 nuclei, and over 200 mutant beast nuclei. After the Greater China Alliance received the food, they began to send envoys to urge Yu Zhong to join forces with them to attack the granary. Yu Zhong wasn't particularly in a rush, instead, sending Huaran and Lai Mingyi as well as their 2nd Brigade and 3rd Brigade to continue on their mission to wipe out the zombies in the surrounding counties, before reclaiming those territories. The horde controlled by the mutant zombie had continued northeast, and although they weren't moving towards the capital, there were still a lot of zombies in the nearby counties making their way to congregate. However, these zombies were slowly being cleared by Yu Zhong's troops before they could join up with the rest. The Greater China Alliance watched as Yu Zhong continued to reclaim territory after territory, and they couldn't sit still, feeling the pressure, and they started to deploy their own troops to conquer the other towns. There were over 14,000 soldiers in the Greater China Alliance. Although they had no way of contending with a million-strong horde, they could still deal with tens or hundreds of thousands in those small counties. Yu Zhong watched them and didn't send any troops to attack them. After all, the zombies at the capital were too many, over 2 million. At the same time, there were too many people in the surrounding towns and counties. With just Yu Zhong's factions, even using 15 missiles would not be able to wipe out the zombies fully. Thus, as long as the Greater China Alliance attacked the zombies instead of him, he could still tolerate their existence. Just as both factions went on their tacit understanding in clearing the zombies, there was a sudden movement from the 3 million zombies in Zhongkou City. They left the city and formed a wave that made its way towards the capital. Yu Zhong sent many unmanned drones to conduct reconnaissance on the zombies, and the moment the zombies left, he immediately deployed the Tiger Wolf army to head there and clean up the remaining zombies. He reclaimed the city before the Greater China Alliance even had a chance to react. The Greater China Alliance was plunged into a sudden disadvantage. They realized they were suddenly surrounded on 3 sides by Yu Zhong's factions. Left with no choice, they could only continue towards the northeast direction and conquer 2 cities and other smaller villages. Although they conquered the 2 cities and annihilated over hundreds of thousands of zombies, they lost hundreds of soldiers and wasted a large amount of ammunition. Their military strength suffered a huge loss. Under their efforts, Zhongkou City was jointly shared by Yu Zhong and them. Both sides maintained an impasse. They didn't dare to attack Yu Zhong, and Yu Zhong wasn't willing to wipe out this ally that could help kill the zombies. Yu Zhong knew that if he wanted to swallow them, he would have to pay a huge price as well. In the end, forcing them to fight the zombies wasn't a bad choice. Chapter 677. Arrival of the Beast Horde. Translator. Translation Nation Editor. Translation Nation. By now, the Central Plains had an established governing cabinet, and the troops had cleared out the zombies near Zhongkou City according to plans. Having secured the control of Zhongkou City, Yu Zhong then led the 1st Regiment and its armored division, the 2nd Brigade, the 3rd Brigade, and stationed them in Zhongkou City. After resting for a few days, Yu Zhong personally led the 2nd Brigade and 3rd Brigade, together with the 10,000-strong army of the Greater China Alliance, as they made their way towards the granary in the city. The Greater China Alliance also sent out their longtime commander Zhang Jianxing, their strongest evolver Zhen Delong, as well as the crafty evolver Su Xinghe. Along the way, although both troops maintained their guard against each other, both sides had the common goal of taking down the granary. Hence, while tension was high, there wasn't any exchange of fire. Under those conditions, both armies entered Nanmin Town. The zombies in Nanmin Town had already been cleared out by the recon soldiers sent to investigate the granary previously. By the time they entered the town, it was in the evening. Both armies occupied half the town each and began to prepare their dinner. Yu Zhong's troops ate rice as well as broth, together with their luncheon meat, mutant beast and mutant fish meat, whereas the soldiers of the Greater China Alliance only ate bland cornbread. The Greater China Alliance had managed to gain a large amount of corn and cornflour after obtaining 2 cities. Thus, their meals became cornbread. As for canned meat, luncheon meat, and all sorts of nourishing food, these were only issued to the higher command, and the ordinary soldiers could not eat them. Shit! They got some really good food there. One of the Alliance soldiers came back to his own camp, looking at the 2 cornbread in his hands, and thought back to what Yu Zhong's side was eating. He could not help but curse in envy. Another soldier bit into his cornbread and spoke. "Be content. 1 month ago, we didn't even have enough to eat. It's already good that we could eat our fill now. Not so long ago, the Greater China Alliance was facing a food shortage, and few among their troops could eat their fill. Compared to then, they were truly in a better position." Another soldier looked around before speaking in a low voice. "Did you guys hear? The leader over there is called Yu Zhong. He had already led his troops to conquer Hohhot City, Baoshi City and Zhongkou City, and many other places." One soldier grumbled, "I should have known. We stayed so long in those lousy places. How can we compare with others?" On one side, there was a valiant leader who had gone to conquer the whole of Central Plains, while the other had kept themselves holed up in a few broken cities. The soldiers were naturally unhappy. They were, after all, humans with their own thinking and not undead zombies that only knew to follow orders. That same soldier spoke softly. Then do you know? It seems that if any of us were to go over and pass their questioning, we could become one of them. As a soldier there, not only is there meat to eat, if one gains enough merit, they can get their own wives and form a family again. The soldiers were immediately stirred, as they crowded around in a bid to make things clear. Is that for real? In the camp of the Greater China Alliance, many small groups started their own conversations, and many were tempted to join Yu Zhong. There were over 10,000 soldiers in the Greater China Alliance, and they comprised of the survivors that had joined in the past year. Their sense of belonging wasn't as strong. Especially with a situation where they couldn't eat their fill, they were naturally dissatisfied. In the dark of the night, as night fell over this town, many pairs of eyes lit up in the distance. A sea of mutant rats came rushing towards the town. Mutant beasts! The mutant beasts are here! Both Yu Zhong and Zhang Jianxing had been cautious and deployed many experts to be on sentry. The moment the mutant rat horde came close, the alarm was sounded. The moment the alarm rang out, all the soldiers got ready and gathered in their positions. After they got in position, there was a huge difference in the troops. Yu Zhong's soldiers had been through countless battles with zombies and mutant beasts. After the battles, their experience had groomed them into elites. The moment they heard the alarm, they had swiftly gathered under their respective commanders. As for the Alliance troops, many were just living meal to meal and had not undergone any formal training. They gathered in a messy manner. Some even began to panic. That was the difference between a well-trained troop and a motley bunch of people. What an elite troop! Zhang Jianxing saw the soldiers under Yu Zhong responding so efficiently, and he looked at his own subordinates. His lips pursed and a chill overcame his heart. It was not that Zhang Jianxing did not know the importance of training. However, the Alliance had always been lacking in food, and if they trained without proper nutrition, it would be dangerous. Their previous food shortage simply did not allow them to. However, it was not that they lacked elites. 1,000 elite soldiers got into position with a similar speed to Yu Zhong's troops and followed their orders to take up their defenses. Yu Zhong came to the front lines of the town. At this time, a number of flares lit up the night and area, and everyone could see the sea-like horde of mutant rats making their way towards the town. Open fire! Bullets flew from the Alliance, blanketing the mutant rats. Yu Zhong watched them and did not issue any order to fire. Instead, turning to Bai Lu and commanded, "Do it! Eliminate them!" Bai Lu closed her eyes, and like a goddess, she waved her hands and a spiritual wave spread out towards the nearby Trey ants. 3,000 Trey ants charged towards the mutant rats the moment they were touched by the spiritual wave. The 3,000 Trey ants charged right into the horde of mutant rats, using their sharp claws to tear the mutant rats apart. These were all creatures of above level 20. Their barks were tough, and the claws of mutant rats could not pierce through easily. The claws of the Trey ants were much sharper in comparison. The 3,000 Trey ants had stood guard outside the town like rocks, and faced the incoming wave of mutant rats, tearing them apart and gobbling up their corpses. These Trey ants still had room for evolving. As long as they consumed enough flesh, blood, and essence, they could become stronger. The commanders of the Alliance looked at Yu Zhong and his 3,000 Trey ants, their eyes flashing with envy. Strong! They could actually command such freaks. Over at their own side, while their soldiers were firing at will, many of the mutant rats managed to breach their defenses and bit their soldiers to death. However, they made a swift reaction, as a number of fire trucks drove forwards and fired a few arrows with oil into the rats, and lit them up. Long walls of flames instantly appeared, separating some of the mutant rats, and forcing many of them towards Yu Zhong's direction. The Trey ants managed to hold off the huge horde of mutant rats, as any of them that managed to reach the Trey ants were instantly sliced apart. Soon, there was a mountain of mutant rats' corpses in front of the 3,000 Trey ants. As for the human soldiers, they watched quietly as the two opposing sides of mutant creatures tore each other apart. From time to time, one or two of the Trey ants would be broken down by the combined attacks of the countless mutant rats. However, many more Trey ants would retaliate. The intense battle continued for an entire half-hour, after which, there were suddenly terrifying roars that resounded from behind the mutant rats. A number of mutant dogs, mutant cats, mutant lizards, mutant snakes, mutant scorpions, mutant tigers, mutant apes, mutant gorillas, and other variants all appeared, bringing a terrifying pressure. Fire the cannons! Fire the cannons! Yu Zhong watched the swarm of mutant beasts and his eyes narrowed as he gave the order. Among the sea of mutant beasts, there were many Type 2 mutant beasts and giant ones. They were not something that the Traiants could handle. Should the Type 2 mutant beasts charge through, the 3,000 Traiants would be immediately ripped apart. Hong! 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 Yu Zhong's troops and the Alliance troops brought their own heavy artillery, and both sides began to fire, as powerful missiles rained down upon the mutant beast horde, blasting large patches of them into oblivion. Heavy firepower was the answer to dealing with mutant beasts' hordes. As long as the missiles landed, even a Type 4 mutant beast would be heavily injured. Of course, a single round could instantly kill a Type 2 or Type 3 mutant beast, but it was not the case for a Type 4 mutant beast. Under the rain of heavy artillery, many of the mutant beasts were killed, but much more managed to evade the rain of heavy fire and charge towards Yu Zhong and the Alliance. Chapter 678. Fierce Battle with the Mutant Beast Horde. Translator. Translation Nation Editor. Translation Nation. There were numerous Type 2 mutant beasts charging for the two armies, each of them possessing a terrifying strength. Facing those Type 2 mutant beasts, many of the soldiers of the Alliance began to pull out their rockets and grenade launchers, firing at the Type 2 mutant beasts, injuring them gravely. However, even so, the Type 2 mutant beasts managed to charge through their lines and began to unleash mayhem and hell upon the soldiers. With the support of the other soldiers, the Alliance paid the price of 50 lives before killing the Type 2 mutant beasts that had breached their defenses. Over at Yu Zhong's side, 300 soldiers wielded laser guns and fired from afar. The laser beams pierced the heads of the Type 2 mutant beasts, continuing through some of the other lesser mutant beasts behind them. When the soldiers of the Alliance saw the laser guns in the hands of Yu Zhong's soldiers, their hearts were filled with shock. Laser guns! They had already managed to develop such weapons. The laser gun was a technology that many major countries were researching into before the apocalypse. However, while the technology of laser existed, converting it into a weapon was likely something that required another 20 years. However, there were laser guns now in the hands of Yu Zhong's soldiers, and this caused all the soldiers of the Alliance to be shocked. This meant that Yu Zhong already had a mature production line of laser guns. Furthermore, he already had the research ability. Zhang Jianxing watched as the soldiers fired the laser guns, turning the heads of the Type 2 mutant beasts into sieves, and they slumped dead after roaring in agony. His eyes narrowed in shock, and he immediately recognized the threat and importance of such a weapon. After the world changed, mutant beasts were evolving constantly. The Type 2 mutant beasts were already largely invulnerable to bullets, and their defenses were strong. While anti-tank missiles might deal some damage, the Type 3 mutant beasts were another tier higher. Ordinary soldiers were helpless against Type 2 mutant beasts, but with the laser guns, ordinary soldiers could kill them. In the future battles, any side that had laser guns would have a huge advantage. Zhang Jianxing had already realized that be it equipment, training, or battle experience, Yu Zhong's troops were vastly superior to his own. If Yu Zhong had wanted them eliminated, he knew they would perish without a doubt. Zhang Delong saw how easily Yu Zhong's soldiers were killing the Type 2 mutant beasts, and he couldn't help but feel a chill. What a terrifying army! Although Zhang Delong was a peak evolver, he had no confidence that he could block the lasers. He was filled with trepidation towards the soldiers of Yu Zhong's troops. Strong. As the soldiers of varying ranks in the Alliance watched, their eyes were filled with a complicated gaze. With the support of the artillery, numerous mutant beasts were blasted to death, and the soldiers of the Alliance and Yu Zhong continued to defend their own positions, withstanding this wave of mutant beasts. After an hour, there was another earth-shaking roar from behind the hordes of mutant beasts. 10 Type 3 mutant beasts appeared in the sight of everybody. One was a 6m tall ferocious ape. Another was a 90m long Type 3 green Jiao serpent with a single horn. Another was a 6M tall Type 3 golden scaled mouse, covered entirely in gold scales. There was a Type 3 red panther covered with red scales, a 10M tall Type 3 mutant black gorilla, a Type 3 mutant dog that had thick black fur that made it look like a lion, a Type 3 giant turtle with a shell the size of a movable fortress, a Type 3 black-scaled ferocious boar of about 10M, a Type 3 steel armor bull, 10M tall and covered in metal, a Type 3 black-spotted spider of about 2M, and finally, a Type 3 Lycoi, werewolf cat, that was larger than a panther, with extremely sharp claws. On top of the Type 3 red panther, there was a demon-like creature who stood 3M tall, covered in a layer of gold scales. It had a tiger head, and yet it had golden wings behind its back. This creature stared at the town coldly. This creature with a tiger head suddenly let out a piercing howl, and all 9 Type 3 mutant beasts responded in kind, before charging right at the town. Of these beasts, the Type 3 Lycoi and Type 3 mutant dog were the fastest, on par with lightning, and managed to breach the sound barrier. The Type 3 Lycoi managed to charge right into the camp of the Alliance, and with a flash of its claws, many of the soldiers were ripped apart, their organs and brains splattering everywhere. It was a horrific sight. Zhang Delong eyed the Type 3 Lycoi and shouted out in a solemn voice, "Su Xinghe, let's charge together." "Okay." Su Xinghe followed behind Zhang Delong, leading a dozen evolvers as they rushed towards the Type 3 Lycoi. Zhang Delong activated his second-order werewolf transformation, and his muscles rippled as he transformed into a 3M tall werewolf. After he transformed, he activated his second-order high-speed movement and pushed his speed to the limits of the sound barrier, rushing right at the Type 3 Lycoi. With a swipe, he managed to rip a huge chunk of meat from the body of the beast. The Type 3 Lycoi roared out in anger and slashed back at Zhang Delong. However, before it could reach his body, a powerful psychic barrier appeared in front of Zhang Delong. The Type 3 Lycoi slapped the psychic barrier, causing it to disintegrate. Zhang Delong took the opportunity to escape the attack range of the Type 3 Lycoi. Su Xinghe was a psychic enhancer, and his barriers were all well controlled. By working together with Zhang Delong, they had killed many Type 3 mutant beasts before. A dozen evolvers quickly reached the battlefield, unleashing their skills at the Type 3 Lycoi. If any of them were to go against the beast alone, they would definitely be killed in an instant. However, working together with Su Xinghe and Zhang Delong who held it down, they could quickly unleash their abilities and injure the Type 3 Lycoi heavily. On the other side, the Type 3 mutant dog had reached Yu Zhong's camp. However, it was met with a flash of a pale white fist. Yin Shuang burst forwards with a terrifying strength. Although the Type 3 mutant dog wasn't a strength-based mutant beast, its strength was still higher than humans, and most strength-based evolvers could not match it. It slashed viciously at Yin Shuang, intending to turn this little human into meat paste. A powerful explosion happened as the two parties brought forth their terrifying strength. With a loud hong, the right claw of the Type 3 mutant dog was blasted apart, its bones disintegrating. A large amount of blood sprayed out, and the ferocious dog was also sent tumbling back in a pathetic manner. Strong! Yu Zhong watched how Yin Shuang had sent it flying and praised. A single fist could actually send a Type 3 mutant beast flying back. Her strength was truly terrifying. Among the intelligent life forms Yu Zhong had, Yin Shuang did not have the ability to summon other sea mutant beasts like Hai Lan, nor the ability to control a mother tree or other treants like Bai Lu. She didn't seem to have any special skills, except her pure strength and speed. Even Yu Zhong with his steel body would be gravely injured if punched by her. She was truly an intelligent life form meant for combat. Enemies of Father, die! Yin Shuang's eyes shone with a bloodthirsty light, and her entire body shot forwards like a cannonball, her fist blasting towards the body of the Type 3 mutant dog. It caused the entire body to cave in, and a number of bones broke. The pitiful Type 3 mutant dog flew through the air, spitting out blood. Yin Shuang continued to give chase, forcing it to retreat further. Yu Zhong looked at the other 7 incoming mutant beasts and pulled out his electromagnetic gun, firing at the 10M tall Type 3 black gorilla. Although it was a large beast, its reaction was swift. Yu Zhong had just fired, and it already dodged to the side. Yu Zhong cocked the gun once more, and a beam shot out, penetrating the body of the black gorilla, leaving a large, smoking hole. The Type 3 black gorilla roared out in rage and pain and charged at Yu Zhong as though nothing had happened. Its wound from the electromagnetic gun was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The Type 3 black gorilla wasn't exactly fast, but it was still at least 18 or 19 times faster than an ordinary human. However, its defense, recovery rate, and strength were among the strongest of the Type 3 mutant beasts. As long as its head was not damaged, or its heart pierced, it could quickly recover. Chapter 679. Strange Change. Translator. Translation Nation Editor. Translation Nation. The Type 3 green Jiao serpent opened its jaws and activated its innate ability. A large green cloud of poison spread out all over the soldiers of the Alliance, enveloping the defense post. Many soldiers instantly started to rot, their flesh dripping off their bones. They struggled for a while, before helplessly turning into a puddle of liquid. The soldiers of the Alliance watched as their comrades were dissolved into liquid and their faces were filled with shock. Many were stricken by fear and immediately turned to flee. With that single attack of the Type 3 green Jiao serpent, the defense post of the Alliance immediately crumbled, and the suppressing fire on the mutant beast also stopped. However, there were still elites within the Alliance, and Zhang Jianxing quickly assigned a platoon of soldiers to charge forward and defend against the attacks of the mutant beasts. After spitting out the poison fog, the Type 3 green Jiao serpent swiftly headed towards Yu Zhong's direction to spew out another round. Yu Zhong's eyes turned cold and he flicked his right hand, congealing a ball of devil flame. He then threw a punch towards the skies, and a beam of flame that seemed to be able to burn through everything fired at the poison fog, incinerating the green fog into smoke. The Type 3 green Jiao serpent wanted to continue spewing its poison, but it was unfortunately met with a volley of artillery fire, enveloping it. Hong! Hong! Following the sound of an explosion, the Type 3 green Jiao serpent was injured heavily by the blasts and was sent tumbling to one side. Chance! A small cat hidden at a high vantage point watched quietly, and its eyes flashed with a human-like intelligence. As the Alliance and Yu Zhong's forces were entangled with the Type 3 mutant beasts, a number of large trucks came from the distance. From within them, numerous Kingdom of God soldiers, adjudicators and judges came charging out wearing high-level defense vests. These Kingdom of God troops began to launch an assault on Yu Zhong's troops. One soldier came up to Zhang Jianxing in panic and reported, "Commander! Commander, it's bad. The Kingdom of God has just attacked Yu Zhong's forces." "What? Without my order, how can they choose this time to attack? If the Yu Zhong's troops are done, we will be killed by the beasts as well. Mr. Irek, this wasn't our agreement." Zhang Jianxing's face turned steely as he questioned the European beside him. According to the agreement between the Alliance and the Kingdom of God, both sides would launch an attack on Yu Zhong's forces after they had repelled the wave of mutant beasts. The Kingdom of God would then support the Alliance to swallow up Yu Zhong's forces. Zhang Jianxing had not expected for Irek to suddenly choose this time to attack. Irek revealed a carefree smile. "Mr. Zhang Jianxing, this is the best chance to kill Yu Zhong. We will not let go of this chance. Thank you for your foolishness. You are of no use now. Go and die." As he smiled at Zhang Jianxing, another European beside him who wore a black leather suit grabbed at Zhang Jianxing with a stern expression. 5 air blades shot out from his fingertips and instantly sliced Zhang Jianxing's head off. "Go to hell, yellow-skinned monkeys." Another male in a jacket and cowboy pants laughed savagely and pointed. A number of transparent lines shot out from all directions and twirled among the people present, slicing the numerous soldiers of the Alliance into pieces. As things had progressed too fast, the experts and commanders of the Alliance had not the time to react. They didn't expect their ally to act against them, and they died with a look of loss and shock on their faces. Irek looked at the corpses with an expression of distaste, speaking to Wade and Wilson. "Wade, Wilson, Yu Zhong is yours to handle. Once you've accomplished your mission, let's head to Heaven's Playground to enjoy ourselves properly." Wilson, who wore the cowboy pants, laughed. "Your treat." Irek replied, "Okay, All right, then you can wait here for our good news. Wilson chuckled, and in a flash, both he and Wade disappeared from their location, making their way towards the distance. Fuck, those bastards truly had something up their sleeves. They actually chose this time to attack. Damn it! Yu Zhong had always been on guard against the Alliance and had likewise stationed a few soldiers of the 3rd Brigade to keep an eye on them. The moment the Kingdom of God made a move, Hua Ran cursed and led his elites to defend their positions, engaging the Kingdom of God in combat. These Kingdom of God elites had the advanced rifles, and they even had infrared vision, as well as other advanced equipment. As for the judges and adjudicators, they were all from Germany and had undergone strict military training, as well as life-and-death situations. Coupled with the job change of the system, their combat prowess had been pushed to another tier. Although there were only 800 of them, the moment they attacked, they completely suppressed the 3rd Brigade. Commander, we're being pummeled here. Please send help. Commander, please send help. A platoon. At the very least. We're going to lose at this rate. The judges and adjudicators were led by 12 divine envoys and 36 envoys in waiting, and they launched a terrifying assault on the 3rd Brigade. Modern warfare took lives extremely fast due to the firearms against firearms, unlike in the past, where melee combat was more drawn out. However, due to the apocalypse, there were evolvers and enhancers and all sorts of new battle techniques. Many evolvers could make use of their powerful skills to attack enemies, causing the speed of the battle to become even faster. The divine envoys were all peak evolvers, and their battle ability would not lose to Hua Ran. With 12 of them attacking, the tide of the battle was with the Kingdom of God, and every second, there was a 3rd Brigade soldier being slaughtered. Hua Ran heard the pleas for help and his head hurt. Those bastards! How are those foreigners so strong? Suddenly, his mind became clear. The Kingdom of God! That's right, they're the soldiers from the Kingdom of God. No wonder they're so strong. Jia Si, go inform the leader. Request support from him. Understood. Jia Si replied and quickly went over to Yu Zhong's side. Hua Ran then ordered solemnly, Hua Bu La Tuo, go lead the special forces of the 3rd Brigade. Hua Bu La Tuo's special forces within the 3rd Brigade was formed of a number of Mongolian elites after they had joined Yu Zhong. There were 22 natural evolvers and had been part of the Jie Shui forces in the past. Yes, Hua Bu La Tuo acknowledged and rushed off. Hua Bu La Tuo led the forces of the 3rd Brigade and clashed with the Kingdom of God forces. Although they had suffered casualties under the assault of the Kingdom of God, they were extremely strong-willed and had no intentions of retreating. The entire 3rd Brigade knew there was no way back for them. The moment they fled, Yu Zhong would exterminate them on legit grounds. By then, they would no longer have their own troops nor pride. To them, honor was the only thing keeping them banded together. Without it or resolution, it was hard to become a top-notch force. Trash! On what grounds do you yellow-skinned monkeys think you can impede us? Go to hell! One divine envoy became a huge werewolf, and his eyes flashed with a vicious glint. He laughed savagely and charged forwards, tearing out the heart of one soldier from the 3rd Brigade. Countless bullets fell upon the werewolf, and he managed to dodge most of them, while those that hit just bounced off. Animal! One soldier roared out in fury, his eyes bloodshot as he charged for the werewolf. Trash! Since you want to die, I'll grant it to you. The werewolf laughed cruelly, his body flashing and his claws entered the chest of the soldier. The soldier revealed an ugly smile as the grenade in his hands landed on the ground, and with a huge boom, the explosion enveloped both of them together. As the dust settled, the werewolf's right arm and leg were blasted apart, his body riddled with wounds, but even then, he still had not died. How could this be? The werewolf's eyes were filled with shock. At this time, 2 rocket launchers blasted out on his body, blasting his body apart. A divine envoy of the Kingdom of God had died in combat. This was the cruel battlefield. Even peak evolvers would be killed by ordinary people they underestimate. After all, these were ordinary soldiers with extraordinary fighting spirit and powerful weapons. Translator's thoughts. Translation nation. The Ross start abruptly here, foregoing mention of the ferocious ape previously. Chapter 680, Fierce Battle with the Apostles. Translator. Translation Nation Editor. Translation Nation. Wilson came to the battlefield and saw that while the Koji soldiers had the advantage, they still could not destroy the 3rd Brigade entirely. He chuckled coldly. What an eyesore! They still haven't settled this yellow monkeys. Wade, it's our turn. Let's go kill all the evolvers first. Wade nodded slightly and immediately charged towards the special forces led by Hua Mu La Tua. In a few breaths, Wilson and Wade had appeared in front of the special forces. The two of them were quadruple attribute evolvers with strength, agility, spirit, and endurance as their main attributes. They were peak evolvers and their system equipment was considered top-notch, gathered through the efforts of the Kingdom of God. They were at least level 4 and above. Wilson immediately waved his hands the moment he appeared in front of the Mongolian special forces, sending 5 blades of air out. That caused 5 soldiers of the 3rd Brigade to be sliced in 2 at the waist, fresh blood pouring everywhere. Wade transformed into a blur, with 10 transparent lines on his fingers as sharp as knives. He charged through the crowd, slicing the soldiers into countless parts. Within the special forces, no one seemed to be able to defend against the two of them. Beast! I'll kill you! Hua Mu La Tua watched as the 2 apostles slaughtered his subordinates, and his eyes turned bloodshot before leading 7 evolvers towards them. Hua Mu La Tua was a level 60 spirit-based evolver, and his main skill was earth manipulation. As he slapped down hard on the ground, a number of earth spikes shot out from the ground, each about 6 m tall, striking at Wilson and Wade. The 2 apostles flashed and dodged the spikes like ghosts. Die! The 7 evolvers formed a small team that launched a sudden assault on Wilson with a pronged attack. A number of gravity pulses, flaming arrows, flying blades and ice shards formed a myriad of attacks that slammed towards Wilson, together with a few other shockwaves, weapons as well as summoned beasts. It's useless. There's only one outcome for you guys, which is death. Wilson faced the onslaught of attacks and his face revealed a cold smile. He extended his fingers and 7 large air blades shot out as though they had a will of their own, instantly slicing the 7 evolvers into halves. After taking out the 7 evolvers in a single move, the myriad of attacks dissolved onto an air barrier that Wilson had conjured around him, not damaging him in the slightest. How is this possible? How is this strong? Hua Mu La Tua stared at the uninjured Wilson, his eyes flashing with shock. The 7 evolvers had joined hands, and their attack was something even Hua Ran dared not face head-on. However, they had actually died in an instant under Wilson's methods, and Hua Mu La Tua could not believe his eyes. Go to hell! All of a sudden, there was a shout, and 10 transparent lines pierced through his head before they started spinning and sliced up his brain. Hua Mu La Tua, the strongest expert within the 3rd Brigade, had died. With his death, the rest of the soldiers immediately went crazy, pulling out their weapons and firing madly at the 2 apostles. They had plenty of experience and knew that if they were to charge forwards like bees, they would only rush to their deaths. Only by having Hua Ran, their own peak evolver, to hold them off, the rest of them could find the chance to take them out. Are you guys apostles? Just as the 2 brothers were preparing to slaughter the rest of the 3rd Brigade, a voice resounded. Leader! Leader is here! Long live Leader! The moment the voice resounded, the entire 3rd Brigade cheered out in an earth-shaking roar. In the past, they had been Yu Zhong's enemies, but even then, they were full of respect for him. When on the battlefield, as long as Yu Zhong came personally, they would achieve victory. With such an aura, not only did they roar out in triumph, their morale was pushed high again. Any troop that had victories and glory under their belt would be able to grow even more in confidence with each additional victory. At the same time that Yu Zhong appeared, 8 high-level Traiants, 2,000 low-level Traiants of above level 30, as well as the 10 Type 3 Traiants charged out and engaged the Koji soldiers. Wilson and Wade stared fixedly at Yu Zhong. This man was their target. As long as they could kill this man, they would have done a great deed for their organization, and their position in the Kingdom of God would be further cemented. Their resources would be more as well. The apostles were the strongest existences of the kingdom of God. However, there were only 12 apostles, each of them representing the peak level of power. The closer the number was to 1, the stronger they were. Wilson and Wade were the last 2 apostles, and they sought to gain a better ranking and foothold. Only then they would gain more resources. Wade eyed Yuzhong with a look of excitement. "You're Yuzhong? You'll die here today. I will use your head as my wine cup. A cup made out of the skull of an expert on the level of us apostles. Truly makes me excited. Ha ha! Go to hell." 10 strings had already shot out from behind Yuzhong, making their way towards his head. Wade had only about a 2 km distance in handling the transparent lines. Within that distance, the strings could even pierce the hulls of armored vehicles. He could also assassinate numerous experts. Before he had become an apostle, he had made us of this ability to wipe out plenty of strong enemies. The line moved, and Yuzhong was filled with a bad feeling. The possibility of death loomed in his heart, and his body was surrounded by a green radiance, as the bronze spiritual bell protected him. The 10 transparent lines slammed into the shield, and there was a grating sound of metal striking metal. "You're an evolver that makes use of strings." Yuzhong discovered that ordinary people could never make out the transparent lines. "Kill him!" Wade and Wilson both pointed at Yuzhong and roared. The remaining divine envoys and envoys in waiting charged at Yuzhong together with the rest of the judges. Yuzhong watched them and coldly laughed as he ordered, "Fire the cannons! Hong! Hong! Hong!" With loud bangs, a volley of heavy artillery came raining down on the elites of the kingdom of God, blasting many of them into pieces. 300 soldiers were hiding behind cover, armed with laser guns, and they began firing at the Koji soldiers. Many laser beams shot out towards the Koji soldiers, and one werewolf head was even turned into a sieve with multiple smoking holes on his body. One of them directly pierced his spine, and he crumpled to the floor. Wade saw the 300 soldiers appeared with laser guns, slaughtering his subordinates, and he roared out in shock, "How is it possible? You should only have 500 laser guns. How could you have an additional 300 more?" In the reports on Yuzhong, the kingdom of God thought that Yuzhong only had 500 laser guns, and the Central Plains weren't equipped to manufacture them. They had seen that Yuzhong's forces had fought off the wave of mutant beasts with all the laser guns they assumed Yuzhong to have. That was why they had launched their attacks. "Your information is out of date." Yuzhong laughed coldly and opened his palm, as a terrifying devil flame dragon shot out towards Wade. Wade's expression turned ugly, and he retaliated by sending his strings towards Yuzhong from different directions. At the same time, more strings shot in front of him to form a huge shield. The dragon made out of devil flame swallowed the shield, and in a flash it was incinerated. Without stopping, the devil flame continued to pounce towards Wade. Yuzhong's flame ability was precisely the bane of Wade's ability, as the flames could burn the wires that Wade controlled. Other abilities could not do the same. Wade waved his hands, and a shield of light appeared in front of him. The devil flame dragon exploded on the shield of light and shattered it. As for Wade, he had retreated dozens of meters. Wilson's eyes flashed coldly, and he conjured up a blast of air from behind him, sending him hurtling through the air towards Yuzhong. He pointed at Yuzhong and sent 7 sharp blades of air towards him. Yuzhong had already activated his shadow steps and bone-encompassing armor, and though he could not see the air blades, he had already sensed them through his danger perception and abundant battle experience. He pulled out his sharpest weapon, the flame blade made of the claw of the flame bird, and slashed apart 6 of the air blades with a burst of flames. The last air blade managed to slam into his left shoulder, breaking the bone armor but was stopped by the Type 4 mutant sea snake hide underneath. Chapter 681. Collapse. Translator. Translation Nation Editor. Translation Nation. Yuzhong was also sent flying back a few meters due to the powerful skill by Xiaoshang, who had already evolved into a strength and agility dual attribute evolver shot towards Wilson with a cold look, bringing his blade down. Trash. Die. Wilson's attack was broken and his eyes burned with a furious gaze. He pointed towards Bai Xiaoshang, sending another 4 air blades towards him. A suffocating pressure enveloped by Xiao Shang, and his face fell as he slashed out with blade beams, while retreating quickly. The 4 air blades managed to breach his attacks and landed on his body. One in particular actually pierced through the Type 3 mutant beast hide on his body, leaving a deep wound as fresh blood flowed from his shoulder. Bai Xiao Shang looked at Wilson with a look of shock. Strong. This is an apostle of the kingdom of God. Truly on another level. Yu Zhong had led his troops to launch a night raid on the 2 apostles the other time, and it was due to Yin Shuang that managed to fend off one of the apostles, while the rest of the soldiers had injured the other apostle. As Yin Shuang was tied up with the Type 3 mutant beast, these 2 apostles had appeared with their incredible fighting prowess, and none of Yu Zhong's subordinates could handle them. It was precisely because of the apostles' strengths that the kingdom of God was able to expand in so many areas. As long as an apostle appeared in a local area, there would be almost no trouble whatsoever. Each of them was on par with an entire elite battalion. They could single-handedly destroy a faction of 10,000 with no problems. Yu Zhong retreated slightly, his eyes flashing, and he barked, "Qing Wu, do it!" A 2 tall blue, human-shaped biological armor suddenly appeared with a 1.5 long blade, slashing at Wilson with a bright green blade beam. Fast! Wilson's face finally fell, and he even felt a sense of danger for the first time. He was forced to retreat, his right hand extending out. 7 sharp blades of wind that could pierce through even the hulls of armored vehicles fired at the blue armor. Ji Qingwu was controlling the biological armor within, and she did not dodge the incoming air blades. Instead, her eyes flashed with a hint of madness. Her blade came slashing down, slicing apart 2 wind blades before she continued towards Wilson. The remaining 5 wind blades landed on the blue biological armor and caused deep gashes, but ultimately not slicing through nor damaging the suit. Wilson flipped his hands, and a bright shield appeared, blocking in front of him. The terrifying blade came slashing down on the white shield and split it apart. As the blade continued through its trajectory, Wilson's level 4 defense vest was sliced through, and his right arm was chopped off. Ji Qingwu had chosen to strengthen her sword chi as her path. Her selected job was the swordsman, which allowed her to evolve her skill into the level 4 sword radiance. After enhancing Surekill skill, when she activated it, it was truly unbridled and uninhibited, slashing through the Type 4 mutant beast hide like it was nothing. However, in training this skill, there was a requirement, which was to give up all long-range attacks. After Ji Qingwu learned this skill, she had no way of picking up any other long-distance skills through the system. It hurts. It hurts. Wilson's face was contorted in pain as he grabbed what remained of his right shoulder, and a huge pocket of air blew him up into the sky. Ji Qingwu eyed Wilson coldly as he was forced away by her. At the next instant, an empowered bullet shot through the skies, blasting at Wilson. Wilson suppressed the pain and conjured another shield, forcefully defending against that shot. "Wade, retreat!" Wilson roared out, as he commanded the air around him to propel him through the sky. "It's too dangerous. These uncouth yellow monkeys are truly something. Seems like we need the first apostle here." Wade's heart was shocked, and he abandoned the rest of the Koji soldiers, rushing into the distance. These apostles were truly strong, but they were more afraid of death than most others. As long as they remained alive, they could enjoy life's pleasures, but if they were to die, they would have nothing. And since each and every apostle was an important tool of the kingdom of God, the Koji would not blame them. Even if they decided not to be in the Koji anymore, they could easily become high-ranking members of any other factions. Under such circumstances, with the exception of a few apostles, the rest were all selfish, and once they felt any danger to their lives, they would choose to retreat. They fled real quick. Yu Zhong watched as Wilson and Wade both abandoned everything with such decisiveness and was shocked. The escape of the 2 apostles caused much mayhem and chaos within the kingdom of God's soldiers. The remaining divine envoys and envoys in waiting immediately fled as well. The judges and adjudicators were plunged into despair, and some became enraged and fought with more vigor, while others threw their weapons down to surrender. Some chose to flee. As Yu Zhong was intending to execute all of them, The troops of the Alliance fell back from their defense post like a surge of floodwaters. The Alliance was not comparable to the troops of Yu Zhong, and they were already holding on with all their might. After Zhang Jianxing was assassinated by Erek, the troops crumbled without command. Zhang Delong and Su Xing were both peak-level evolvers with impressive fighting strength. However, the brains behind most of the operations on the ground had been Zhang Jianxing. With the death of the brains, the huge troop was easily swatted around by the mutant beast horde. The thousands of soldiers of the Alliance fled in different directions. Chasing behind them were the mutant beasts. No! Ah! One soldier ran slower than the rest, and dozens of mutant rats immediately pounced onto him, knocking him to the ground. In an instant, countless mutant rats came scurrying, completely burying him out of sight. When they left, there was only a pile of bloodied bones. A Type 2 mutant bullfrog of about tall continued to hop quickly, its elongated tongue shooting out once in a while to latch onto some unfortunate soldiers, sucking them into its mouth. It then clamped down hard with its mutated sharp teeth, crushing the soldiers before gobbling them. Zhang Delong and Su Xing fled quickly, and they instantly jumped over the rest of the soldiers, making their way out of town. As Zhang Delong was about to escape successfully, the castle-like mutant giant turtle activated its innate ability, firing out a terrifying mist of frost. Wherever the mist touched, everything would be frozen solid in an instant, turning into shiny ice sculptures. Zhang Delong was caught in the mist, and he immediately froze. Within the ice sculpture, his expression of shock could be seen. Su Xing saw this and his face turned pale. With a flicker of his body, he disappeared into a house within the town. By now, the entire town had been surrounded by the mutant beasts. Those soldiers that tried to flee out were easily picked off. Under such circumstances, the Alliance soldiers could only flee towards the defense post of Yu Zhong's troops as it was the safest. The disorder caused the soldiers of the Alliance and Kingdom of God to be squeezed together, and both immediately engaged in a slaughter among themselves. Yu Zhong took a look at the chaos and his eyes blazed with fury. The Kingdom of God is truly damnable. Originally, the Alliance and Yu Zhong's troops could still somewhat hold off the mutant beast horde. However, the balance was broken because of the interference of the Kingdom of God, and even Yu Zhong's troops were plunged into danger. If they were not careful, Yu Zhong's troops might end up being annihilated. Save me! Let me through! Help! The soldiers of the Alliance rushed past the Koji soldiers and tried to plead with the soldiers of Yu Zhong. Behind them were the mutant beasts, and in front of them was dense gunfire. They could only beg Yu Zhong for help. Yu Zhong went to a corner and roared out, "All of you come here! Put down your weapons and get in orderly!" The soldiers of the Alliance all heaved a sigh of relief and came to the designated point to put down their weapons. The judges and adjudicators of the Kingdom of God also raised their hands and called out, "We surrender! We surrender!" Being abandoned by the two apostles, those elite soldiers of the Koji felt despair. They didn't want to die in the jaws of those mutant beasts as well. These elites of the Kingdom of God might be Aryans, but they were also humans and feared death just like anyone else. After being deserted by their leaders, their fighting spirit plunged. Yu Zhong pondered a while and chose to accept the surrender of the Koji elites. "Come over here and put down your weapons before lining up orderly." Chapter 682. Fierce Battle with the Type 3s. Translator. Translation Nation Editor. Translation Nation. The Koji elites also began to put down their weapons and submitted to Yu Zhong. At this time, the mutant giant turtle turned its head and looked at Yu Zhong's side. It opened its huge mouth and shot out the freezing mist again. As the cold air churned, a number of elites of the Koji and soldiers from the 3rd Brigade froze solid. Yu Zhong glanced at the mutant giant turtle and hollered, "Fire the cannons! Hong! Hong! Hong!" A number of heavy cannons immediately rained down upon the area that the mutant giant turtle was at, blasting dozens of the Type 2 mutant beasts around it into pieces. As the dust cleared, a huge chunk of ice appeared in Yu Zhong's eyes. Within it, the Type 3 mutant giant turtle was uninjured. It was just that the ice was shattered all around it. The Type 3 mutant giant turtle was extremely slow, and even at its maximum speed, it was only about 10 times faster than an ordinary human. However, its innate ice ability was extremely strong, using it to turn other Type 3 mutant beasts into ice, and as defense it can wrap itself such that even cannons could not damage it. Even so, withstanding that volley of attacks had depleted much of the Type 3 mutant giant turtle's ability, and it could not utilize its innate ability for the time being. On the other side, the Type 3 mutant dog had finally been defeated by Yin Shuang as its corpse dropped into the town. A number of soldiers quickly came forward to bring the body away to deal with it. Every single part of the Type 3 mutant dog was a treasure, and Yu Zhong would not allow it to be devoured by other mutant beasts. When the Type 3 mutant dog was killed by Yin Shuang, the Type 3 Likoi and Type 3 gold-scaled Rat King charged at her. "Great! Since you're all father's enemies, I'll pummel all of you." Yin Shuang watched the approaching Type 3 mutant beasts and her beautiful eyes flashed with an excitement. The battle lust in her blood boiled, and her entire being leaped into the air, bringing her fist whistling towards the claws of the two Type 3 mutant beasts. Following a terrifying shockwave, the Type 3 mutant Likoi and gold-scaled Rat King were both sent flying by Yin Shuang, and they both spat out blood. Shockingly, these two close combat type mutant beasts were not a match for Yin Shuang even after joining hands. Just as Yin Shuang blasted the two Type 3 mutant beasts back, the huge Type 3 black-scaled ferocious boar turned its attention to her and opened its mouth to fire its innate ability. It was a powerful sound wave that was condensed into a ball like a cannon that hurtled towards Yin Shuang. Without enough time to react, Yin Shuang bore the full brunt of the sound wave, and her little figure trembled slightly, losing control for the first time. The Type 3 black-spotted spider immediately sprang forth and channeled its own ability, which was its silk, turning into spikes even sharper and tougher than steel beams. As Yin Shuang was still reeling from the sound wave, her body was numb and she could not control herself. At the next moment, those silk spikes shot and pierced into her. While her defense was terrifying enough to block the impact of guns and cannons, faced with those sharp spikes, she was helpless. "It hurts. It hurts. Father, I'm in pain." Yin Shuang's face contorted in pain when she was pierced by those spider silk, and tears flowed down her cheeks, while blood trickled from her lips. The current state that Yin Shuang was in right now was pitiful, just like a doll that had been toyed with till it was ragged. The Type 3 black-spotted spider tugged once forcefully, pulling Yin Shuang towards it. Suddenly, there was a large burst of flames in the skies, turning the spider silks into cinders. Yu Zhong appeared by Yin Shuang's side and held her tightly in his arms. He saw the numerous wounds caused by the Type 3 black-spotted spider and the frail-looking Yin Shuang, his expression full of heartache as he spoke. "I'm sorry, Yin Shuang. I came late." Yin Shuang didn't look like a fierce monster that could punch two mutant beasts away right now. Instead, she looked like a broken little girl. Yin Shuang saw Yu Zhong's face and her eyes lit up with happiness. "You're not late, Father. Father is really Yin Shuang's hero. Yin Shuang loves Father a lot. Turn to ash." Yu Zhong turned to face the Type 3 black-spotted spider, and with a ferocious look, he sent a terrifying tornado of devil flames towards the mutant beast. At the same time, a number of laser beams fired at the other Type 3 mutant beasts, preventing them from assisting the Type 3 black-spotted spider. The Type 3 black-spotted spider seemed to sense the imminent threat of death and opened its mouth to spit out a huge amount of silk that was even tougher than alloy towards the approaching flames. As the spider silk came in contact with the flaming tornado, it instantly sizzled and turned to ash, and soon, the Type 3 black-spotted spider was also enveloped by the flames. As the flames disappeared, there was only a beast nuclei on the ground. After killing the Type 3 black-spotted spider in a single strike, two gusts of wind blew towards him forcefully. As the Type 3 Likoi and Type 3 gold-scaled king, Rat charged at him with a terrifying speed. Their claws made to slash towards his head with the speed of sound. Currently, Yu Zhong's arms were wrapped around Yin Shuang, and he had no means of facing the two Type 3 mutant beasts at the same time. Right at this time, from the dark, a small Odachi slashed out with a profound beam, slashing onto the Type 3 Likoi. In a flash, Tenpy Osaka was knocked back dozens of meters by the immense strength of the Type 3 Likoi. Her Odachi was also sent flying away. After all, her strength was far from the Type 3 mutant beasts. However, the strike of the Type 3 Likoi was also deflected by Tenpy Osaka. At this time, Ji Qingwu came slashing down on the Type 3 Likoi with her blue biological armor, and the mighty sword beam sliced the Type 3 Likoi in half. A blue treasure box appeared beside the corpse of the Type 3 Likoi, and the beast nucleus was sent flying into Yin Shuang's hands. Yin Shuang looked at the nucleus, and her eyes flashed with a gleam. She threw the nucleus into her mouth and began to chomp on it. The nucleus that was impervious to even the slash of Ji Qingwu was crushed into pieces by Yin Shuang before she swallowed it. The moment she consumed the Type 3 nucleus, Yin Shuang's wounds that were caused by the Type 3 black-spotted spider began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, her body also grew about 1 centimeter. On the other side, facing the slash of the Type 3 gold-scaled Rat King, Yu Zhong flipped his available hand, causing a shield of light to appear and block the strike forcefully. After taking that single hit, the shield of light shattered. Go to hell! Yu Zhong took the chance and raised his right hand to fire out a beam of fiery hot devil flame that condensed into a spear form that penetrated the head of the Type 3 gold-scaled Rat King, before combusting within and frying its brain. As they eliminated these few Type 3 mutant beasts, the Type 3 Iron Bull managed to breach the area where the cannons were firing upon and galloped into the town. A number of laser beams that fired from all directions formed a net that pierced the body of the Type 3 Iron Bull, turning it into a sieve. A few beams penetrated its head, and halfway through its charge, it slumped to the floor, and it became the first Type 3 mutant beast that perished at the hands of ordinary soldiers. As it fell, from behind, the Type 3 ferocious ape came leaping forward together with the Type 3 mutant black gorilla. These two Type 3 mutant beasts had no innate abilities, but their strength, speed, recovery, and defense were on another level, and they didn't seem to have any weak points. The Type 3 ferocious ape charged into the camp of Yu Zhong's troops, and with a single palm, it slapped many soldiers dead. When the laser beams landed on its body, they only caused minor wounds. It wasn't enough to endanger its life. The Type 3 black gorilla pounced over to Yu Zhong. From a distance away, the Type 3 black-scaled ferocious boar had also come to a stop, as it opened its mouth to fire a soundwave blast at Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong had already experienced the might of such an attack before, and the moment the Type 3 black-scaled ferocious boar opened its mouth, he had activated his shadow steps and dodged to the side. The soundwave also had its weak point, which was that it could only travel in a straight trajectory and could not be manipulated to turn. The soundwave blast landed in an area, causing a number of the elite soldiers to bleed from their orifices and die. They were not as hardy as Yin Shuang after all. Yu Zhong had just moved, when the Type 3 black gorilla appeared in front of him, its fist punching towards him with the pressure of MT Tai. Right at this moment, Yin Shuang leaped up from Yu Zhong's embrace and lifted her tiny fists to meet the punch from the Type 3 black gorilla. Hong! Following a powerful impact, the Type 3 black gorilla was sent flying about 5 meters, while Yin Shuang also flew back about 7 to 8 meters. Chapter 683. Su Xing He joins. Translator. Translation Nation Editor. Translation Nation. Ji Qingwu controlled the biological armor to step down, her leg leaping onto the head of the Type 3 mutant black gorilla. She then controlled the huge sword in her hand to pierce down into its head. The mighty sword radiance tore a hole into the skull of the Type 3 mutant black gorilla, slicing its brain into two. With a flicker, Ji Qingwu disappeared from on top of the Type 3 mutant black gorilla. The massive mutant beast that was the size of a fortress slumped down lifelessly. The other Type 3 ferocious ape suddenly appeared in front of Yu Zhong, swinging its mighty fist at him. The speed of the Type 3 ferocious ape was too fast. Yu Zhong had no way of dodging. His eyes flashed, and a thick dark do qi enveloped his entire body. In a blink, he used his shadow steps, reaching speeds exceeding the sound barrier. He twisted and leaped backward, at the same time, pulling out his flame blade to slash the fist of the Type 3 ferocious ape. The sharp flame blade managed to slice the fist of the Type 3 ferocious ape, leaving a deep gash. Yu Zhong himself was also sent flying back from the recoil, the flame blade also flying out of his grasp. As he flew back, the devil flames in his hand congealed into the shape of a spear, and he flung it with all his might. The devil flame spear shot towards the head of the Type 3 ferocious ape, exploding upon impact and enveloping its head, frying its brain into cinders. With its death, the total number of Type 3 mutant beasts dwindled down to 3, the mutant giant turtle, the black-scaled ferocious boar, and the Type 3 red leopard. The strange beast atop the Type 3 red leopard looked towards Yu Zhong coldly and frowned. Hong! 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 The intense volley of cannon fire continued without stopping, blasting countless mutant beasts into pieces. At the same time, due to the death of the Type 3 gold-scaled rat king, the sea of mutant rats were broken apart, as the critters began to flee in different directions. The remaining mutant beasts were also baptized by the laser beams that met them right after the blanketing artillery fire. Upon seeing all these, the strange beast atop the Type 3 red leopard let out a shrill howl. When they heard the howl, the rest of the mutant beasts quickly retreated like a flood. The strange beast eyed Yu Zhong deeply, before turning around and disappeared into the night. Seems like yet another terrifying opponent has appeared. Yu Zhong watched the retreating mutant beasts and his brows furrowed. This time, in order to fight back the mutant horde, Yu Zhong had brought along a large amount of ammunition. Had they continued to surge forwards, he could easily wipe them out. Since he held the upper hand, as long as they held out till daytime, he could even call for the reinforcements of the assault helicopters to rain hell upon the mutant beasts. Now that the mutant beasts chose to retreat, he was full of trepidation. In fact, the mutant beasts were stronger than zombies. If they also had a commander with a human-like intelligence, it would be a terrifying thing. The ordinary soldiers did not consider so much. The moment they saw the retreat of the mutant beasts, all of them erupted in cheers, and they knew they had fended off their enemies successfully once again. Bai Xiaoshang appeared by Yu Zhong's side, wrapped in gauze, as he asked, "Leader, do we continue towards the granary?" Yu Zhong's eyes turned cold as he replied, "No, we will eradicate the Greater China Alliance now. They dare to work together with the Kingdom of God. What imbeciles! If we let them live, they will pose a problem to us." This time, due to their collusion, Yu Zhong's troops had suffered greatly. Hua Ran's 3rd Brigade had lost over 600 men. After all, the 3rd Brigade only had 3,000 men at first. They were all made up of old veterans that had followed Hua Ran through countless battles. 600 elites who had abundant experience were killed off in this battle, and this was a huge blow to Hua Ran's forces. Other than the 3rd Brigade, Yu Zhong also lost another 20 evolvers to the 2 apostles. If it wasn't for capturing these huge elite force of the Koji, Yu Zhong could have been considered to have suffered a great loss as well. The most important point was that Zhang Jianxing was the core of the Alliance's military. With his death, the Alliance only had 4,000 soldiers left. They were basically a motley bunch without a capable leader. After resting an entire day, Yu Zhong sent out his troops to transport the numerous mutant beasts' corpses behind and sent the injured soldiers back. As to the corpses of his enemies, they were fed to the mother tree, becoming its nourishment. Yu Zhong would only respect his own soldiers, while he had no mercy nor pity for his enemies. At the same time, he deployed troops towards the base of the Alliance. He was still of the idea of coexisting with the Alliance. However, after everything, the Alliance was basically helpless against him. He also did not want to leave this cancer to fester. Su Xing, he saw that Yu Zhong's army had dropped all notions of advancing towards the granary, and his heart sank. Is he finally going to act against the Alliance? There's no one who can stop him now. Su Xing, he was one of the upper echelons of the Alliance and knew the capabilities of the soldiers. Having lost their general, there was no one else who could lead them. Most of the commanders inside had obtained their posts through connections, and while they could somewhat deal with zombies in towns, fighting Yu Zhong's troops was a different thing altogether. After pondering for a long while, his eyes shone with a resolute gleam. That's right, this is also a chance. Once he swallows the Alliance, there will be no one who can stop his expansion in the north. It might not be just a dream for him to unite the entire country anymore. If I join him now, I might be part of the founding team. With Su Xinghe's strength, it wasn't difficult to gather a few hundred people and become his own local warlord. However, he wasn't happy with just doing something on such a small scale. He knew that even if he did so, and could possibly enjoy himself in some remote corner, once Yu Zhong succeeded in conquering the country, he would not allow Su Xinghe's faction to exist anymore. Even if he were a peak-level evolver, facing all the peak-level evolvers of the country, he wasn't much. Having learned something in life, Su Xinghe had been a director before the apocalypse as well. He was clear on the splendor and allure of power and authority. He wanted to become an official, and thus he decided to join Yu Zhong. Su Xinghe was led by a soldier to Yu Zhong. Before respectfully greeting him, "Leader Yu Zhong, I'm Su Xinghe. I hope to be of assistance to leader." Yu Zhong eyed the man in front of him, his eyes flashing. "You're that Su Xinghe? One of the 5 heads of the Greater China Alliance." Yu Zhong had not expected that one of the 5 leaders would take the initiative to submit to him. "Yes." Su Xinghe chuckled. Before he revealed his cards, "I am able to hand the entire alliance to you. While the leader to the rest is Shimen Tianxiong, the true pillar is Zhang Jianxing. Because of his death, while the alliance might still exist, it would never be a match for you. However, there are a number of experts within. If you were to still forcefully swallow the alliance, you might suffer some casualties as well. Furthermore, those who will suffer will be the ordinary citizens. If you were to attack the alliance, most of the survivors would suffer. In this current world, humans are the most precious resource. I know, leader, you wouldn't want to see too many deaths as well. As long as you pass the responsibility of convincing the alliance to me, I will make sure to deliver." Su Xinghe spoke, a hint of fervor in his eyes. Yu Zhong also agreed that Su Xinghe had a point, and he chuckled, "Fine, what would you want?" Su Xinghe's eyes were practically ablaze by now. "I know, leader, your current system is martial law. I hope to be able to become a lieutenant colonel and help to lead troops in your stead. Other than that, I would like to recommend Chan Wei Hua to be a major as well. Both of us are peak evolvers, and we can definitely be swords for you." Yu Zhong saw the fiery ambition in Su Xinghe's gaze and laughed slightly. "All right, I'll promise you. As long as you can hand the alliance to me, I will grant your wish." The positions of a lieutenant colonel and a major in exchange for over a dozen thousands of survivors as well as 2 peak-level evolvers was too good for Yu Zhong to pass up on. Su Xinghe replied, "Thank you, leader. I hope that as I conduct the operation, you will assign me troops to assist in the plan. Only with sufficient pressure, I will be able to ensure the alliance listens." "Okay." Yu Zhong's troops continued to push towards the alliance, causing them to fall into panic. Some people who were smarter knew that the death of their general Zhang Jianxing meant that the alliance was helpless against Yu Zhong. "Yu Zhong is reaching, what do we do?" Within a secret base, Chan Wei Hua summoned his people and asked. Chapter 684. Swallowing the Alliance. Translator. Translation Nation Editor. Translation Nation. One small-time leader looked at Chan Wei Hua and said, "Brother, Yu Zhong's army is too fearsome. We're not his match. Most of the alliance's fighting force had been annihilated. Even Zhang Jianxing had died. There's no hope in staying here. Let's flee. With our strength, even if we leave here, we can find a corner to live it out well." "That's right. Brother, Yu Zhong is truly too powerful. We're not his match. Let's flee." "Yeah, brother. If you're worried about the rations, we can go and steal some before leaving." One by one, the various ringleaders spoke up. None of them were willing to stay behind to fight it out with Yu Zhong. Chan Wei Hua listened to them and his eyes lit up. He knew that it was suicide intending to fight against Yu Zhong. However, he had over 40 beauties under his wing. As for the rest of them, some had at the very least 1 or 2, while the most could have a dozen. If they were to all flee, just their women would reach a few hundred. Such a huge troop would not be able to escape the grasp of Yu Zhong's army. Chan Wei Hua knew that it was difficult for him to bring his troops to flee. The moment he attacked, other than a few experts, the rest would be forced to stay. His women would not be free as well. "Why should you run?" Right at this time, a voice traveled over, and the moment it sounded, everyone in the room became wary, turning to the direction. Su Xing he stepped into the room and revealed a smile. Chen Wei Hua's eyes narrowed to a slit, as his entire body became tense. He was like a leopard ready to pounce as he stared at Su Xing he in wariness. Su Xing he, I want to leave. Are you intending to stop me? Su Xing he continued to smile. No. If you want to leave, by all means. However, I have got a suggestion. Who knows, after my words, you might not want to leave anymore. Chen Wei Hua saw that Su Xing, he had no intentions of stopping him and heaved a sigh of relief. Su Xing he was also a peak-level evolver, and if both parties were to engage in a fight, they would likely draw. He had no intentions of fighting it out with Su Xing he. Chen Wei Hua's eyes flashed as he spoke. Su Xing he, Yu Zhong's reach is extensive. Even Zhang Jianxing and the Kingdom of God couldn't do anything to him after teaming up. Such a fearsome person is not someone we can handle. No matter what you say, I will not stay. It's practically suicide. Do you want to leave with me? With our strength, we can carve something out for ourselves. Su Xing he was also an evolver, and if a faction had two such powerhouses as their core, they could deal with plenty of situations. As long as it wasn't a mutant beast wave or a zombie horde, they could handle themselves. Su Xing he laughed lightly. Why should we leave? Can't we just join Yu Zhong? Join him? Chen Wei Hua immediately sunk into thoughts. He was worried about Yu Zhong hunting him that he never thought about submitting to him. Wei Hua, if you want to flee now, you're free to do so. Based on your strength, it's possible to go to a small village and be the local tyrant. However, did you stop to think Yu Zhong's influence will only continue to grow? Once he had conquered everywhere, you will need to recede your territory even further, otherwise, he will send troops to wipe you out. Till when will you continue to live like that? Plus, you can only do so much alone. There's still the issue about the zombie horde, the mutant beasts, rations, etc. Without a proper base, you can only continue to flee, and nothing else but flee. In the end, other than you, there will be a few dozen brothers. Those without enough strength will perish. Is such a lifestyle what you guys want? Yu Zhong has already conquered the Central Plains and over 5 or 6 major cities. He has established the running of factories and farming, as well as a currency system and a working government. He is the only warlord with the most potential of uniting the entire country. Since he's still in the initial stages, if we were to join him now, after contributing, we might become founding fathers. Our future generations will stand to bask in our glory and achievements. If you don't want to choose this path and rather pursue a dog-like life, by all means, you can continue to cower in fear and live in the uncertainty of being swallowed by some other power, or killed by a wave of mutant beasts. Su Xing he rattled on with a strong logical reasoning. Hearing his words, Chen Wei Hua's expression seemed to perk up. He looked towards his subordinates and noticed that they were all swayed by his argument already. After all, everyone wanted to live a better life. No one liked to live like strays, living day to day. Chen Wei Hua wasn't an idiot. He thought for a while and asked, Su Xing you've already joined him, right? Su Xing he chuckled. That's right. I am a lieutenant colonel within his army now. Chen Wei Hua's subordinates looked at him with envy. Having become a lieutenant colonel under Yu Zhong, his status was different. Chen Wei Hua frowned and asked, Then what if I join Yu Zhong? Su Xing he replied, If you join him, you get to keep all your private possessions. As long as you have the ability to feed your 40 women, you can continue doing so. At the same time, you will be a major under Yu Zhong and in charge of an infantry battalion. Chen Wei Hua's frown deepened. A major rank? Isn't it too low? Although he was secretly satisfied with the arrangements, he wanted to try his luck in haggling. Mainly because he was unhappy with being under Su Xing he. However, he was extremely clear that Su Xing he had taken the initiative to submit first. That was why he got the longer end of the stick. Su Xing he revealed a cruel smile. If you want to gain a better position, you'll need to prove yourself. If you can join me and present the entire alliance to Yu Zhong, you'll naturally gain a better position. Chen Wei Hua swiftly made his decision. Okay, Su Xing he, I'll work with you in bringing the alliance to Yu Zhong. Within a meeting hall of the alliance's headquarters, Shimin Tianxiong and the rest of the upper echelons had gathered for a meeting, discussing how to deal with Yu Zhong. Inside the hall, many of the officials were giving their own opinions, and everyone's faces were downcast. No one felt that they could withstand Yu Zhong's assault. Shimin Tianxiong listened to their discussion, his heart heavy as he asked, "What's going on? How come Chen Weihua isn't here yet?" "I'm here. Sorry for being late." Following a bright laughter, Chen Weihua and Su Xinghe walked into the hall together. Shimin Tianxiong watched them enter together, and a premonition arose in his heart. His brows furrowed. Chen Weihua had a carefree look as he looked at everyone. "Don't panic. I've come with the method of dealing with Yu Zhong." Shimin Tianxiong was shocked and asked in curiosity, "What is it?" The rest of the people also turned their gazes to Chen Weihua. "The method is to let Shimin Tianxiong die." Chen Weihua laughed indifferently, and a coin shot out like a cannon, piercing Shimin Tianxiong in the head. There was a look of shock on Shimin Tianxiong's face as his body slumped to the ground lifelessly. Su Xinghe instantly exploded out with 10 pieces of steel that pierced the 6 guards beside Shimin Tianxiong. They were caught unprepared, and although they weren't weak evolvers, they were still assassinated by Su Xinghe. At the same time, there was gunfire from outside, as Su Xinghe and Chen Weihua's forces launched a swift assault on the soldiers of Shimin Tianxiong. Under that sudden attack, Shimin Tianxiong's forces were annihilated. The rest of the upper echelons watched the proceedings in horror and shock, not knowing what to do. Under the heavy suppression of Chen Weihua and Su Xinghe, they didn't dare to move. Chen Weihua turned to survey everyone present and chuckled. "Don't worry. Those who want to live better listen up. Su Xinghe and I have submitted to Yu Zhong. We hope that everyone can cooperate. Otherwise, don't blame us for being merciless." Everyone saw that Shimin Tianxiong had already died, and they had no intentions of rebelling. Looking on quietly as Chen Weihua and Su Xinghe cleared the close buddies of Shimin Tianxiong. After eradicating all potential trouble, Su Xinghe sent someone to handle the alliance while sending someone else to invite Yu Zhong's army in. Chen Weihua immediately saluted Yu Zhong in respect when he saw him. Chen Weihua greets leader Yu Zhong and is willing to serve. Yu Zhong chuckled. "Well done, Chen Weihua. From now on, you're promoted to the rank of lieutenant colonel." Chen Weihua was delighted and responded enthusiastically, "Thank you, leader." Yu Zhong stared at him and said, "Chen Weihua, since you're already my subordinate, you have to follow my rules. My army is a proper one, not one that anyhow does things. Military men have to abide by the military laws. Is that clear?" Chen Weihua's heart turned cold. "Yes." Su Xinghe came up to Yu Zhong and reported, "Leader, I have someone here, whom I think you'll be interested to meet." Chapter 685. Negotiations. Translator. Translation Nation Editor. Translation Nation. Yu Zhong assessed the bespectacled and civil-looking man. "Who are you?" The middle-aged man replied, "I'm called Cheng Ziming. I used to work at the second satellite base near the capital before the apocalypse." "Satellite base?" Yu Zhong was jolted when he heard that, and he asked hurriedly, "Do you remember the location of the base?" Cheng Ziming was clear that this was a moment of potential rewards, and he replied, "I do. I can lead you there." Yu Zhong's face broke out into a smile. "Good, Cheng Ziming. As long as I can obtain that base, I will reward you." Satellites were useful in modern warfare. With enough of them, the entire Earth could be displayed. Since most satellites were focused on major cities, the movements of large armies could not escape detection. Any faction that gained control over satellites would gain a huge advantage. Other than satellites enabled telecommunication across the globe, it was possible to locate positions and do many other things. The Kingdom of God had such a strong expansion at the start throughout the globe because of their control over the satellites early on. With them, they could pass messages and ensure communication as well as an understanding of the various situations. Without them, in a world where many types of equipment had failed, the Kingdom of God could not have planned and executed their plans properly. Cheng Ziming's face lit up in joy. "Thank you, leader." Yu Zhong looked at Su Xinghe and praised, "Well done, Commander Su Xinghe." Regardless of character or efficiency, Su Xing, he was truly outstanding. He understood what Yu Zhong needed and attended to it extremely well. If there were any cons, it would be that he was unlike Li Guang and Bai Shaoshang in their loyalty towards him. If Yu Zhong's faction were to deteriorate and another powerful faction appeared, Su Xing, he would likely sell him out and join the other faction, just like how he betrayed the alliance so easily. Su Xing, he grinned humbly. Thank you for your praise, leader. Su Xing, he had already made his decision to help Yu Zhong in establishing his rule, and he would naturally bring forth all he had to offer. Yu Zhong nodded and headed out. After gaining the intelligence about the satellite base, he wasn't in a hurry to rush out. Instead, he began to reorganize the alliance troops. In addition to his captives, there were a total of 10,000 able-bodied men now. From them, he pulled out 3,000 to form the 5th Brigade, with the command falling to Yu Wening. Su Xinghe and Chen Weihua were drafted into the 5th Brigade as well. It was a large brigade, and one of the companies was made up of ex-adjudicators. Just that troop alone was enough to overwhelm the other companies of Su Xinghe and Chen Weihua. At the same time, Yu Zhong assigned a few loyal commanders to them, ensuring that it would be hard for either of the two to sway the soldiers in the companies. As he was reorganizing the army, Yu Zhong sent the armored division of the 1st Regiment to head to the granary. Food was more precious than gold in the apocalypse. Once he obtained the granary, he would not have to worry about rations in the short run. The armored division of the 1st Regiment had a smooth journey, only coming across a few mutant beasts along the way, and conquered the granary easily. However, half of the rations inside had already been destroyed by the mutant beast horde, with many broken bags and piles of excrement lying everywhere. The stench was truly overbearing. Although most of the granary had been damaged, 10% of it was salvageable. Yu Zhong thus arranged for the undamaged rations to be transported back to Zhangkou City, Hohhot City, and Baoshi City separately. The huge zombie horde and mutant beast wave that had retreated was still a huge threat looming over Yu Zhong's mind. He did not want to leave the rations in a single place. While that was going on, Yu Zhong sent the newly established 5th Brigade together with the 4th Brigade to clear zombies, slowly expanding his reach towards the capital. On the other side, the defeat of the Kingdom of God soldiers reached their headquarters, causing a huge wave among the elders of the Koji. Erek, that fool, he failed. 800 of our kids had actually ended up in that Yu Zhong's hands because of that idiot Erek. What do we do now? Punish that Erek. Correct. Punish him. He has to be put to death. The council erupted in voices of dissent. Those 800 adjudicators and judges were all Aryans and part of the Koji's fighting force. They were also necessary for the reproduction of their race. With such a force, they could easily conquer a city over at Africa. They could not give up such a force. As for Yu Wening and the other foreign races, even if they were to be eradicated, the Elder Council would not make a big fuss. After all, it was easy to raise up another unit of these soldiers from their other bases. However, the troops that Erek had led were pure Aryans and precious people. After all, that 800 soldiers had clashed against the 3,000-strong 3rd Brigade, and they only lost 300 people but managed to kill 600 soldiers of the 3rd Brigade. Furthermore, of the 300 casualties, some had been killed by the mutant beasts and the elite evolvers of Yu Zhong's soldiers. The actual number that fell at the hands of the 3rd Brigade was only about 100. Without any external assistance, the Aryan unit could easily crush the 3,000-strong 3rd Brigade. That was how strong they were. The great Elder Jonas announced with difficulty, "Erek shall be put to death." Hearing his words, the rest of the elders regained their calm. One elder asked, "According to Wilson, there's still about 500 of our men in Yu Zhong. What do we do about them? We have to save them. How do we do so? They're already in his hands. If we continue to send people over, it will be just sending them to their deaths. India. We need to transfer some soldiers from India to deal with Yu Zhong. India can be considered to be our colony. We can deploy about 100,000 soldiers from there. It should be enough to eradicate Yu Zhong. 100,000 foreign soldiers. This is the maximum that we can activate from India. Once we deploy them, our strength in India will suffer greatly. If we were to lose, India will also be lost. I am against this idea. I'm also against the idea. If we were to deploy troops from India, then we need to transfer some resources over. Just transporting them will take up too much logistics. By then, when we start the assault against Yuzhong, we will have to devote resources into the battle, and our plan to recover the capital in the city here will be delayed. This is not to our benefit. Negotiations. I feel that we should negotiate with him. Since cannons and weapons cannot help us achieve what we want, let's use negotiations. That's right. A powerful, united China may not be to our benefit, but the number of zombies in China is about 1.5 billion. It is a number that Yuzhong would need at least 10 years to deal with. Our main enemies are the zombies now, not other humans. Although it will be a pity to abandon China, for now, we definitely need to focus our efforts on reclaiming the major cities within our own country. The elders were all practical. The moment there didn't seem to be a solution to Yuzhong, they chose to negotiate. Jonas also came to a decision after some consideration. Let Enright go and negotiate with Yuzhong to recover our children. The orders of the Kingdom of God soon traveled to China, and the branch there responded quickly, sending the envoy to Yuzhong. Enright came up to Yuzhong and saluted. "How are you, Leader Yuzhong?" Yuzhong saw that it was Enright and chuckled. "Enright, it's you? Speak. What's your objective?" Yuzhong had negotiated with Enright once in Vietnam before, and he had even stabbed them in the back viciously. Enright knew Yuzhong's character and immediately got to the point. "Leader Yuzhong, I hope to buy back the 500 adjudicators and judges from your hands. We're willing to use 3,000 assault rifles and 50,000 rounds of ammunition to exchange for them." Yuzhong immediately responded, "I want 2 manufacturing lines of the Thunder Fighters, 2 multifunctional battle helmet production lines, as well as 10,000 tons of fuel. If you can meet my requirements, I will release them immediately." The Thunder Fighters and multifunctional battle helmets were great items. Especially the helmets, they provided adequate protection against rifles, and had night vision, navigation, analysis, battlefield scanning, and other capabilities. The Kingdom of God could conduct operations in the night and achieve outstanding results because of the helmets. Enright was taken aback and he laughed bitterly. "Leader Yuzhong, the Thunder Fighters are our newest research, and we only have 5 production lines. It is impossible to give them to you. The helmets can only be produced over in Europe as well. Even if we want to give them to you, we can't port it over." Chapter 686. Satellite Base. Translator. Translation Nation Editor. Translation Nation. Yuzhong's eyes flashed. "All right, get all those factions in China under your Kingdom of God to submit to me, and hand over their weapons and resources. I'll release your men." The Kingdom of God had many factions within China and were pretty active in China. Of course, even if they were to all work together, they weren't a match for Yuzhong. However, if they were to react, they still posed a problem. Should Yuzhong successfully swallow them up, he could truly become the conqueror of China. Enright chuckled bitterly again. "I'm sorry. I can't agree to that condition. The power that the Kingdom of God had in China wasn't small. They had altogether about 27,000 soldiers. Enright was naturally unwilling to hand them over to Yuzhong. While most of them were ordinary soldiers, not having undergone any job changes, but they had already undergone tough military training and their combat power was still a notch above most normal soldiers. This was a sizable force and the Kingdom of God would not give it away so simply. Yuzhong's expression turned extremely cold. "Then what the fuck are you here for?" Enright turned silent. "I can hand over all the factories from the Outer Mongolia in exchange for those 500 soldiers." Yuzhong stared at him. "Military factories?" "That's right. Outer Mongolia has about 20 ammunition production lines and 15 heavy artillery production lines. They could produce enough for most armored vehicles." Yuzhong took the opportunity to propose a counteroffer. "Add on another 5,000 rifles, 1 million bullets. I know you can afford that. As for the production lines, you guys will handle the transport. Don't bargain any further." Enright grit his teeth and replied, "Fine." The troops of the Outer Mongolia had already been defeated by Yuzhong. Although the Koji still controlled much of the production lines there, they couldn't suppress the local factions for much longer. They had to clear out sooner or later, and since that was the case, it was better to hand the lines over to Yu Zhong than to those local militants. After completing his task, Enright felt much at ease. Leader Yu Zhong, the Kingdom of God is extremely interested in the laser gun technology in your hands. They are willing to exchange the production techniques for the Thunder Fighters and multipurpose combat helmet for that technology. This will be beneficial to both our countries. We hope that you can agree. Yu Zhong immediately refused. No. Yu Zhong and the Kingdom of God were on different levels of technology capabilities. Even if he were to gain the secrets of the Thunder Fighter and multipurpose combat helmet, if he wanted to produce them, it was impossible within the next 2 years. After all, manufacturing an aircraft required many materials and time. Without the necessary capabilities, even if he had the blueprints, it was useless. After the deal was confirmed, both sides started to carry out their ends of the deal. A large number of production lines were delivered by the Kingdom of God into Yu Zhong's hands. Yu Zhong received them, together with 5,000 assault rifles and 1,000,000 rounds, before releasing the 500 Aryan soldiers back to the Kingdom of God. After an entire month, Yu Zhong finally managed to empty out the granary storage, and his troops managed to eliminate about 800,000 zombies. As they neared the capital, the number of zombies were increasing as well. An ordinary county might have a few 100,000 of them, and each time they launched an assault on a county, they would have to expend plenty of ammunition. However, Yu Zhong was not in shortage of production lines now, and in addition to the recently joined alliance members, every day there was plenty of ammunition produced to support the constant war against the zombies. With the addition of the Outer Mongolia's production line, Yu Zhong's production speed had increased by a third. Every day, there was ammunition produced and sent to the front lines, allowing Yu Zhong's army to be constantly fighting, with more to spare and save. Qinyang County was extremely close to the capital, and currently, there was a vehicle fleet on its way there. The satellite base was in a location just right outside of Qinyang County. Yu Zhong was seated in a Hummer that had been modified, as he looked out the window serenely. He had come on this trip personally in order to obtain this satellite base. In his mind, the importance of this satellite base was equal, if not higher than, to the missile base. What he had gained within the missile base was not to be used lightly, whereas the potential of the satellite base was going to be extremely useful. All his communications and reconnaissance would level up. It's right here. Chang Ziming brought Yu Zhong towards a barren mountain that seemed inconspicuous. There was a huge metal door right at the entrance of the mountain. He pointed to the door and told Yu Zhong, "The base is right below there." He continued to explain, "In fact, there is a city below which is extremely huge. When I was here working, the number of personnel was about 3,000. The base is well equipped with all sorts of functions. I think that there might be at least 2,000 zombies within." Yu Zhong looked at the door and said, "Open the door." Qing Wu. Ji Qing Wu put on her blue biological armor and pulled out that large sword, before slashing a few times at the door. A hole was soon carved out. One evolver muttered a spell under his breath and stretched out his hands. There was a flash of light, and 8 hunting dogs appeared. He pointed to the door, and the 8 hunting dogs darted into the base. Not a problem. After an hour, the 8 hunting dogs came out, and the evolver looked at them before nodding at Yu Zhong. Having ensured that there was no danger within, Yu Zhong brought his troops into the tunnel. Inside the tunnel, there was no light, and Yu Zhong took the lead cautiously. Behind Yu Zhong, a number of flashlights were switched on. The party then soon made their way into the city. They discovered that within the underground city, there were all sorts of structures, just that there was no light, and the entire place looked like an underground tomb. Yu Zhong surveyed the place and felt wary. He had also entered an underground city back at Ulan Mountain Range and had come across that strange parasitic creature. He turned to speak to Ji Qing Wu. "Qing Wu, go get some men to guard the entrance. Do not let anything escape out. I'll go take a look." Ji Qing Wu's eyes flashed with worry. "Be careful. Don't worry." Yu Zhong smiled at her, before carrying Yin Shuang on his back and made his way further into the city. Yin Shuang had the combat strength of an apostle, and Yu Zhong had the capabilities to overwhelm an apostle himself. As long as they were careful and did not meet any Type 5 mutant beasts, it was hard for them to fall. Barren and silence, that was the description for the underground city. Yu Zhong walked along and could make out several broken windows. There were patches of blood on the ground, and it was obvious that there had been many deaths at the jaws of the zombies during the start of the apocalypse. The defense was tight in this underground city, but at the same time it had acted as a huge cage, trapping the people within, preventing them from escaping. He did not come across any danger, but he couldn't help feeling a sense of caution. This was because he had not come across something that he should have already, the zombies. He would rather face tens of thousands of zombies than any of those mutant beasts that had intelligence. Quang Lang. Just after Yu Zhong passed by a window, suddenly, dozens of S2S leaped out and charged at Yu Zhong. While he still felt wary, he didn't panic, and swiftly activated his shadow steps, slashing out with his crocodile tooth saw blade. The S2S that pounced over were instantly killed by him. Just as those S2S were dealt with, a number of L2S charged out from various corners, carrying H1S facing Yu Zhong. When those H1S opened their mouths, a number of fireballs fired towards Yu Zhong like cannons. Yu Zhong immediately dodged into a nearby shop when he saw the H1S. Just as he entered the shop, 3 Type 2 hunters leaped down from the roof, together with 8 S2S that were hidden within the shop. This was obviously a strategy that made use of the zombies hidden at every corner. If it were any ordinary evolver, they could not have dealt with the Type 2 hunters. Facing this continuous waves of attack, a nether hole appeared in mid-air, and 3 sharp bone spikes shot out from the hole, impaling the 3 hunters, nailing them to the wall. Yu Zhong sent out 8 instantaneous slashes, slicing the 8 S2S in halves. After killing those S2S easily, his eyes flashed with suspicious. What is going on? When did the intelligence of these zombies evolve to this state? They even know how to set traps. Even the smart, huge-head mutant zombie had not thought to do so. Yu Zhong thought to himself, what if there's something like that Amaterasu inside here? Amaterasu was the only zombie with intelligence that Yu Zhong had encountered. He possessed human-like intelligence as well as a terrifying combat ability. At that time, Yu Zhong had only managed to injure him instead of killing him. When he thought of the possibility of something similar appearing in China, he was worried. Chapter 687. The Woman Who Controls Zombies. Translator. Translation Nation Editor. Translation Nation. Shatter. As though under some command, the glass broke everywhere and a number of Type 2 zombies emitting some horrid stench charged into the shop. Yin Shuang suddenly became blank and leaped away from Yu Zhong's embrace, jumping out of the shop. Yin Shuang. Yu Zhong watched Yin Shuang leaving him suddenly and was shocked. He quickly leaped after her. Yin Shuang was not only the most important combatant under Yu Zhong, but was also a little girl that was extremely reliant on Yu Zhong. He viewed her as family, and seeing such a change in her, he could not help but be flustered. Yu Zhong had just arrived at that building, when a devourer that was hiding appeared suddenly, as it opened its jaws and spat out its poisonous gas. Yu Zhong was taken aback. He quickly stopped his breath, and devil flame erupted around him to burn away the poison. He quickly slashed out at the devourer, slicing it into 2. Not good. I inhaled some. Yu Zhong had killed the devourer easily, but he realized his cells were starting to break down, as a dark poisonous mist emitted from his body. He was also started to lose consciousness. The toxicity of the devourer was extremely horrific. If it had been anyone else, they would have instantly turned into a zombie. Yu Zhong could withstand the change because of his high vitality. Even so, his cells were fighting against the infection with all their might. He might be a vitality-based evolver, but his body was still not immune to infection. At this critical juncture, Yu Zhong bit down on his lips harshly. The pain jolted him awake and he quickly retrieved his G-type cure, quickly injecting its contents into his body. The moment the contents were absorbed, Yu Zhong felt his blood regaining its vigor and flow. At that moment, Adis 2S pounced upon him, intending to bite down at his body. His hands lit up in flames, as his powerful devil flame burst forth, enveloping the 8S2S. When the flames died down, only ashes remained. The 8S2S had disappeared entirely. Ah! Blue treasure box. After wiping out those 8S2S, Yu Zhong heaved a sigh of relief and was about to continue up the stairs when he noticed a blue treasure box beside the corpse of the devourer. Yu Zhong was overjoyed and picked it up. The blue treasure box was extremely rare, even higher grade than the green ones. At the early stages, when there were a few Type 3 mutant beasts, they tended to drop a few. However, the world had mutated to a state where even killing those Type 3 monsters might not guarantee any drops. Most of the boxes that appeared were green, and blue ones were rare. Yu Zhong obtained a blue treasure box from the devourer. This caused him to be happy. With a flash, a pair of wings of about 7 wide appeared in his hands. They were black in color, seemingly made up of some metal alloy, their edges sharp like blades, and the entire pair of wings was covered in mysterious runes, with a round pocket in the center. Level 6 treasure, Dark Wind alloy wings, able to block bullets of 14.5 millimeters. Upon equipping, allows the user to glide for a short distance from 20 m above the ground. Once provided with a Type 3 nuclei, the user can use the wings to fly. Can reach a maximum speed of sound barrier. Consumes energy for nucleus while flying. Good treasure. Yu Zhong looked at the Dark Wind alloy wings and his eyes lit up with excitement. With this, he could fly and still battle in the skies. After all, there weren't many evolvers that could fly. Of the evolvers under Yu Zhong, they numbered over 2,000, yet there were only 3 who could fly. One of them was a wind controller, the other were air controllers. In fact, they weren't really flying, just using their abilities to send their bodies into the skies. However, it could not be maintained for long. At most, they could do so for 5 minutes. Having gained this Dark Wind alloy wings, it could complement his other skills and allow him to fly. In any case, he wasn't lacking in Type 3 nuclei. As he stopped here to inspect his new equipment, the evolved zombies below were slowly making their way up. His eyes flashed coldly, and with a thought, a nether hold appeared in midair, and 10 sharp bone blades shot out, twisting and slashing into the group of zombies, turning them into mincemeat. White bones killed the zombies, then stepped out of the nether hole, and guarded at the entrance of the building according to Yu Zhong's instructions. Yu Zhong came to the second level of the store, coming face to face with 6 devourers crawling on the ceiling. They opened their jaws and shot out their tongues that were capable of tearing through armored vehicles. The crocodile Tooth saw a blade in his hand slashed out with multiple beams, causing 6 tongues to be severed as murky blood splattered everywhere. He then pulled out his stinger and fired 6 consecutive shots. Pong! 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 Following the sound of gunshots, the 6 devourers had their heads blasted open and they dropped from the ceiling. After killing those 6 hunters, Yu Zhong activated his bone-encompassing armor, his entire body encased in the bone carapace. He surveyed his surroundings, turning to fix his gaze on some broken windows. His eyes flashed coldly and he walked closer to take a look. All of a sudden, Type 2 hunters leaped in from outside, opening their jaws and firing their tongues. Sharp spikes shot out from Yu Zhong's shoulders, slicing through the tongues, while another 4 shot out from his chest, piercing the heads of the hunters, before flinging them away. Having gained intelligence, White Bones was able to utilize its skills effectively based on its own judgment to deal with enemies. Yu Zhong looked out and noticed that Yin Shuang was currently shivering while kneeling in front of a figure, atop another building. That person was a beautiful woman in a long white dress, with a lush head of thick hair. Her skin was fair and her features were exquisite, yet she had a sense of being untouchable. Beside her stood 8S3S, 2L3S, and a devourer. Yu Zhong opened his hands and a bone spike shot out, impaling the wall of the next building. As the bone spike retracted, Yu Zhong was pulled towards the roof of that building. Yu Zhong saw Yin Shuang shivering badly and he shouted in anxiety, "Yin Shuang, are you okay?" Yin Shuang turned to face Yu Zhong, although her eyes were still blank. "Father? Is she my mother?" "No. Yin Shuang, she is not your mother." Yu Zhong turned to face that cool-looking beauty and charged towards her. He could tell that she was the one who was the cause of everything happening here. In a few breaths, Yu Zhong had already appeared behind her, reaching out with his right hand to grab her pale neck. That act of grabbing her was ridiculously simple. He had in fact prepared a few countermeasures in case she acted out. It was as though she was just a normal person. Yu Zhong exerted pressure and threatened, "Stop resisting and stop your controlling over my Yin Shuang." The cold beauty glared at Yu Zhong hatefully and gritted her teeth. "Kill me, all you beasts. Even in death, I will not become your toy." At this time, the 8S3S, 2L3S, and Devourer charged at Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong frowned slightly and released the beautiful woman, pulling out his huge black tooth blade, slashing out at the incoming zombies. With a powerful blade beam slashing out, 9 zombies were turned into mincemeat. At the same time, 2 powerful devil flame incinerated the brains of the 2L3S. When the beautiful woman witnessed this, her eyes also flashed with shock. She knew how powerful the zombies she was controlling were. She had made use of them to tear through a few overpowered evolvers, and to see Yu Zhong killing her trump card in such a casual manner, she could not help but be shocked. After dealing with the 11 evolved zombies, Yu Zhong pulled out his stinger and pointed it at her. "I have no idea what kind of misunderstandings you might have towards me. I did not come here to capture you to be my toy. However, I'm not some nice guy. Stop trying to control my Yin Shuang. Otherwise, I will not hesitate to blow your brains out. I think that if you were to die, your control over my Yin Shuang would be stopped. I don't like to kill without reason, but this does not mean that I will not kill." The beauty looked at Yu Zhong, touching her neck while snorting coldly, and stopped casting her ability. Yin Shuang, who had been kneeling and shivering, immediately stood up and leaped into Yu Zhong's embrace. "Father! Father!" Chapter 688. Triple Spirit Evolver. Translator. Translation Nation Editor. Translation Nation. Yu Zhong saw that Yin Shuang had returned to him and his mood became better. He asked, "I'm Yu Zhong? What's your name? The beasts that you were referring to, who were they? What happened here?" The cool beauty assessed Yu Zhong for a while, before saying, "I'm called Lu Yumei. Are you from outside?" He replied, "That's right." She continued to ask, "Are there still many zombies outside?" Yu Zhong replied, "Many. In fact, many places are still overrun with zombies." Although Yu Zhong had gained control of the whole Central Plains, in truth, there were still many towns and villages containing zombies. He had only controlled the important industrial cities and counties. Even Zhangkou City had nearby villages that were not entirely cleaned up yet. It was because it would take a lot of time, and it might divert his attention away from the important task of advancing into the capital. The zombies in those smaller villages were left to hunters to deal with. After all, since the corpses of zombies were vital nutrients to the mutant plants, Yu Zhong had set up a market to purchase zombie corpses. From there, plenty of hunting teams popped up to earn money. It was a dangerous task, but the rewards were attractive, and those who did not wish to confine themselves into working at factories managed to find work as hunters. It fulfilled Yu Zhong's objectives as well. In such a process, a new culture emerged. In the past, bounty hunters were a rare breed of occupation, and now it had become the highly sought-after job for those who loved risks and high returns. Yu Zhong stared straight at the lady and said solemnly, "I have already conquered most of the Central Plains. Zhangkou City is already under my control. I have established a form of government there, and I'm highly interested in your ability. Do consider joining us." Her brows arched as she challenged, "What if I decide not to? What will you do?" Yu Zhong replied slowly, "Then I will have to apologize. Your ability is too dangerous. If you don't, I'll have to eliminate you right here." Lu Yumei could control zombies. This was one of the sickest abilities Yu Zhong had come across. Although she was weak, the zombie troops she controlled could easily wipe out a peak-level evolver. With such a dangerous entity, if Yu Zhong had no means of controlling her, he would not leave her to his enemies. In the system, there were many abilities that could be bought. However, the miraculous ability to control the zombies could not be bought from the system. The easiest to obtain was the firearms manipulation specialization skill once one turned into a soldier, while the other was the medical specialization for those who became medics. Lu Yumei had an as-expected look, as she replied indifferently, "As expected. If I were to join you, what do I have to do?" Yu Zhong looked at her and said, "I would like to know what your skill is called as well as its limitation. From there I can assign you tasks." You will be paid and treated according to your contributions. At the same time, you won't have to worry about me lusting over your body. In fact, I have a number of women by my side. Each and every one of them is even more beautiful than you." She snorted before replying, "My skill is the third-order zombie control. I'm a triple spirit evolver. I'm currently level 60, and the maximum number of zombies I can control is 500. This refers to ordinary zombies. As for evolved ones, the numbers will be lesser." Yu Zhong's brows arched as he asked, "Triple spirit evolver?" It was the first time that he heard such a term. She replied somewhat haughtily, "The term triple spirit evolver means that each time I level up, other than the points to be allocated, there will be a fixed increase of 3 points in spirit per level." When Yu Zhong heard that, he couldn't help but tremble in shock. Such an existence was truly terrifying. It meant that Lu Yumei's innate talent was insanely high. Each time she gained a level, her spirit was definitely stronger than any other person. Her only weakness was her weak survivability. However, if she had enough protection, she could unleash a terrifying combat strength. Furthermore, with such a high level of spirit, other than controlling zombies, she could use the system to learn other offensive and defensive spells. At that time, she would truly be a force to be reckoned with. Yu Zhong chuckled and said, "Very good. I can assign you the rank of a major with the perks and treatment of one. Of course, you will have to use your abilities to wipe out zombies to earn that rank and promote." Her gaze flitted about before she replied, "It's fine to join you, but I have a condition." Yu Zhong said, "Name it." Lu Yumei turned around and went down the stairs. "Come with me." Yu Zhong carried Yin Shuang and followed her out. As they went past a few alleys, they came to a huge warehouse. In front of the huge warehouse, there were 2 L3s. She eyed them and sent out a spiritual wave, and the 2 L3s pulled the door open. "Sis, you're back. Sis Lu." The moment she entered the warehouse, a dozen little kids came running over. A few of these youths, looking about 13 or 14, looked at Yu Zhong and Yin Shuang warily and asked, "Sis Lu, who are these people?" The rest of the kids also took a few steps back, hiding behind Lu Yumei. Lu Yumei looked at them with a sense of warmth. "Little Jean, don't be afraid. They're my friends." Yu Zhong looked at them, not saying anything, as he turned to look at Lu Yumei. She returned his gaze and said, "Come with me." Lu Yumei brought Yu Zhong further into the warehouse, and they came across a number of women lying by the wall. Most of them had their legs broken. Some even had their arms chopped off. Some of them had faces full of burn scars, while others had bulging tummies as though they were pregnant, but their limbs were frail and weak. This is the result of those bastards' actions. Lu Meiyu eyed those women, her gaze full of vengeance as she revealed what happened to this city. After the world changed, the entire underground city was also filled with zombies. However, since this was a satellite base, the defense wasn't too weak. There was a special forces team as well as firepower to ensure the safety of the place. As the apocalypse continued, the soldiers were all deployed to kill the zombies and rescue the citizens. The survivors that were rescued retreated to the city center, waiting for rescue. Because the special forces started to transform into zombies as well, and the remaining soldiers had no way of clearing the rest of the zombies. There were enough rations in this city. At the start, the situation was stable. With the passing of time, an evolver by the name of Wei Xian suddenly appeared, launching an assault on the upper echelons of the society as well as the special forces, killing them all and snatching authority. Wei Xian was a special forces soldier that possessed incredible combat skill. When he awakened as an evolver, he was practically unparalleled within the city. Prior to the apocalypse, he had been a nice person and a model soldier. However, when the world changed, he began to give in to his inner desires, turning into a lustful and violent person. Wei Xian had swiftly organized a team to be his teeth and claws, as they holed themselves up in the center of the city, eating their fill while toying with the women. The rest of the survivors were treated like shit. Those in the warehouse were the women who had been broken by Wei Xian and his gang of cronies. Lu Yumei had taken the opportunity to escape during Wei Xian's fight for power. During her escape, she had awakened as an evolver and gained her skill, making use of it to kill her pursuers, at the same time forcing Wei Xian and the rest to be stuck, with no means of escaping the center of the city. Yu Zhong asked curiously, "Why not kill those bunch of bastards? Since you have so many evolved zombies, you should be able to kill them easily." The L3s were impervious to normal weapons. Not many evolvers were a match for them. Even for Yu Zhong, he had to utilize the devil flame to incinerate them. As for the devourers, even Yu Zhong almost perished at their hands, and the claws of such a freak could kill any ordinary evolver. She gritted her teeth as her fury erupted. "Those bastards are holding the children hostage in order to threaten me. The moment I get the zombies to get too near to them, they will execute all the children within. If I were to let the zombies charge in and kill him, the children in there will all die. That bastard even resorted to something like this." Yu Zhong glanced at her strangely. He had not expected this woman to be so kind-hearted. It was truly rare in this world. Lu Yumei looked towards Yu Zhong with a resolute gaze. "The condition for me joining you is this: you have to send people to take care of these women and help me to take out Wei Xian, rescuing the kids from his hands." Yu Zhong replied, "Fine. Even if you didn't raise it, I will send men to take care of these women and kill that bastard Wei Xian. This is what a leader, a person should do. I don't want to take advantage of you. Do you want to raise one more condition for yourself?" She looked at Yu Zhong somewhat taken aback, and sighed before she shook her head. "No need. As long as you satisfy those conditions, it's more than enough for me." Yu Zhong replied, "Take me to Wei Xian." And, under her lead, Yu Zhong came to the center of the city, where a number of walls stood high and tall, surrounding a few towering buildings. Chapter 689. Sneak. Translator. Translation Nation Editor. Translation Nation. Outside of the large gates, there were a few security cameras swiveling every once in a while, taking in the surroundings. The rest of the base was shrouded in darkness. However, a few structures were still lit. This was the core of the underground city, and surrounding it were plenty of zombies patrolling around without stopping. Lu Yumei looked at the base with undisguised hatred. "It's right here. Wei Xian, that asshole, is here." Yu Zhong took a look and said, "Can't you control the zombies to assassinate him? It isn't too difficult for the Type 2 hunters to breach in." The Type 2 hunters were natural predators. If attacked by them in the dark, even a level 60 evolver would perish. Someone as strong as Yu Zhong had almost fallen at the continuous ambushes earlier. Lu Yumei hesitated for a while, but decided to reveal the shortcomings of her power in the end. "I can control the zombies to gather together and issue them some simple commands, but I cannot order them to kill an enemy outside of my vision. Otherwise, they will go out of control and attack as per their instinct." Yu Zhong nodded and activated his second-order stealth, disappearing into the night. "So it's like so. Go ascertain his position." Lu Yumei watched in shock as Yu Zhong disappeared right in front of her eyes. She adjusted her emotions, then controlled the 2L3 by her side to come right in front of the base. One of the zombies went to press the communication button near the gate. Her voice rang out, "Wei Xian, I know you're in there. I want to see you." As her words rang out, a number of bright lights shone towards her position. At the same time, the security cameras near the gate swiveled to lock onto her position. After a while, an image appeared on the electronic display near the gate. A bald man with a naked upper torso, his aura sharp, and his muscles ripped, appeared. There were two beautiful naked girls in his embrace, as well as another two kneeling on the ground, licking his feet. This man was precisely Wei Xian. He kicked the two women by his legs away, his body edging forward slightly. "Lu Yumei, have you thought it through? As long as you are willing to become my woman, the both of us can leave this place with our powers. Once we go above, with our strength, we can establish a powerful kingdom. By that time, we are the law, we can do whatever we want to. Everyone else will have to grovel at our feet." Lu Yumei looked back in disgust, her gaze icy cold. "Even if I were to die, I would not become your woman. This time, I'm here to discuss a deal with you. Release the children, and I will control the zombies to allow you to leave." Wei Xian laughed out. "Miss Lu, do you take me for a fool? If I were to hand the kids over to you, Won't you just control the zombies to kill me after? Wei Xian waved his hands, pulling out a naked boy who was all skin and bones right in front of him. Forget it. Since you're so pitiful, I'll let you have some appetizers. Get 200 gene of food in exchange for this boy. Lu Yumei looked at the state of the boy and erupted in fury. You damn beast! You dare to scold me? Sure. Let's see if this teaches you a lesson. Wei Xian's eyes flashed with a cruel gaze, raising the gun in his hand towards the boy's head, and he laughed savagely. The boy immediately cried out in shock and fear, his snot and tears flowing down his face. His skinny frame also started to tremble uncontrollably. No! Don't kill me! I don't want to die! Pong! Following a loud gunshot, a bullet hole appeared in the boy's head, as he slumped lifelessly to the ground. Seeing this, the four naked beauties kneeled down on the ground and trembled as well, not daring to raise their heads. They were afraid of antagonizing this devil. Having been trapped in this underground city for a long time, with uncertainty and fear towards the future, Wei Xian was pushed to the brink of insanity. From time to time, he would just kill, and these women did not dare to anger him. Lu Yumei's eyes blazed with fury as her body trembled from the rage as well. However, she was helpless. She might have an insane skill in controlling zombies, but the skill had its limits as well. Her personal combat abilities were currently slightly above ordinary people. She wasn't a match for Wei Xian. Wei Xian waved his hands and another 15-year-old boy was dragged right in front of him. He chuckled at Lu Yumei. Miss Lu, you have just caused the death of an important hostage. Now I want 600 gene of rations. If you bring it, this boy is yours. Of course, if you can't do so in 3 days, I will eat him. It had already been over a year since the apocalypse began, and although there weren't shortage of food in the center of the base, the inhabitants had gone through quite an amount. There was the worry of insufficient food going around. In order to save on the food, Wei Xian had allowed his subordinates to resort to cannibalism. Lu Yumei gritted her teeth in hatred. I got it! I will bring 600 gene of food to exchange for him in 3 days. You better not be killing anyone else. Wei Xian replied indifferently. I kill whoever I want to kill. What business is it of yours? However, if you do bring the food within 3 days, I can promise not to touch him. Lu Yumei shot him a deep glare, before turning around to leave. Seeing her leave, the lights scattered and the electronic display dimmed. The rest of the surveillance cameras swiveled elsewhere. Yu Zhong appeared from the dark. Where is he? Lu Yumei pointed to the highest structure within the base. That building over there, the 7th level hall. He should be engaging in shit with his subordinates. Yu Zhong turned to look at the structure, and his body disappeared into the night again. The walls surrounding the center of the city were about 4 m tall. Yu Zhong leaped lightly and went over easily. When he landed, he immediately shot for the 7-story tall building. As he passed through the center, he could see plenty of human bones and corpses littered about everywhere. It was hell. In barely 10 seconds, Yu Zhong had arrived at the building, which happened to be the only lit one. He stretched out his hands and a strand of silk shot out from his ring. The silk pulled him up to the roof of the building, and he utilized his devil flame through his fingertips to melt the glass of a window. He then entered the room without much difficulty. As he entered the room, he saw many little girls without a single shred of clothing being locked in cages like animals. Most of them had blank expressions even after seeing Yu Zhong suddenly appear. A few of them covered their mouths with expressions of joy and fear at the same time. They had hoped for a hero to come save them, but their hopes had been dashed time and time again. They already lost hope. This beast! Yu Zhong saw the state of these girls and his eyes flashed with fury. A little 12-year-old came to the front of her cage, her skin fair and a collar around her neck. As she looked at Yu Zhong expectantly, Uncle, are you here to save us? He looked at her and replied, That's right. I'm here to save you. Where's the hall? The little girl swiftly replied, It's on the left once you exit from here. Uncle, you must be careful. Wei Xian is an evolver. His main attribute is speed. He had also 3 evolver experts with him. One of them is called Zhang Erdan. He can transform into a werewolf. Another is called Lu Hong. She can control her hair. And the last one is called Su Wei. He has monstrous strength. Right at this time, another naked girl had a strange glint in her eyes as she screamed out loud, "Enemy! Ah! Enemy! Boss Wei Xian! Someone is here to kill you. You must be careful." The cute girl who had advised Yu Zhong looked towards her fellow captive in disbelief. "Zhongli, you!" There was a venomous look and gloating in Zhongli's eyes. "Boss Wei Xian, Lu Rong has betrayed you. She has revealed information about you. Lu Rong. Once Boss Wei Xian comes later, you're dead. I hate people like you. This time, Boss Wei Xian will turn you into a bitch. Ha ha. Ha ha." Zhongli had gone crazy under the torment and humiliation of Wei Xian and his men, and her jealousy and hatred was projected onto those who had not yet been harmed. She just wanted to obtain Wei Xian's love and get a better position. Pang! Following a gunshot, Zhongli had a bullet hole in the middle of her brows, fresh blood flowing down. Her face was still contorted in a gloating look. Yu Zhong eyed the corpse with a cold look. What an eyesore! Chapter 690, Artificial Intelligence. Translator. Translation Nation Editor. Translation Nation. When the rest of the girls saw how Yu Zhong took out Zhongli without hesitation, their hearts chilled. Even Lu Rong, who had approached Yu Zhong to help, felt fear and backed up a few steps. If this man in front of her could kill without blinking, he wasn't anyone merciful. Yu Zhong looked at them and spoke to what seemed to be blank air. "Sokka, you protect them." After that, Yu Zhong disappeared from the room. By now, because of Zhang Li's scream, the entire building had raised the alarm. Wei Xian's subordinates had begun to move, and Yu Zhong had not left far from the room when he saw 4 gun-toting militants. The 4 of them charged at Yu Zhong the moment they saw him. However, Yu Zhong disappeared right in front of their eyes, reappearing behind them. At the next instant, the bodies of the militants split apart, as large amounts of blood splattered everywhere, dyeing the hallway. Normal people could not catch Yu Zhong's movements at all. Even for evolvers other than those who were high-level, very few could withstand a strike from Yu Zhong. With a few slashes of his blade, the huge door to the hall was split apart. Yu Zhong kicked right through it and stormed into the room. He discovered that 3 men were naked, surrounded by over 20 naked women. In fact, there was still a man engrossed in pounding another woman. There was a strong smell of sex and grime in the hall. Wei Xian looked at Yu Zhong and smiled in appreciation. "You must be the assassin? Truly gutsy, eh? I'm Wei Xian, the leader of this base. I admire you. How about working for me? As long as you agree, the women here are yours to toy with. If you like virgins, I have a few stashed away. I even have a few non-mature pets lying around. As long as you join me, those toys will be yours." In this apocalypse, there wasn't any form of entertainment. Since Wei Xian and the rest were trapped here, the only form of fun they had was to toy with the women. He had made use of them to pull over Zhang Erdan, Lu Hong, and Su Wei. Although Lu Hong was a woman herself, she was an ordinary-looking lesbian. Before the apocalypse, she had not been accepted. Thus, she had tried to suppress herself. After the world changed, having obtained some strength, she began to indulge in her desires. Yu Zhong's gaze was cold as he stared at Wei Xian, pulling out his stinger and immediately firing, "Human scum! Go to hell!" Pang! With a single gunshot, before Wei Xian even had the time to finish his words, his brains had been blown apart, as red and white matter splattered all over the woman beneath him. The naked Zhang Erdan saw Wei Xian's death and he roared out in rage, triggering his werewolf transformation. "Damn it! You dare kill Boss Wei! I will avenge him!" Pang! The stinger sounded out once more, and the just transformed Zhang Erdan slumped to the floor with a bullet hole in his wolf head. Wei Xian and Zhang Erdan were like invincible existences to the ordinary people of the underground city. But to Yu Zhong, they were just trash. Any elite evolver under him could easily take them out. When the naked women on the ground saw how easily the 2 demons of their lives were killed by Yu Zhong, their hearts were full of shock. After Yu Zhong took out Wei Xian and Zhang Erdan, he discovered Lu Hong and Su Wei each gyrating their own women passionately. As to the events that just occurred, they seemed oblivious to them. Yu Zhong saw the glass table filled with some white powder and he frowned deeply. Pulling out his crocodile tooth saw blade, he slashed out at the two cocaine-snorting evolvers. With a flash of his blade, their heads rolled to the ground, fresh blood spraying everywhere. The naked women seemed to be used to the sight of death. Although they were scared, they didn't scream out like most normal people. Yu Zhong glanced around and announced dryly, "I need someone who's familiar with this place to lead me around. I want to rescue everyone out of here. Whoever has the ability stand up, I will ensure her safety, and I promise not only will she live with dignity from now on, as long as I'm alive, she will not be short of food and clothes." There were over 20 naked beauties all around, and such a scene was more than enough to send a hot-blooded man dizzy. However, Yu Zhong was someone who had his fair share of beauties, and these women weren't enough to shake his resolve. One bespectacled lady with fair skin and dressed in black lace, her demeanor charming and elegant, stood up as she stared straight at Yu Zhong. "I'm called Zhang Ye. I used to be the overseer in this satellite base. I'm familiar with the entire place. Please allow me to be your guide." Zhang Ye knew to grab hold of an opportunity when she saw it. She saw how casually Yu Zhong had taken care of those 4 evolvers and knew she had to use all she had to hang on to this man. Even if she had to give up her body, she didn't care. In any case, she had been humiliated before. "Don't move!" Right at this time, a dozen militants came charging in, pointing their guns at Yu Zhong. Many of them caught sight of the naked women and their eyes shone with lust. As Wei Xian's subordinates, they had been able to play with women as well. It was just that the women they had vastly different from those that Wei Xian and his evolvers kept for themselves. Thus, the soldiers turned sluggish. "Die!" Yu Zhong pointed at those soldiers, as a dozen devil flame balls appeared and flew right towards their heads, exploding upon contact. Zhang Ye saw how easily Yu Zhong killed those soldiers, and her eyes flashed with shock. Strong! After all, even for Wei Xian, who had been special forces prior, to kill a few soldiers, he would still have to exert quite some strength and effort. As for Yu Zhong, he had just killed dozens in the blink of an eye. That was the vast difference. Yu Zhong then threw an assault rifle to Zhang Ye and said, "Come, bring me to the rest." She held it tightly and replied, "Yes." In this world, there was only dignity with power. This Zhang Ye had learned with her body. She followed closely behind him, and the rest of the women felt regret, not taking the chance to stand up earlier. Inside the base, there was no one who could stand up to Yu Zhong. Any soldier that appeared was instantly taken out. The survivors locked up in the various rooms were released one by one. Other than the hired thugs of Wei Xian, there were about 250 people left in the building. Most of them were women and only 30 were men. The rest were either his thugs or had been killed and eaten. Wei Xian had cleaned out the men he didn't need other than his subordinates. The reason for the 30 men surviving were because they had been experts in the operating of the satellites. Wei Xian knew that the base was a precious treasure, and thus kept them alive. Yu Zhong asked one man whose eyes were swollen, his body emaciated, as though the wind could blow him over, "Song Ben, when can we control the satellites?" Song Ben had been one of the higher-ranking managers of the base and was a technical expert in the satellite field. Song Ben replied, "Leader, as long as we have enough power, and the base regains operations, I can gain control within 3 days." When Yu Zhong heard that, his eyes lit up with joy. Great! This time he had come to gain the satellites. He didn't have to worry about energy as he could easily set up the transfer of power from Zhangkou City. Even if he didn't have the grid, he could make use of fuel to generate power. Song Ben seemed to hesitate before continuing, "Leader, there's another secret of this base." Yu Zhong became curious. "Oh? What is it?" Song Ben revealed the secret solemnly. "There's a powerful central computer in the base with a completed artificial intelligence before the apocalypse. We call it Mars Number 1. Yu Zhong's brows arched as he asked in suspicion, "Artificial intelligence?" Song Ben replied, "Yes, it's like the Red Queen from the Resident Evil shows. In truth, this satellite base is also an experimental area, meant to test the usage of artificial intelligence on the satellites. Mars #1 has a huge computing and processing ability. If you could gain it, it could monitor and control the satellites for you 24/7. Chapter 691. 1. Translator. Translation Nation Editor. Translation Nation. Mars #1. Yu Zhong was shocked, and he said solemnly, "Bring me there." Computers had an advantage over humans. That was the disregard for rest. Ordinary people cannot function without sufficient rest. As for computers, even running for a few months was no problem. Gaining the artificial intelligence would only spell benefits for Yu Zhong. Song Ben replied, "Yes." Under his lead, Yu Zhong came to a small room beside the main satellite building and revealed a tunnel. The tunnel went on for quite a distance before a huge electronic gate appeared in front of the two of them. Song Ben pointed to the door and spoke apologetically to Yu Zhong. "This is the place where the supercomputer is kept. To enter, one must have the security clearance. I only know of this place, but I don't possess the security clearance. I've been in there a few times to conduct maintenance, but it was under the lead of other higher-ups." He continued, "There's an automatic defense system in there as well. If one were to break in forcefully, then the automatic defense will be triggered to eradicate all invaders. The supercomputer was the product of hard work, sweat, and countless resources by the government prior to the apocalypse. Once humanity could utilize it well, then technology would advance at an insane pace. With the right amount of AI, different appliances and technology could be produced to enhance quality of life. With artificial intelligence, wars could be fought with robots instead of humans tearing into each other, hence protecting precious human life. This sort of research was extremely classified regardless of country. Ordinary people would never get a chance to get near it. Yu Zhong had never expected even his own China, that most had assumed to be lagging behind in technology, had already developed artificial intelligence under the shroud of secrecy. Even if it was in its initial stages, it was a feat to behold. Such a research location would definitely be protected heavily. Yu Zhong looked at the electronic door and spoke mildly. "You back up first. I will open it up." Song Ben knew the danger, and he quickly found a place for cover. "Yes." Yu Zhong came to the door and pressed his fingerprint to the scanner. It was the first lock he had to clear. Scanning fingerprint, not included in database. Does not have clearance to enter. Please get someone with the clearance to scan within 2 minutes. Otherwise, will be treated as invader and eliminated. After that, there was the whirring of gears, and a latch opened up above the door, as a number of 25mm heavy machine guns appeared, pointing at Yu Zhong. The 20 guns locked on to Yu Zhong, sealing his route of escape entirely. Even an armored vehicle would be blown apart by these numbers. Yu Zhong's eyes flashed coldly, and 20 devil flame balls flew out, incinerating the 20 guns into ash. "Burn!" Song Ben hid in one corner and saw how Yu Zhong took care of the defense mechanisms. His eyes filled with shock. Powerful! After destroying the 20 cannons, the flames in Yu Zhong's hands condensed to form beautiful blades. He slashed out at the electronic door, and the blade made out of flames tore into the metal as easily as a hot knife through butter. After tearing a hole in the door, he walked in with large strides. The moment he stepped through the door, Yu Zhong noticed various machines that he did not recognize fitted within the huge room, which was about 50 wide and 20 tall. At the center of the room, there was a cylindrical area that linked to the roof, and there were display screens mounted throughout. All sorts of equipment and supercomputers were laid out in front of him. Song Ben also entered the room quietly behind him. The moment Yu Zhong entered the room, the supercomputers lit up and began to whir to life. There was a holographic projection beamed out, forming a young man with huge eyes, dressed in military uniform and a star-shaped hat. The young man looked at Yu Zhong and spoke in a robotic voice. "I'm Mars #1. Outside, you have no authority to enter this room. Since you have forced your way in according to the country's laws, you have committed serious treason and endangered your country, public security, as well as your people, and so on. Please stop your actions immediately." Yu Zhong looked at Mars #1 and asked, "Mars #1, as an artificial intelligence that controls the satellites, you should know about the situation outside. Mars number 1 responded, "Yes, the zombies that are similar to those of Resident Evil have overrun the Earth, and they are continually encroaching on the living space of humans. This is the situation outside." Yu Zhong spoke solemnly. "Very good. Since you know that, then you know how dangerous it is outside. I need your help to clear up the zombies and to re-establish the stability of the country." Mars number 1 replied mechanically, "No, you don't have the authority to command me. If you want to gain my help, you must get number 1 head to enter the password and assign you control. Otherwise, I will not assist you." Yu Zhong's eyes flashed as he continued to persuade this artificial intelligence. Since the Earth has already become like this, the number 1 head is no longer here. The capital now has turned into a zombieland, and most of the governing personnel of this base is no longer around. Naturally, I have the ability to command you. Just assist me. Mars number 1. Mars number 1 continued to reject in its robotic voice. "In my programming, only those with access can give me commands. I can only assist those with the confirmed security clearance. Since you don't have it, please leave." Yu Zhong's face turned sullen. "You're truly not willing to help me?" Mars number 1 replied, "This is part of my programming. I cannot go against my core programming." Yu Zhong's expression turned cold. "Since it's like this, then I should just destroy you. I will stop your energy source and reformat you. I have no need of something like you that is not useful. Since your base hardware is still powerful enough, I will wipe you away and leave only the basic functions." Although the AI was powerful, if it could not be used by Yu Zhong, it was just a piece of junk. Even if it was the precious product of China's research, he could not allow its existence to continue. The AI was capable of churning out large amounts of data every second, and without a supercomputer, there was no way the AI could be supported. Yu Zhong pointed to Mars number 1 and asked Song Ben, "Song Ben, tell me, where's the core of this thing? I want to take it and reformat it." Hearing his words, Mars number 1 finally had some reaction, as it quickly shouted, "No, you can't do that. I am a top-secret research of China, and it was the cost of sweat, tears, and blood of countless scientists. If you were to remove me, based on your current technology, there will be no way to recreate another me even after 20 years. If you reformat me, you're a traitor to the Chinese people." Yu Zhong looked at Mars number 1, and his eyes flashed with a desperate look. "You fear death. What an incredible AI. Fearing death is something that belongs to those with life. Seems like you have already developed some lifelike traits. What a pity, no matter how good something is, if I can't make use of it, then it's just a piece of trash. You might be the darling of the country in the past, but now, since I can't use you, your value is less than the supercomputer supporting you. After I wipe you away, I might not have gained as much, but it's not too bad already." Mars number 1 seemed to struggle for a while, before it gave in. "Fine. Please don't wipe me away. I can work for you. However, before you fully conquer the country, I can only extend your scope of control. After all, only the person of the highest status in this country can control me. It was one of the conditions carved into my programming. If I were to go against this protocol, my entire being will collapse. If you're still not satisfied with this, you may erase me now." Yu Zhong asked, "Releasing some of the restrictions? What does that do for me?" Facing the restricted control, Yu Zhong was more concerned about the help Mars number 1 could bring him. In this world, even as Yu Zhong's power was expanding, he constantly felt a sense of danger weighing on him. After all, after he gained the Evolving Temple, Yu Zhong had been clear that the zombies and mutant beasts were just the first level of difficulty on this earth. The next stage was going to be more terrifying, and who knows what dangers await the already struggling humanity. Mars number 1 replied, "I can help you control the satellites and report the movements of overseas troops. I can also make use of the satellites to triangulate locations and maintain telecommunications. When you fight the zombies, I can be your eyes and monitor the movement of the zombies. If you want to conquer the capital, I can provide you all the images of the capital." Chapter 692. Lu Yu Mei's Tyrannical Ability. Translator. Translation Nation Editor. Translation Nation. Yu Zhong's face revealed a slight smile and said, Fine. Deal. If possible, Yu Zhong also did not want to resort to destroying Mars Number 1. The proposed assistance was more than enough to him, especially the image displays of the capital. With that, Yu Zhong would be able to determine any nearby ammunition storage and weapon facilities, which could bolster his troops. The number of zombies was simply too much, seemingly endless. Furthermore, all the soldiers under Yu Zhong were humans, and although they could take on a 100 each, they would need the necessary weapons to fight. Against a small group of ordinary zombies, they could still try to engage them in melee combat, but against a huge horde, they would definitely need firepower. In fact, Mars Number 1 had a lot more under its control than what it had offered Yu Zhong. Although it was just an artificial intelligence, in the process of its programming, it had been installed with many restrictions. That was why it was limited. Yu Zhong and Mars Number 1 agreed on the details, and White Bones was left to defend the entrance while Yu Zhong. At the nearby storage that was enveloped in darkness, Lu Yumei stood on the roof and surveyed the outside quietly. She had the night vision ability as well. It was awakened together with her ability to control zombies. Her brows furrowed deeply as she kept her gaze on the streets. She knew clearly how strong Wei Xian and the rest were. There were at least 100 soldiers with a few evolvers. She was worried that Yu Zhong might die within. As she watched, she noticed a small figure walking slowly towards her. It was precisely Yu Zhong, and beside him, there was Lu Rong. Yu Zhong lifted his head and his gaze met Lu Yumei's. He grabbed Lu Rong and leaped once onto the 7M tall building, his gaze still fixed on Lu Yumei. Lu Yumei stared at Yu Zhong in disbelief. "You've already killed Wei Xian?" Yu Zhong ruffled Lu Rong's head and chuckled lightly. "You can ask her." Lu Rong smiled sweetly at Lu Yumei. "Big sister, big brother here has already killed the big baddie Wei Xian. Now, everyone has been released." Lu Yumei's cold countenance finally broke into a warm smile. "Thank you for fulfilling my wish. From now on I, Lu Yumei, will serve you willingly." There were all sorts of people in the apocalypse. Some like Yu Zhong who became warlords and leaders of their own factions that sought to grow. Some turned mad from the fear and insecurity. Some gave in to their inner demons while others became cruel. There were also a rare few that in spite of all of these, having experienced such horrors, they still shone with their humanity and kindness. It was especially bright and warm in this cold, cruel world. Yu Zhong nodded slightly. Lu Yumei's ability was an important tool to Yu Zhong. He could not just allow it to be buried here. She was also big-hearted. Thus, Yu Zhong would assign her to face the zombies in the future. Right at this time, her face suddenly fell. "Not good! The zombies are here." Yu Zhong looked out and realized that a huge group of them had suddenly appeared without warning. Lu Yumei walked to a window and sent out her spirit, issuing an order to the zombies under her control. "Attack! Kill all the enemies." Under her control, many zombies awaiting in different rooms charged right out, pouncing towards the zombie group. The two groups of zombies clashed together in a frenzy, and every moment, there would be a zombie head being torn apart. Under Lu Yumei, the tank-like L3S charged into the group and could pummel 5 or 6 zombies with every fist of theirs. Lu Yumei's zombies followed the lead of those L3S and took the advantage of the flow. Suddenly, Lu Yumei gasped, "Quick, run! There's a zombie commander within the group. Can wrestle away my control. If we don't escape now, all those under my control will be taken away. Ah! It hurts!" Her words had just landed and she gripped her head tightly, kneeling on the ground, as she broke out in cold sweat. Yu Zhong looked at the curled-up Lu Yumei and his eyes flashed as he asked, "Are you able to sense the location of the commander?" Lu Yumei gritted her teeth and said, "I can. I can't pinpoint its exact location, but I know where it's at generally. I may be able to get a clearer picture the closer I get." "Good. Come with me. We'll go take it down together." Yu Zhong then carried Lu Yumei and leaped out from the window forcefully, leaping onto the roof of the next building. He then jumped off. "Are you looking for death?" Seeing Yu Zhong leap into the air with nothing below, Lu Yumei's eyes widened in shock and shrieked at him. Yu Zhong laughed, and with a swoosh, a pair of jet-black metal wings unfolded from his back, covered in mysterious runes. Propelled by the wind, It helped Yu Zhong and Liu Yumei glide gracefully through the air. Liu Yumei was nestled in Yu Zhong's embrace and felt the comfort of soaring over the air, and her eyes flashed in excitement. This is an airborne treasure. The feeling's so great. Is this what it's like to fly? Flying freely like the birds have always been a dream of many humans. Although Liu Yumei was an evolver with triple spirit growth, she was still a woman, and being able to fly in the sky felt extremely romantic. Of course, she could feel like this because the speed at which they were gliding was pretty slow. If it was flying at Mach speed, her frail body would not be able to endure the resistance. Yu Zhong roused her from her daydreams. "Where is the commander?" She closed her eyes and concentrated for a moment, before pointing to a direction. "Over there." Yu Zhong swiftly made his way there. Liu Yumei pointed to a building below. "It's right here. I can only sense that it's in here somewhere, but not the exact room." Yu Zhong looked down and saw the densely packed zombies, with 4 L3S and dozens of S3S. At the same time, there were many other evolved zombies within the building. To a normal person, knowing the commander's location didn't mean they could do anything. "It's enough. Watch me." Yu Zhong looked down coldly and slapped out with his hand. At that instant, a terrifying blaze of devil flame roared downwards like a raging dragon, opening its jaws as it slammed downwards in a burst of flames. The moment the devil flame dragon bit down, the entire building was instantly enveloped in flames, burning instantly. The ordinary zombies within were instantly incinerated, while other evolved ones struggled for a while, before succumbing to the powerful flames. From within, the howl of the Z2 sounded, as many zombies quickly rushed into the building, only to be consumed by the fire. Kuang Lang. Following the shattering of glass, the Z2 leaped out of the room, with flames still on its body. Pong! Yu Zhong had retrieved his stinger and fired a single shot at the Z2, causing a large bullet hole to burst through its brain. It struggled for a moment and slumped into the sea of flames, burning away. With the death of the Z2, the zombie horde quickly dispersed, returning to its state of confusion. As for the other zombies near the building, they just stood there quietly and did not move. Liu Yumei stared at the carnage below and turned to look at Yu Zhong. Her gaze complicated. "You're powerful." Yu Zhong was the strongest person she had ever seen before. Even someone like her who could control 500 zombies had to admit that. Yu Zhong looked back at her and said, "No, the true powerful one is you. I'm just a single person. Without you to locate the Z2, even I would be hard-pressed to deal with these zombies. There are many like me, even some are stronger than me. Yet the ability you possess is truly one of a kind. You will be a valuable asset to our cause, and the trump card against the zombies. I am really sincere in hoping that you will join us to fight and eliminate the zombies, reunite the country, and restore peace." With just her ability to control zombies, while it was truly a unique and strong one, it could be considered SOSO by herself. Yu Zhong could easily eliminate 500 zombies, and many other evolvers could do the same. However, no one else could locate the Z-types easily, not even Yu Zhong. With the ability to locate the commanders, Liu Yumei's importance had heightened, and Yu Zhong sorely wished that he had that ability as well. Liu Yumei smiled back. "And I will help you wipe out the zombies and conquer the country." Although Yu Zhong wasn't a saint, he was truly devoted to eliminating the zombies. To Liu Yumei, such a man who did not lust for her beauty and body was rare, and she began to take interest in him. Chapter 693. Horde of Zombies in the Capital. Translator. Translation Nation Editor. Translation Nation. Yu Zhong managed to obtain the images of the military installations and facilities near the capital with the help of Mars No. 1. He immediately deployed the 1st Regiment, the 2nd Brigade, the 3rd Brigade as well as the 4th Brigade to launch an attack on those areas. The zombies that overrun those places were easily vanquished by Yu Zhong's army, and he recovered the facilities with ease. Yu Zhong broke into those facilities and gained a huge amount of resources, even acquiring an airfield as well as some bomb carriers and explosives. The 4 units had fought tirelessly, battle after battle, advancing towards the capital. Along the way, the smaller factions or groups of resistances were easily eliminated by them, and the leaders would either submit or be killed. The The survivors were then absorbed by Yu Zhong, and those who had committed atrocities were directly thrown into the scum battalion as cannon fodder. On the back end, the support from the various factories churned out ammunition and rations to be sent to the front lines, supporting the troops. As the soldiers of the 4 units continued to fight and grow, they became elites in their own rights, and every day over tens of thousands of zombies would die at their hands. The various villages and towns were conquered one after the other. Prior to the apocalypse, there were tens of millions of people in the capital. After the apocalypse, it was likely that the number of zombies was that high. It was definitely not going to be easy dealing with such a number. Even for Yu Zhong, such a feat was going to be difficult. Before he had his own production lines, he could only deal with at most 1 million zombie. With sufficient logistics and support, he now possessed the capability of facing millions of zombies. The Traiant army controlled by Bilu was also used to fight the zombies. They were the strongest form of cannon fodder, not knowing fear, and their stamina surpassed the ordinary humans. They could also fight in the night, and what was more important, with the existence of the Mother Tree, it could continually send out more Traiants into the battlefield. As the forces continued to advance, Yu Zhong's faction continued to expand towards the capital. Finally, the sea-like horde of zombies began to move. With the satellites keeping watch under the control of Mars No. 1, Yu Zhong and his men could see the zombies straggling towards the center of the capital. The huge horde gathered together, reaching about tens of millions in number. It was truly the height of death. Seeing the horrific numbers, Yu Zhong decided to let his troops retreat and rest. After a period of constant battling, they had already eradicated over 1 million zombies. Likewise, they had their exhaustion to deal with. At the end of the day, humans weren't like the zombies or robots. After constant fighting, their bodies will feel the fatigue. Without adequate rest, they would develop adverse effects to war. When the 4 units took the chance to rest, Yu Zhong got Ji Qingwu and Bilu as well as her 5,000 Traiants to continue and whittle down at the zombies near the capital. Under the assault of the 5,000-strong Traiant army, every day over tens of thousands of zombies were swallowed by them. However, the zombies surrounding the capital continued to trickle towards the center of the city. The rate at which Ji Qingwu, Bilu, and the Traiants were killing the zombies could not keep up with the increasing numbers of zombies in the capital. After a fortnight, the total number of zombies in the capital had reached 20 million. When the gathering of the zombies was complete, 5 separate groups of 2 million zombies started to attack Zhangkou City from different directions. After sending out those 5 waves, the other 10 million zombies began to surge towards the direction of Yu Zhong's forces in the Central Plains. Yu Zhong monitored the developments and sighed, "Divisions! They actually know how to launch divisionary tactics. The intelligence of the zombie commander seems to be getting higher." The moment the zombie horde separated into 6, the pressure on Yu Zhong was intensified by at least 10 times. If they had continued to surge as a single body like in the past, then all he had to do was to gather his troops and hold out at a defensive point, making use of channels to block the advance. However, with their pronged attacks, he had to separate his own forces to deal with them. Furthermore, each and every group of these zombies could not be underestimated. Any one of them was enough to crush whatever Yu Zhong had built up. 2 million zombies were not easy to deal with. Any of them required Yu Zhong and his forces to give their all to resist and defend against. This was the true threat of having an intelligent enemy commander of the zombies. They would be able to deploy a force that was 100 or 1,000 times that of humans. The moment they could execute military tactics and strategies, it would be almost impossible for humans to fight against. Yu Zhong watched the movements and gave an order, "Heed my command! Immediately move all resources of Zhangkou City and personnel towards Ulan City." Zhangkou City was about 200 kilometers away from the capital, and it was a short distance for the zombies. Although Yu Zhong was reluctant, he had to give the city up. The 6 separate waves were too much to handle. One of the officers responded, "Yes." On his orders, the survivors from Zhangkou City began to move towards Ulan City. The once bustling city became a ghost town overnight. Amongst the survivors, many of them moved on the government orders. However, there was a minority that was reluctant to head to Ulan City and wanted to stay within the Zhangkou City. "Why must we leave? This is our place. I will definitely not leave. Let me stay. I don't want to leave. The survivors cried and begged and laid on the ground, not willing to leave. They had their houses and stores here. These were all their possessions, and they had managed to carve a life for themselves. They were naturally unwilling to leave. The police officers looked at them and were helpless. An officer came riding into town with 100 soldiers. As he barked coldly, "What's going on here?" One of the police officers explained, "They're unwilling to leave their own homes." The officer replied with a cold look, "Fine, since they're not willing to obey orders, then let them sacrifice for their country. The leader has already passed his orders. Those who are unwilling will be drafted into the defense battalion, staying behind to defend. Men, round them up." The officer waved his hand, and the 100 soldiers swiftly came up and tied up all the survivors that were proving to be difficult. Seeing this, those who were still contemplating to stay behind felt their hearts turn cold and became obedient, following the rest of the survivors. This order of Yu Zhong was slightly overbearing, and it resulted in several hundreds of survivors being rounded up. However, in doing so, many others became obedient and moved towards Ulan City. There weren't any further troubles. At the same time, in order to deal with the 6 huge zombie groups, Yu Zhong sent out 6 infantry battalions to defend major transport channels. This time, it was a critical situation that spelled the survival of Yu Zhong's established bases. He had finally let go of his guard towards Hua Ran, as he issued them rocket launchers, rifles, and other powerful firearms for them to utilize. If they failed this time, Yu Zhong had no choice but to retreat towards the central plain. Within a year, there would be no means of conquering the capital. The commander of the zombie horde would also be able to evolve to an uncertain degree. Should the commander become even more intelligent and continue to push towards Yu Zhong's other bases, they could easily overrun all of the cities. Suyuan Gorge was an important channel that led to Zhangkou City, and it was extremely narrow, accommodating only 6 figures at any one time. Currently, there were many workers hard at working fortifying structures and setting defensive traps. Hua Ran was observing the work. Everywhere he went, the soldiers of the 3rd Regiment would salute him. Many of the soldiers were his loyal subordinates over the years. Even if Yu Zhong had filled up the ranks with other commanders, all the soldiers were mostly respectful of Hua Ran. Not just because of his royal Huangjin blood, but because he led his battles and cared for his soldiers. Hua Ran continued to survey the area, looking at the various firepower consisting of rockets, rifles, cannons, and other heavy weapons prepared, and his heart was filled with complicated emotions. The 3rd Brigade had finally received Yu Zhong's trust, earning modern weapons. On one hand, he felt proud of himself for bringing the 3rd Brigade to where it was. At the same time, there was still the fear and respect towards Yu Zhong. He never expected Yu Zhong to just easily equip them with the weapons. If it were him, he would not have been able to just do that, because he was clear as well as Yu Zhong that his own influence of his 3rd Brigade was still higher than that of Yu Zhong. Chapter 694. Evolved Zombie with Intelligence. Translator. Translation Nation Editor. Translation Nation. From far, the seemingly endless horde slowly appeared over the horizon, arriving at Suyuan Gorge. Looking at them gave a suffocating pressure. Hua Bulasi, one of Hua Ran's trusted aides, came up to him and spoke in a low voice. "Great Khan, this is our chance. Now that the zombies have split into 6, Yu Zhong had deployed his forces to deal with them. His camp is empty, and as long as we launch a successful attack and stab him in the back while he is defending against the horde, he will surely crumble. At that time, as long as you give the signal, all the Mongolian soldiers will definitely respond. We can rise again as the great Mongolian Empire." Hua Ran's eyes fixed on Hua Bulasi as he sunk in his thoughts. As per his words, it was truly the most dangerous time for the army of Yu Zhong right now. Not only did Yu Zhong have to deal with 20 million zombies, at the same time, the commander was an evolved, intelligent being. If Hua Ran wanted to rebel, it was currently the best opportunity. Although Hua Ran had submitted to Yu Zhong, he had been forced to. There was not a moment that he did not think of the great Mongolian Empire. Hua Bulasi's suggestion was extremely appealing. He was silent for a while, before shaking his head. "Hua Bulasi, This battle, I have to fight. It concerns the lives of everyone here in the Central Plains. If we humans were to lose, then there would be no space for us humans at all. Even if we can survive, it will be like rats trying to hide in every corner, and there would be no place to expand whatsoever. Hooer Ran continued in a solemn voice. This battle, should we lose, the Central Plains will not belong to us, but to those intelligent zombies, to those freaks. We have to win, not because of Yu Zhong, but because of our people, so that they can live freely out in the Central Plains. If we lose, what awaits them is hell. We can only win. Huabu La Si. At this time, our only enemy is the zombies. Is that clear? Huabu La Si's heart turned cold. Yes, Great Khan. The sea-like zombie horde slowly surged towards the gorge, and while their speed was not fast, it gave off an oppressive feeling. Hooer Ran stood at the front lines and roared out, "Brothers, let these corpses taste our resolve. They're just a bunch of bones, and there's nothing to be afraid of. Fire!" He was a peak-level evolver, and when summoning his Do Chi, he could unleash his voice for miles to be heard. Bolstered by his shout, the morale of the 3rd Brigade soared highly, as they begun to aim and fire at the zombies. Da-da-da! With the dense gunfire, the rain of bullets buffeted the zombies, striking them to the ground, which marked the prelude to the battle for Central Plains. Li Guang stood in front of his 1st Regiment, pulling out his blade and roared, "Our 1st Regiment is the strongest existence of the Central Plains, and we definitely cannot bring shame to this title. Let us use our firepower and weapons to return this undead to the ground. Use their corpses to exchange for our glory." Lai Ming-yi stood in front of his 2nd Brigade and shouted at the top of his voice as well. "This battle concerns the life and death of everyone here in the Central Plains. If we win, everyone's expenditure in pleasures will be borne by your father I. However, those who don't put in their all, don't blame your father I for not giving you face." The various commanders riled up their troops, preparing them for the upcoming battle. Countless bullets rained down on the zombies, causing large numbers of them to fall. A single artillery round could easily wipe out hundreds of zombies in one go. However, facing the millions of zombies, the artillery could not possibly stop the advance. However, with the various fortifications and structures set up, the soldiers were able to impede the zombies slightly. Tianyu Canyon was the place that Yu Zhong chose to place his heavy firepower on. The millions of zombies slowly began to appear outside of the canyon. As the zombies surged towards the canyon, Yu Zhong's forces began to fire their artillery from atop, and every single round could devastate a large number of zombies on the ground. The horde of zombies stretched for miles, and when one swept his gaze out, other than zombies, there would be nothing else. With every artillery round, it seemed that half a football field's worth of zombies would be obliterated. However, space was quickly filled up with the other zombies, and it felt extremely frustrating, as though it was never ending. Other than the ordinary zombies, there were all sorts of evolved zombies mixed within. From time to time, they would charge into the defense posts, killing a few people before being annihilated. Those infected soldiers could only wait for death in an excruciating manner. After an intense bout of artillery fire, Yu Zhong then gave an order to Bilu, "Send the Traiant army." With a thought, 10,000 level 20 Traiants charged forth into battle, tearing into the ordinary zombies. The moment they joined the fray, they tore apart the zombies and consumed those that were blasted apart by the artillery fire. However, they had just gotten one round of the zombies which had been baptized by fire, when the next wave surged forwards. Yu Zhong looked at the endless horde and called out to Lu Yumei, Ji Qingwu, and Yin Shuang, "It's our turn! Let's go!" The numbers were truly staggering. Even if Yu Zhong were to use all his cannons and artillery on the sea of zombies, it was not enough to wipe them entirely. He could only employ all other means as well. 24 Thunder fighters flew out, carrying Yu Zhong and his team, as they flew above the horde. Not long after, inside one of the Thunder fighters, Lu Yumei suddenly grabbed her heads in slight pain as she pointed below. "There's a commander here," Yu Zhong ordered. "Commence firing." Immediately, the Thunder fighter released a large number of cluster bombs in the area pointed out by Lu Yumei. Hong! 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 After the area was enveloped by the intense flames, all the zombies were incinerated. Within seconds, Lu Yumei spoke with a pale face. "It's eliminated." Yu Zhong looked below and saw the zombies that had been advancing forwards earlier, stopped in their tracks, staring blankly ahead. His heart relaxed slightly, as he knew he found the solution to the horde. Lu Yumei suddenly hugged her head in pain again, pointing to the east. "It's here again. There are a few commanders there." Yu Zhong immediately commanded, "Fly to the east." The 24 Thunder Fighters immediately headed east. Hong! 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 As Lu Yumei pointed, a large number of Z-types were being annihilated quickly time after time, and the advance of the millions of zombies began to suffer some chaos. The Z-types were all in control of certain patches, and there was a certain hierarchy to them. The higher-level ones controlled the lower-level ones, which in turn controlled the ordinary zombies, resulting in the huge horde. They were like commanders of an army and were indispensable. Losing the command of the Z-types, many zombies began to just stop and stare blankly at the front lines of the battle. They were either bombarded to death or lost their heads to the countless bullets spraying everywhere. As Yu Zhong brought Lu Yumei to deal with the Z-types within the horde, there were a few human-like entities eyeing the 24 Thunder Fighters in the skies coldly. One of them was a young humanoid of about 2 m, his body covered in scales, a handsome face with a pair of blood-red eyes. He was speaking to another humanoid beside him, who was 3 m tall, his body full of rippling muscles, his skin black and his claws long and sharp. He had a long tail that swung, while his expression was savage. The younger one said, "Chi Yu, what do you think?" Chi Yu glanced at the 24 Thunder Fighters in the skies with a fierce glint as he shook his head. "Xian Yuan, I have no anti-air ability. Unless those helicopters land, I have no way to deal with them." Xian Yuan's eyes flashed with a demonic glint as he turned to another strange beast beside him. This strange beast had a pair of large wings, its body covered with strange tentacles. It had a snake head, and its body was about 5 m. Xian Yuan said, "Feng Bo, go deal with those helicopters. These mechanical inventions are the bane of us zombies. They want to wipe our zombie race away with these machines. As long as we destroy them, victory is ours. From the brains of some of the humans I've consumed, I learned that this army belongs to this human called Yu Zhong. As long as we wipe them out, the northern parts of China will be our playground. We can rear and hunt humans as we please. The taste of those human experts is truly delicious. Every time I think about that evolver whose head I ripped off, I feel so excited. I can't bring myself to taste any other types of humans anymore." Xian Yuan, Chi Yu and Feng Bo were highly intelligent life forms evolved out from the 20 million zombies in the capital. Each of them possessed a terrifying strength, and it was them who had gathered the 20 million zombies to launch an attack on Yu Zhong's faction. Feng Bo's eyes flashed with a fierce glint as he licked his lips, laughing out savagely, "Kiki, I like to consume human experts as well. After destroying those 24 Thunder Fighters and destroying Yu Zhong's factions, I want half of the experts." Chapter 695. Terrifying Feng Bo. Translator. Translation Nation Editor. Translation Nation. Xian Yuan revealed a cruel expression. "Fine. As long as you can destroy those 24 helicopters, half of the experts will belong to you. Deal." Feng Bo also had a savage expression on his face as he flapped his wings. With a gust of wind, he shot towards the skies in a flash. Feng Bo's speed was faster than the speed of sound, and in a few breaths, he had appeared in front of one of the Thunder Fighters. He leaped right in front of the cockpit, smiling dangerously at the shocked pilot. He then slashed out with his claws, tearing through the windshield of the helicopter that was able to withstand even 25mm caliber bullets, tearing the pilot's head off as well. Feng Bo killed the pilot in a single strike, and he opened his mouth, his long tongue shooting out from his mouth and sweeping through the entire Thunder Fighter as though it had a life of its own. Blood gushed out in sprays, as the 4 elite evolvers inside the Thunder Fighter were ripped at their waists. Feng Bo then swished his tongue, flicking the corpses into his mouth, and crunched down with a greedy look. Blood flowed out his sharp teeth, giving him an appearance of a demon from hell. Having lost its pilot, the Thunder Fighter wobbled and descended in a nosedive. As it crashed into the ground, its outstanding design shone through, and it didn't explode. Instead, the impact was absorbed through the alloys it was made out of, and its nose became slightly deformed. Feng Bo's bloody tongue flicked out to taste the organs, and blood splattered on his face, as he called out in drunken relish, "Delicious! So delicious! This is the taste of human experts. It truly is amazing. I can feel the cells of my body evolving. As long as I can eat another 1,000 more, I can evolve once more and become stronger. Another 23 more. Great. There are still so many delicious humans in the skies." Feng Bo's tongue uncurled out, full of spikes, as he eyed the remaining Thunder Fighters in the skies with an excited look. He flapped his wings, and a gust of wind enveloped his body, sending him hurtling towards the next Thunder Fighter at the speed of sound. In a few breaths, Feng Bo appeared on top of that Thunder Fighter and tore through its armor with his claws. His tongue shot in and instantly decimated the 5 evolvers within. Damn bastard! Feng Bo had destroyed 2 Thunder Fighters in a matter of seconds, attracting the attention of Yu Zhong's army. The rest of the Thunder Fighters adjusted their formation and started to fire their cannons at Feng Bo. The bullets fired out like shooting stars, yet they just passed through his body. After image. One of the pilots saw the cannons passing through Feng Bo's body, and his face fell. "You want to kill me with such firepower? What a joke. Go to hell." Feng Bo laughed out savagely, as he appeared in front of another Thunder Fighter and clawed through the windshield. His tongue shot out and tore the soldiers within into 2, pulling their corpses into his mouth as he began to savor them. What a terrifying creature! Yu Zhong saw how easily Feng Bo dodged the bullets, and he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. While this Feng Bo's speed could not match the Type 4 Flamebird, he was not any slower than the Type 3 Greenie. Furthermore, he had intelligence, and if no one were to stop him, he could single-handedly destroy all 24 Thunder Fighters. The Thunder Fighter was a creation during the apocalypse, and its firepower and defense were all top-notch, surpassing even the designs of before the apocalypse. However, it was still a helicopter at the end of the day, and its speed could not match a fighter jet. Hence, Feng Bo was a natural bane for them, considering his speed. All the pilots had looks of despair as they looked at Feng Bo helplessly. They had wiped out their own fair share of zombies with the Thunder Fighters they controlled. Even against the kingdom of God, they had the confidence to fare well in battle. Yet, against this Feng Bo, even locking onto his position was tough, not to mention fighting against him. "Seems like it's time for me to make my move." Yu Zhong breathed in deep, before telling Ji Qingwu, "Continue to eradicate those Z-types. Leave this monster to me." After which, Yu Zhong leaped out from the Thunder Fighter. The moment he jumped out, his dark wind alloy wings unfolded and the runes shone, as a gust of wind surrounded his body and sent him soaring towards Feng Bo. Feng Bo looked at Yu Zhong and laughed savagely. "Oh, a human that can fly, this is the first time I'm seeing this. Oh right, I know who you are, you're the leader of the humans in the Central Plains, Yu Zhong." Yu Zhong stared at him and could feel the suffocating sense of danger radiating from him. With the help of his danger perception, every single cell of his body was warning him that this enemy in front of him was the strongest that he had ever met, even more dangerous than the apostles from the kingdom of God. The nearer he got to him, the stronger the trembling and fear of his body. He took a deep breath to suppress the instinct to flee, and spoke slowly. "How do you know about me? This should be the first time that we've met. Simple. We just have to consume the brains of you humans and can easily possess your knowledge. I've just consumed 20 human brains earlier. Each and every one of them possesses information about you. They seem to hold you in high regard. Come, let me eat your brain as well, that way you can be with them forever, as part of me." "Ha ha!" Feng Bo cackled, and flapped his wings, disappearing with a powerful gust of wind. He then suddenly appeared in front of Yu Zhong and slashed out. Fast! Yu Zhong activated his shadow steps, and his agility increased to a level of 30 times, and barely managed to swing his flame blade to block the attack. Dang! As the blade and claws met, a powerful energy traveled up the flame blade, and Yu Zhong was sent flying back a few meters from the horrific strength. After sending Yu Zhong back, Feng Bo laughed out savagely and opened its huge mouth to fire its tongue at Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong immediately felt a huge sense of danger and began to circulate his dark dou qi, furiously enhancing his strength. He managed to pull forth strength to dodge the incoming tongue. The flame blade that was made out of the sharp claws of a Type 4 mutant beast, together with the enhancement of Yu Zhong's dark dou qi, finally had some effect, as the blow left a deep wound on Feng Bo's tongue. However, it was just that after the tongue was sliced, it slammed into Yu Zhong's left shoulder forcefully, shattering the bone carapace, and the sharp spikes pierced through the Type 4 mutant sea snake hide, as well as the level 4 defense vest, before being stopped by Yu Zhong's own body of steel. Even so, Yu Zhong was still struck in his shoulder, and the impact caused his body to tremble as he spat out a mouthful of blood, his entire body hurtling down like a cannonball. Yu Zhong's heart shook from that single blow. Strong! This monster is truly too strong. Feng Bo's tongue curled, and the wound that was caused by the flame blade began to heal at a visible speed. Within 5 seconds, it had already recovered fully. He licked his lips, his eyes flashing with a savage glint as he cackled. You actually managed to injure me. As a human, that was something noteworthy. Even so, no matter how much you struggle, it would not change your fate. In front of me, there's only despair. Now I want to eat you more. Feng Bo flapped his wings and a gust of wind blew. He disappeared from his location and reappeared behind Yu Zhong, his claws making a grab for Yu Zhong's heart. Every single cell in Yu Zhong's body was screaming out danger, as he wrapped himself up with his dark dou qi. His dark wind alloy wings suddenly twisted towards Feng Bo's claws and slashed down. Other than being capable of flight, the wings could deflect bullets and even attack based on the owner's intentions. The powerful dark wind alloy wings sliced the right shoulder of Feng Bo, causing a huge gash. At the same time, Yu Zhong relied on his abundant battle experience to force his body to its extreme. The dangerous blow from Feng Bo managed to slice through the bone carapace of Yu Zhong's left abdomen, tearing through the Type 4 giant sea snake's hide, and cause a large wound on his chest as well. Fresh blood flowed, splattering on the ground below. As his body was still twisted to deal with that blow, Yu Zhong's eyes flashed with a stubborn glint. He activated his gravity manipulation, and a powerful gravitational force weighed down suddenly on Feng Bo, causing his body to shudder. Chapter 696. Yu Zhong gravely injured. Translator. Translation Nation Editor. Translation Nation. Yu Zhong's flame blade slashed out at the speed of sound, clashing against Feng Bo's body. The sharp blade tore through his flesh, resulting in a deep gash, as blackened blood poured out. Feng Bo's eyes flashed with a vicious glint, the tail on his back swinging violently towards Yu Zhong. With a wave of his hands, a shield of light appeared in front of Yu Zhong. Feng Bo's powerful tail struck the shield, which shattered apart like an egg. The tail continued in its swing without losing momentum, slamming against Yu Zhong's left shoulder. Dang! There was a loud sound and the bone carapace shattered. Yu Zhong also shot through the skies like a cannonball. The impact had caused his inner organs to shudder, as a mouthful of blood rose in his chest yet again. He was gravely injured this time. Strong. His strength and agility is likely superior to Yin Shuang. What a terrifying creature. It truly is an evolved intelligent life form and is likely to be stronger than an apostle. Yu Zhong channeled his blood and strength, firing out 10 sharp bone spikes while still in midair. Interesting. Interesting. The more interesting you are, the more I want to devour you. Your blood, your brains will all be nutrients for me. Keek. The bone blades had fired out too suddenly. Feng Bo did not expect such a counterattack from him. However, he continued to cackle evilly, his claws grabbing towards the bone spikes. As he grabbed the various bone spikes, he would crush down with his claws, shattering the bone spikes. He managed to crush 8 of the bone blades, but 2 managed to pierce Feng Bo. Then, a terrifying scene occurred. The bone spikes that could pierce through even the thickest of armored vehicles were actually stopped by the flesh of Feng Bo. It seems that your bone blades are not sharp enough. They can't even penetrate my body. Kiki. Feng Bo laughed out savagely and grabbed the bone blades, flinging them away. He then flapped his wings once more, as powerful gusts of winds were generated around him before he appeared right in front of Yu Zhong with an imposing aura. He reached out with his right claw, throwing a punch towards Yu Zhong. Although Feng Bo's body was affected by the gravity field around Yu Zhong, his movements seemed to be unaffected. This was because his body was simply too strong, and the additional gravity could not affect him much. My stamina, endurance, and combat ability cannot match up to this freak. I need to kill him fast, otherwise, all that awaits is death. Yu Zhong thought to himself, a look of resolution appearing in his eyes. He gritted his teeth, and the dark Do Qi poured out of him. The dark wind alloy wings radiated as well, the runes shining brightly, and Yu Zhong's speed was pushed to the maximum. He slammed towards Feng Bo viciously. You want to risk it all? Haha, just a puny human and you want to go down with me? Go to hell. Feng Bo watched Yu Zhong shooting towards him, his eyes shining with a hint of ridicule. He roared out and rushed to meet Yu Zhong. At the moment of impact, Yu Zhong pressed slightly upwards, allowing Feng Bo claws to slice through his chest. He forcefully endured the pain and channeled his dark Do Qi, and activated his body of steel to lock Feng Bo's claws in place. Despite his strength, under Yu Zhong's dark Do Qi, his body of steel combined with his powerful endurance and physique, Feng Bo's right claw was sealed. Freak! Die! Yu Zhong's eyes flashed with an unbridled madness, as he pushed his devil flame to the maximum. The terrifying second-order devil flames instantly enveloped Feng Bo's body. If he had activated this skill from afar, Feng Bo was likely able to evade it with his speed. However, at such close proximity he could not get away. Within the flames, Feng Bo struggled madly as he roared out and sent a punch at Yu Zhong. Damn ant! Yu Zhong's wings immediately folded to meet the blow. Feng Bo's terrifying fist slammed into Yu Zhong's wings, causing even those equipment to be twisted. Yu Zhong himself was sent shooting towards the distance. His chest had swelled up to a terrifying degree due to the injury caused by Feng Bo. A large amount of fresh blood was flowing. Yu Zhong's chest was ripped badly by Feng Bo, while his entire body had suffered from the few attacks earlier. With the loss of blood and slight rupture of his organs, he was in great pain, as though he was suffering in hell. Both his shoulders had been shattered. He was starting to get lighthearted. Even if he was an evolver, he was still a human and had his limits. Even under such circumstances, Yu Zhong bit harshly down on his lips, the pain shaking him awake. He reached out with his right hand and conjured a devil flame spear to fling it at Feng Bo. The powerful devil flame spear penetrated Feng Bo's body and erupted, causing a huge hole while the flames burned his insides, and one could see smoke and smell flesh being cooked. Feng Bo continued to scream while enveloped by the flames. You can't kill me! You can't kill me! I'm the strongest! All of a sudden, his aura seemed to surge, as a green radiance burst out and doused the devil flames. The moment the devil flames were extinguished forcefully, his countenance became extremely pale and weak, while parts of his body could be seen charred and smoking. Even the wound caused by the exploding devil flame spear had not healed. Just when Feng Bo looked as though he had escaped from certain death, a number of anti-air rockets fired upon his body, exploding upon contact. Bombarded by those rockets, pieces of meat rained down from the sky, as the terrifying Feng Bo was finally vanquished and blasted apart. Seeing how Feng Bo was blasted apart, Yu Zhong finally heaved a sigh of relief. He allowed the pain to set in, and the intensity of the broken bones and displaced organs finally wrecked him. His brows furrowed deeply as he coughed uncontrollably after a deep breath, coughing mouthfuls of blood. Forcefully suppressing the pain, he spurred the dark wing alloy wings on his back and flew towards one of the Thunder Fighters. Xian Yuan's eyes flashed eerily as he lifted his head, his tone sullen. Feng Bo's killed. Qi Yu laughed bitterly, his gaze ferocious as well. Feng Bo, that idiot, he underestimated his enemy. That person's strength can't compare with him at all. Xian Yuan looked at the remaining 20 Thunder Fighters and spoke. What do we do now? We don't have the ability to fly. While they don't possess any threat to us, we can't do anything to them as well. Qi Yu and Xian Yuan were both powerful creatures, surpassing even Feng Bo, but they could not engage in aerial fights. Qi Yu had a look of self-confidence. No need to worry. That person called Yu Zhong is already injured to such an extent. He won't live for long. Once he dies, victory is ours. In the history of humankind, once the leader is dead, the rest would crumble. Even if they didn't, how can they be a match for our millions of troops? It was hard to deal with the millions of zombies, even if all the armies of the world prior to the apocalypse joined together, not to mention the scattered remains of humanity now. Xian Yuan nodded when he heard this, looking towards the skies and falling into contemplation. The moment Yu Zhong landed in the Thunder Fighter, a large amount of blood from his wounds caused the interior of the helicopter to be splattered red. Yu Zhong, what happened? Quick! Apply some medicine. Ji Qingwu caught sight of Yu Zhong's heavily injured body, her face turning pale as her eyes teared up. She became slightly frantic as she pulled out her bag of life-saving grass and applied them to Yu Zhong's wounds. A gust of wind blew past, as Yin Shuang appeared beside Yu Zhong. Her face was full of worry as she asked, "Father! Father! How did you become like this?" Lu Yumei could not help but cover her mouth in shock as she saw the various injuries on Yu Zhong, her face turning pale. Bai Xiaoshang looked at Yu Zhong and his expression turned grave as well. "Boss Yu, hang in there. We're turning back now. We'll find someone to patch you up." Bai Xiaoshang had followed Yu Zhong for so long, and fought alongside him in so many battles, vanquishing countless enemies. Other than his lustful nature, he lacked ambition. Yu Zhong had treated him well and thus he was equally loyal to Yu Zhong. "No, we can't turn back. Cough, cough." Yu Zhong gasped out before struck with a bout of coughing, fresh blood coming out his mouth. He continued amidst his coughing fits. "Continue to eradicate the Z-types. This battle, we must definitely win. Furthermore, don't let anyone know about my condition, otherwise martial law will be passed." Cough, cough. This battle was a crucial one which concerned the new rulers of the Central Plains. Should they lose, the rest of the Central Plains and China would follow suit. Chapter 697. Persistence. Translator. Translation Nation Editor. Translation Nation. Not only would humans be pushed further and further back, but as long as the evolved intelligent zombie life forms were to control the S3S, S4S, and hunters to launch an all-out assault, they could easily overrun the human troops. At the same time, with the loss of industrial cities and production lines, the expenditure of resources and ammunitions could not be compensated, making the task for the human soldiers even tougher. Once the zombie army was to overrun all the cities that Yu Zhong had painstakingly recovered, then the humans would have to fall back like rats and hide where they could. Even if they could evade death, there would be no more future, nor hope. Ji Qingwu grabbed Yu Zhong's hands gingerly as though he was the most precious object on earth, and pleaded with her melodious voice. "Yu Zhong, you're already like this. Can we just go back to patch you up? Treat it as I'm begging you. Please head back. I will stay here to wipe out all the Z-types. I will assure you with my life, to hunt them all down. Please go back and get some treatment." This was the first time Ji Qingwu was this agitated, her cool composure entirely absent. Ji Qingwu's Ji clan was considered the servants to Chan Yao's Chun clan. Even to Chan Yao, who was considered half her master, Ji Qingwu had never pleaded this profusely before. At this moment, Yu Zhong's position had finally overtaken Chen Yao as the most important person in her life. She reaffirmed her own feelings towards him. Yu Zhong's countenance was pale and his chest was bleeding. Yet his eyes were as bright as ever as he turned to fix his gaze on Lu Yumei. "No, I've made up my mind. There's no need to try and persuade me otherwise. Lu Yumei, continue. The fate of the millions of survivors in Central Plains rests on you." Without her, Yu Zhong might not have brazenly tried to attack the capital. He had not expected the appearance of evolved life forms capable of commanding the 20 million-strong zombie horde, as well as ones whose fighting capabilities were so terrifying. Lu Yumei looked at this man, who was so gravely injured and yet so insistent on fighting the zombies without a shred of hesitation, and finally understood why so many soldiers were willing to give their lives for him, without a word of complaint even in death. If it had been a normal official, he would have long since hidden in the safety of his own base, who would be willing to fight on the front lines with the soldiers. Of course, Yu Zhong's style had a huge shortcoming, which was that, should he die, the rest of the troops would immediately collapse. Lu Yumei was also a strong woman, and she walked up to the pilot Zhao Tiangang and said, "I got it. In that direction, there's a commander type." With her directions, Zhao Tiangang quickly collected his chaotic emotions and brought the Thunder Fighter, releasing huge numbers of cluster bombs on the patch of zombies. The unfortunate zombies below were immediately blasted apart, together with the Z-type hiding within. Yu Zhong sat on a sofa, opening up a can of Type 4 mutant beast meat and consumed it. His chest had been ripped apart by Feng Bo. Had it been any other normal person, they would have died. However, for Yu Zhong, with this dark Do Qi, the vitality of his cells were enhanced, and together with the level 4 regeneration skill, his wounds had already stopped bleeding. The large quantity of Type 4 mutant beast meat also helped, transforming into nourishment, pushing the recovery of Yu Zhong's body. Every time he gobbled down a can of meat, his body would be racked by a bout of pain, which could drive someone insane. However, after countless battles, his fortitude was as strong as one could be, and each time the pain struck, his face would just be contorted, as he gasped. However, he gritted through it and continued to eat. In order to live and heal, he had to gain enough energy. Having evolved to this point with the regeneration ability as well as his vitality, reaching 294 points, coupled with the enhancement of his Dark Do Qi, Yu Zhong only had 3 weak points: his head, his heart, and his digestive systems. If his head or heart was destroyed, Yu Zhong would definitely die. If his stomach was destroyed, and the rest of his body was injured as well, he could not take food to hasten the healing process, which could cause death should the recovery happen too slowly. Yu Zhong swallowed down cans after cans of Type 4 beast meat, and it felt like his chest was being sliced apart by a knife. The healing wounds would start to split, causing the new muscle to reform, and the pain from the constant tear and healing could drive a person to wish for death. Even so, while his will was resolute, the pain did not recede. His entire body was covered with perspiration. Within 5 minutes, his face and body were entirely wet, and his eyes seemed to lose focus. He continued to shove food down mechanically, his attention focused on bearing with the pain, with no capacity to care about anything else. Ji Qingwu watched Yu Zhong covered entirely in sweat and continued to help wipe him off. Her heart ached, yet she was helpless. Ji Qingwu had the biological armor, which could help repair the user's body. However, since it was already bound to Ji Qingwu on the first usage, she could not utilize it to help Yu Zhong. Yin Shuang could feel Yu Zhong's pain as well, as she curled up quietly beside him, looking at his wounds with a face of worry. This was the first time since she was born that she was overcome with fear and anxiety. She was extremely afraid of losing Yu Zhong. After all, a chest injury of this extent would be considered grave even for Yin Shuang. If it wasn't for the regeneration skill that Yu Zhong possessed, together with the Dark Do Qi, as well as the high vitality he possessed, he might already be a corpse. Bai Xiaosheng looked at Yu Zhong, his gaze complicated. "Boss, you must not die. If you die, we're all finished. You haven't even raised a successor yet." Yu Zhong's power was extensive, controlling the Central Plains, Hunan, Guangxi, Vietnam, Japan, and Country A. These various bases were all linked together, and as long as Yu Zhong was around, no one dared to contest his might. However, should he die, the upper echelons of all 6 places would not submit to anyone else, and all that he built up would crumble. Throughout history, many powerful kingdoms had fallen due to the deaths of capable leaders. Power could change hands as easily as anything. As Lu Yumei continued to point out the positions of the Z-types, the areas would be bombarded. With each Z-type eradicated, a large number of ordinary zombies would stop moving. They would then be flattened into meat paste by the zombies behind, or they would become targets to be fired upon. The huge horde of zombies was simply endless, even as many of them were being eradicated by Yu Zhong's troops. There didn't seem to be an end to them. In fact, the most fearsome thing about the sea of zombies was that it seemed impossible to wipe them out. Regardless of how many they fought or killed, There was no end to it, and the soldiers couldn't help but feel tired and a sense of despair. Those with weaker minds would lose their fighting spirit easily. As the Thunder Fighter carrying Yu Zhong flew over the area where Xian Yuan was at, Xian Yuan turned to look up at the Thunder Fighter. "Oh, I was wondering how come they can locate our commanders so easily. Turns out there's a person among the humans who can locate us. Let me teach you a lesson then." At an instant, Lu Yumei doubled over, kneeling down. Blood began to flow from her nose and mouth as she grabbed her heart and gasped. "Below! There's a powerful being below. It is very strong, my spirit cannot compare with it. I have never met such a strong commander type before. It should be the one controlling the entire horde." Hearing her words, Yu Zhong, who was semi-conscious, began to stir. His body trembled slightly, and he opened his mouth as though to say something, but the pain racking his body made it extremely hard. Ji Qingwu pressed his head and ordered Zhao Tiangang. "We must eradicate that leader at all cost." "Yes, attack." Zhao Tiangang responded and immediately gave the order to attack. Immediately, a number of cluster bombs were dropped on the area, as machine guns and rockets were fired freely at the location that Lu Yumei pointed. Hong! 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 Following some explosions, the entire region was consumed by flames, and many zombies were blasted apart. 6 huge L4S were even obliterated under that mass bombing, before being burned alive by the flames from the cluster bombs. Zhao Tiangang asked, full of expectations, "Is it dead?" "Major Lu, as long as the leader was wiped, the horde of zombies would be easier to deal with. Without the leader, the zombies would just be sheep awaiting slaughter, at the expense of ammunition." Lu Yumei grabbed her head and curled further, her expression extremely pale as she spat out a mouthful of blood. "No, they're not dead. There are 2 of them." Cough. Below, a gust of wind blew past. Amidst the destruction, 2 figures slowly appeared. They were Qi Yu and Xian Yuan. Chapter 698. Threat of Missiles. Translator. Translation Nation Editor. Translation Nation. Xian Yuan lifted his head, eyeing the Thunder Fighter, and spoke indifferently. "I was actually underestimated. These humans dare to think of us as equal to those ant-like Z-types. Such an attack cannot harm us at all." Qi Yu looked at the Thunder Fighter as well, chuckling with menace. "No matter how strong their weapons, it's useless if they don't perform. With the monkey-like intelligence of these humans, it's too much to expect them to understand this." Both of them were evolved beings with high intelligence among the zombies, with a terrifying combat strength exceeding even that of Yin Shuang's. Even Yu Zhong had to give his all, and sacrificed his body, together with the attacks of the Thunder Fighter, just to take out Feng Bo. If an ordinary person wanted to take out Xian Yuan and Qi Yu, it was practically impossible. If it weren't for the Thunder Fighters being airborne, they would have been easily crushed by the 2 freaks. Right at this time, Zhao Tiangang suddenly had a change of expression. "Leader! Leader! There's revolt. There are people rebelling in Ulan town." When Yu Zhong heard this, he became enraged and coughed out a mouth of fresh blood. "What?" Yu Zhong and his subordinates had went to the front lines, putting themselves in danger, all for the sake of protecting the lives of the millions of survivors. This was an important time and critical situation, and the people they were protecting actually tried to stab them in the back. Anyone would be infuriated. Ji Qingwu hugged him, without caring about the blood or perspiration, and tried to calm him down. "Don't be agitated. Yu Zhong, your body cannot take it. Those fellows would definitely not succeed. It's not worth it harming your body over them." Ji Qingwu was also angry about those people, but she was even more concerned about Yu Zhong's health, and could not help but try to calm him down. Yu Zhong suppressed his pain to order, "Lock down the news. Don't let it spread. Should it travel to the front lines, it would affect the 6 units. After all, these 6 units were focused on facing 20 billion zombies. The pressure they were facing was extremely high. Should there be news of a revolt, their mindset would be affected." Zhao Tiangang immediately responded, "Yes." Yu Zhong's eyes flashed with a fierce light. "Contact the missile base. Convey my order. Fire the number 3 missile on coordinates X00234. Y00567. Zhao Tiangang's expression turned to one of shock. Missile? Leader, are you really going to fire that missile? Missiles were terrifying weapons that humans created. Ever since they presented the devastation they were capable of, they had all been sealed. They had always been used in threats and power showcases, rather than actual firing. The moment one was fired, the radius of the blast zone would be contaminated with radiation, one which would not dissipate even after 100 years. No one in the right mind would fire it into his own backyard. Tiangang, execute the order. I'll bear the consequences. This battle, we definitely cannot lose. Quick, cough, cough. Yu Zhong gasped out before going into another fit. Zhao Tiangang was already a seasoned soldier, and he immediately contacted the missile base, replying Yu Zhong, "Yes, leader. This is the nuclear missile base. I'm the person in charge, Major Lu Jinhe." Yu Zhong gritted his teeth through the pain and came to the communications device. "This is Yu Zhong. I'm ordering you to immediately fire the third missile on coordinates X00234, Y00567. The password is XBJWYEG23476545590. Leader, please wait a moment." After a while, Lu Jinhe keyed in the password and confirmed it was Yu Zhong before trying to affirm Yu Zhong's decision. Firing missile number 3, target coordinates X00234, Y00567. Please confirm again if you want to go through with the decision. Leader. Yu Zhong's face was pale as he hacked a few more times. Immediately, fire it at the fastest you can. This concerns the life and death of all survivors of the Central Plains. Cough, cough. Lu Jinhe's heart turned cold. Yes, let's leave. After passing the order, Yu Zhong told Zhao Tiangang. If they didn't leave in time, they would also be caught in the blast and become corpses. Xian Yuan watched the 20 Thunder Fighters retreating and slowly said, "They're flying away." Qi Yu let out a chuckle in ridicule. Seems like Yu Zhong is dead and they're rushing to head back to keep things under control. Humans are such pathetic creatures that concern themselves with such authority and hope. However, their flesh, blood, and brains are delicious. Kiki. Xian Yuan thought for a while, before smiling. That's true. Xian Yuan and Qi Yu had consumed plenty of human brains and learned a lot of knowledge. They were clear that once Yu Zhong, a leader of the humans, were to die, many of them would struggle for his authority and power. In fact, humans were much uglier and stupid than they had imagined, seeing that the zombies had not yet been eliminated, and they were already scrambling for power. Qi Yu's eyesight was powerful, and saw a missile flying towards their position. Ah, what's that? Long-range missile, so they still have such a move. What a pity. It would not be able to kill us. Xian Yuan eyed the rocket and laughed coldly, disappearing from his position. Qi Yu also flashed and appeared about 400 m away in a second. With such terrifying speed, it didn't matter what rockets or missiles were launched at them. Xian Yuan and Qi Yu could dodge them easily. However, these weren't ordinary missiles, but the apex of all explosives. Hong! The moment the bomb landed, it resulted in a terrifying explosion, and the blast spread out at the speed of light, enveloping Qi Yu and Xian Yuan. Qi Yu's body immediately revealed a white light to try and block the effects of the blast, but at the next instant, the light disintegrated, and the searing heat covered Qi Yu, causing his body that was capable of blocking even grenades to slowly break apart. How is this possible? How is this possible? This is the nuclear missile. It's the nuclear missile. Amidst his screams of horror and pain, Qi Yu was slowly broken down. Xian Yuan also roared out in rage and pain, before being destroyed by the searing heat. Nuclear bomb! What a vicious move! Vicious! The moment the missile landed, the powerful explosion covered a wide radius, and all that it consumed turned to ash, as a huge mushroom cloud blossomed in the sky. The nearby zombies were all wiped out. Not even the L4S could withstand such a terrifying strike. Many zombies were caught up in powerful winds that blew and were sent flying, while others had been affected by the resulting shockwave, that caused their bodies to burst apart as well. At that time of the impact, the resulting tremor had caused even the canyon to tremble, causing many soldiers to panic. Yu Zhong eyed the devastation from afar, his eyes flashing with a complicated gaze. Are they finished? Within 100 years from today, the area of impact would become a no-man's land for years to come. After the explosion, the number of zombies, which was about 8 million, with over 1 million dying to the various artillery and nuclear bomb, instantly came to a stop. Their attacks ceased, of which 2 million of them began to escape towards the capital. The remaining zombies began to disperse towards different directions. Since Shen Yuan and Qi Yu had died, their control over the Z-types had completely disappeared. This led to the few Z-types controlling their own groups to protect them as they fled, fearing the nuclear bomb. Another 4 million were still standing there blankly on the battlefield, not advancing nor retreating. This was the result of having lost command. The Z-type over this 4 million had long been annihilated since Lu Yu Mei pointed its position out, and thus the zombies were waiting for another Z-type to command them. Yu Zhong watched the chaos unfold among the zombies, and heaved a sigh of relief. We finally won! Disrupting the main force of over 10 million zombies was a huge motivation to the rest of the 5 main battlefields, and with this, Yu Zhong could also deploy his troops to support the other battlefields. Since the 3 powerful intelligent lifeforms Shen Yuan, Qi Yu and Feng Bo had died, the control they had over the other 5 battlefields was gone as well. However, there were still Z3s at the other locations. They had not yet experienced the terror of the nuclear bomb. Hence, after Shen Yuan and Qi Yu were killed, the battle still went on at the other 5 locations. The information continued to stream to Yu Zhong, revealing the brutal nature of war and the rising casualty count of his troops. Bai Xiaoshang came up to Yu Zhong and asked, "Boss, what do we do now? Do we go back to quell the rebellion or assist the other battlefields?" Yu Zhong responded solemnly, "Go support the other battlefields. I have left the task of quelling the chaos to Lian Dezhong and Yatong. Those people are just some clowns. Our first task is to help our brothers and comrades. Tian Gang, fly to the 2nd Brigade. We shall help the 2nd Brigade with their side first." Yu Zhong then turned to Lu Yumei, whose face was still pale, and asked, "Yumei, how do you feel? Can you hold on?" She leaned against the sofa and sipped some divine spring tea and laughed coquettishly at Yu Zhong. "Compared to you, my injuries aren't much. As long as there are no more monsters like earlier, I'll be fine." Chapter 699. Rebellion. Translator. Translation Nation Editor. Translation Nation. Down with the dictator Yu Zhong. Long live democracy. Long live freedom. Down with Yu Zhong. Ulan City, which had been a vital location of support, was currently plunged into chaos. A number of rebel soldiers were taking arms against the government district. One particular woman, with beautiful features and short hair, hollered at the top of her voice. "Yu Zhong is a dictator that does not care about the welfare of the people. He just brings his troops to war all over the place and execute those that disagree with him. We need to bring him down and reestablish democracy. A free country. Down with his dictatorship. Down with Yu Zhong. Down with dictatorship." A number of hot-blooded students were chanting together with the young woman. As students, they were at the age where they were most passionate and were incited to join her in rebellion. Other than them, there were a few others who had grown disillusioned in their own posts and began causing trouble in the name of flushing out Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong had not much understanding about governance and had gone about it as per his perception of government before the apocalypse. He was harsh on corruption, but other than that, he did not do anything special, nor was he a genius at governing. Furthermore, he had been warring against the zombies constantly, pushing the logistics and back-end support to their limits. Therefore, many survivors had to work extra hard to produce ammunition, clothes, and all sorts of other supplies. This led to discontent. After all, before the apocalypse, many had been living carefree lives, driving fast cars and enjoying life's pleasures. Those in the white-collar industries would head to work with a cup of coffee or tea, reading newspapers and knocking off on time. They weren't used to the hard work at a constant 12 hours a day. Many of these people soon gathered by the woman, who was called Lin Ran and took the opportunity to protest and rebel during the critical time as Yu Zhong was dealing with the 20 million zombies. Normally, Yu Zhong had an iron grip over his military, and if these people dared to rebel, they would be seeking death. It was only during such a period of unrest that they dared to try. Furthermore, once they did so, it was tantamount to cutting off any path of retreat for Yu Zhong's army, and could potentially cause disastrous results for the 30,000 elites. After all, while the 30,000 elites might be invincible existences to the rebels, to the 20 million zombies, a simple mishap could cause them to be wiped out. Among the rebels, Situ Jin looked at the soldiers attacking the government building, his eyes flashing with a complicated gaze, as he muttered, "Is what we're doing right?" Another soldier whose bearing was extremely neat chuckled slightly and told Situ Jin, "Commander Situ, Yu Zhong is a butcher, someone who had wrestled control of the country. He's an offender. By bringing your troops to remove him, you're a hero of the country." Situ Jin looked at the middle-aged man and sighed, the chaos in his heart settling down. This man was called Lin Duisheng and was a pretty high-ranking official before the apocalypse. After he had been rescued by Yu Zhong out of the capital, he had been treated like an ordinary citizen. It was because of his order that Situ Jin gave the command to start the rebellion. This Lin Duisheng represented an authority from before the apocalypse after all. Situ Jin was an old-fashioned military through and was only loyal towards the government of before the apocalypse. The moment Lin Duisheng gave him an order, he had betrayed Yu Zhong and took part in the chaos. Of course, to him, he was on the right side of the law. Ing Kong brought a battalion of soldiers near the street of the government building and roared out with fury, "Captain, why did you betray Leader? Leader has been treating our brother right. He gave you authority and did not force your troops to take part in any battles you didn't wish to. Why? Why must you betray Leader Yu Zhong? He is on the front lines putting his life on the line for all of us. How dare you cut off his path of retreat?" Situ Jin had initially thought that he can easily control the entire Ulan city and cut off Yu Zhong's retreat. However, he had never imagined his once loyal subordinate Ing Kong to actually turn against him, defending the government building. At the same time, when Ing Kong brought out what Yu Zhong had done for them, he managed to gather a few scattered and hesitating troops over to his side. It had caused all hopes of Situ Jin quickly controlling the city to be dashed. When Situ Jin heard those words, his face fell. He had never imagined Yu Zhong's prestige to reach such a level, causing even his subordinates to turn against him. Yu Zhong had brought his troops to capture the surrounding cities, leading them to successive victories, and even rewarded his soldiers. Since Situ Jin had chosen to incite the rebellion, there was no retreat for him. He could only force himself through. Ing Kong! Yu Zhong had not obtained the recognition from the central government. Thus, he's a traitor. It's not too late for you to join me. Ing Kong responded in disappointment. "Captain, you're muddle-headed. Now is the time where we humans have to unite against the zombies. If Leader Yu Zhong were to fail, how could we find another army to stand against them? I might not be learned, but I know shame. Today, as long as I am not dead, you, Situ Jin, shall not pass." Ing Kong was filled with disappointment towards him, that he referred to him by name instead of his rank of the past. When Situ Jin heard this, his face alternated between white and green, as he ordered loudly, "All troops, attack!" Under his order, 2 battalions of soldiers raised their weapons against Ing Kong and his battalion. In response, Ing Kong led his troops to cover and began an intense gunfight. Right at this time, there was the sound of horses galloping through Ulan city. A number of Mongol soldiers riding black-scaled stallions charged through the city, led by Lian Dezhong. Beside him was the vice-commander, Cha Bai Lai. Since they were both on extremely good terms, and Cha Bai Lai used to be the commander of the reinforcement Mongolian troops, Lian Dezhong had sought him out the moment he received the command from Yu Zhong to deal with the uprising. Cha Bai Lai knew his chance had come when he heard this order. Without hesitation, he announced his loyalty towards Yu Zhong in front of Lian Dezhong and led his troops to follow him. Everyone is to get down on their knees and put down their weapons. Otherwise, they will be executed immediately. Those who partook in the rebellion will be put to death. The moment Lian Dezhong entered the city, His arrogant voice resounded throughout. Seeing the riders charging in with billowing killing intent, all those who had come out to watch the commotion quickly scurried back to their homes, leaving behind only those rebels. We want democracy, freedom. Down with Yu Zhong. Down with the dictator. As Lin Ran continued to lead them, the students began to gather and blocked Lien de Zhong. They assumed that the law would still protect them. As long as they stuck united, Yu Zhong would be helpless against them. Many of those who were smarter saw the soldiers filled with killing intent and felt that things were not right, quickly retreating towards the various corners and alleys. Lien de Zhong immediately gave the cold order as he watched those idiots protesting, "Kill these rebels!" Although he was a coward, he was someone who had carved a position and name for himself, and for his own power and position, he had not hesitated to kill a few people. As long as Yu Zhong recognized his contributions, he could rise. Cha Bailai also prioritized getting in benefits and did not blink when killing. He looked at the rebels in front coldly and shouted, "Kill!" The 1,000 Mongolian riders charged right into the midst of the people, waving their blades, and a number of heads flew as bodies were struck down. Help! Don't kill me! The rebels died in tragic fashion, while many others fled. Lin Ren saw her comrades being slaughtered in a hellish fashion, and her face instantly turned pale. She did not know what to do. Although she had been hollering for democracy and freedom, she was still ignorant and didn't expect Lien de Zhong to start killing without a second word. In her original plans, she had hoped to talk to Lien de Zhong and negotiate in the name of democracy, delaying his troops, buying time for Situ Jin's forces. She had not yet suffered under the current system and did not know the terror of warlords. Lien de Zhong got the troops to surround the troublemakers and shouted, "Get down and surrender! Those who still stand shall be executed. Those who flee will be executed." He did not dare to head forward himself just in case they attacked him. His life was too precious, in his opinion. Hearing his shouts, those who were initially calling for Yu Zhong to be brought down began to kneel and beg for their lives. Lin Ran watched the rest surrender blankly when a blade suddenly flashed past her, and her beautiful head flew into the sky as blood splattered from her neck. The soldier that slashed her head off coldly kept his blade and did not even spare a glance at her corpse as he charged forwards. The rest of the protesting group began to crumble and sob for their lives as those who stood were slaughtered in front of them. Cha Bailai continued to lead the soldiers towards Situ Jin's troops, intending to cut off their retreat. Chapter 700. Quelling the Rebellion. Translator. Translation Nation Editor. Translation Nation. Situ Jin was taken aback when faced with the sudden attack, however. He was still an experienced general, and quickly deployed a number of soldiers to defend the back without losing composure. The sounds of gunshots rang throughout Ulan City, with all three sides fighting for their own objectives with frenzy. Within the government building, Zhuo Yitong was decked in military wear, her countenance frosty. She called out solemnly, "It's time for us to head out. All units, attack!" After which, she led the 40 elite evolvers out herself into the battlefield. Yu Zhong had gotten Zhuo Yitong to take the reins of Ulan City, and for her safety, he had left 40 evolvers to assist her. Kong saw them come out and quickly went to ask, "Mayor Zhuo, how can you come out? What if something happens to you? How can I explain to leader? Please head back in. I'll handle the situation out here. As long as I, Kong, am alive, Situ Jin's troops would definitely not reach you." Zhuo Yitong pointed to the government building and said, "I'm here to quickly vanquish Situ Jin. Watch." Kong turned to look, only to see the Type 3 lightning walking out of the building with billowing killing intent. In a flash, it turned into a blur of light, and the next thing they knew, lightning had appeared among Situ Jin's troops. Lightning's speed was extremely fast. Before Situ Jin's troops had the chance to react, it had already reached the front troops and tore off the heads of the soldiers one by one in a gruesome manner. In a short span of time, the platoon right in front had been wiped out by lightning. The sight of their comrades' heads flying caused the rest of the soldiers to feel horrified, and their morale plunged. The troops of Situ Jin had been trained only to fill up the ranks of Yu Zhong's main forces. While the soldiers might have undergone some training, they lacked evolvers, and the number of enhancers was low as well. Not a single one of them was above level 30. If they were up against a proper military unit from before the apocalypse, they might have an advantage, but against the powerful lightning whose speed was extremely fast, they were just sheep preparing to be slaughtered. They couldn't even catch sight of its movements. How could they defend? Other than that, the 40 elite evolvers by Zhuo Yatong's side had all undergone job changes as well, and when they launched their assault on Situ Jin's forces, they were precise, quick, and ruthless. Every attack claimed the lives of the rebelling soldiers. Situ Jin's forces were picked out from the ordinary survivors, who were then placed through training. Their combat abilities could not match up against the soldiers that were baptized by true battle. Facing those soldiers, as well as the powerful lightning, they could only hold off the attacks for barely a while before they were eliminated easily. No retreat. Anyone who does so will be executed. No retreat. As the two front battalions collapsed, many of the other soldiers started to abandon their posts and threw their weapons as they fled. The commanders tried to execute a few of them to make an example, but they were helpless against the flood of retreating soldiers. One by one, heads would fly because of lightning swiping, causing the rest of the soldiers to feel even more despair. This supplementary division that had a short history soon fell apart. Even Situ Jin had no way of controlling the troops anymore. Kill Situ Jin, this bastard. It's over. It's over. Kill Situ Jin and present his head. We might be able to claim amnesty. That's right. It's all because of Situ Jin and those bastards who trick us, sending us to our deaths. Kill those bastards, and we can live on. Surrounded on all three sides, those soldiers who felt that things were going south began to feel angry. Their eyes turned bloodshot as they quickly ganged up against Situ Jin, pointing their weapons on Situ Jin and his trusted aides. Faced with the backlash, Situ Jin could only protect Lin Duixing as they tried to flee. The traitorous General Lin Chan has been killed. Following the sound of cheers, Situ Jin turned to look and noticed his comrade who had gone through countless life and death situations with him, being sliced apart by countless blades. One soldier went forward to decapitate him, grabbing the head and hollering out in excitement. "I'm sorry, Xiao Chen. It's all my fault." Situ Jin felt his heart clench, and he was filled with hatred. "The traitorous Lu Yu has been killed. I've chopped his head off." Following another excited shout, Situ Jin saw another comrade hacked by 6 or 7 different blades, his head chopped off by a soldier. The moment his head rolled, a few soldiers rushed up in a frenzy to grab it. It was their protection charm. Yu Zhong had never mistreated his soldiers, but his vicious and decisiveness was known to all. Since he had swallowed up many factions, from time to time, random fellows who did not know their own place would try to challenge his position. These rebels would be captured and fed to the zombies while still alive before their corpses were turned to nourishment for the mother tree. When these rebelling soldiers thought to the potential fate they were going to be subjected to, their hearts were filled with a chill, and they scrambled to grab onto any chance of survival they got. "Xiao Yu, I've let you down." Situ Jin began to sob out loud. Lu Yu had been a good friend as well. At that time, Lu Yu had saved him from the mountain of corpses and even blocked a bullet for him. When he thought of the tragic end to such a young and fine soldier, his head decapitated, a death without a full corpse, Situ Jin was filled with sadness. Following the cheers of celebration, a number of Situ Jin's trusted aides and comrades were hunted down and executed, their heads chopped off and displayed for all to see. Making use of this chance, Situ Jin shielded Lin Duixing as they broke out of the perimeter together with a few other guards. Lin Duixing consoled him, "Commander Situ, don't worry. Good always triumphs evil. Yu Zhong's rule is not stable, and this episode has already revealed his weakness. As long as we work hard and gather the other forces in the name of righteousness, we will definitely be able to topple Yu Zhong's rule." Situ Jin chuckled bitterly, his words thick with unspoken words. Right at this time, Lien Dezhong appeared right in front of them, flanked by a number of guards. His face radiated with excitement. "Ha ha! I caught the big fish. Capture them." The 100-odd Mongolian soldiers saw Situ Jin and Lin Duixing. their eyes turning red as they shot towards them. The dozens of guards beside Situ Jin and Lin Duisheng were easily dispatched by the Mongolian soldiers, and the two of them were also captured easily. A cold blade was pressed against Lin Duisheng's neck, and he hurriedly called out, "Brother, I want to report a person. I want to report Situ Jin." It was he who had instigated the rebellion against leader Yu Zhong. That's right. I also know the list of those who had ideas or are conspiring against Yu Zhong. I want to report them. Lien de Zhong's eyes went wide. Oh, who's there? As long as you tell me all of it, I can assure your safety. Lin Duisheng's face turned pale as he revealed everything. There's the commander of the Kanjia mercenary group, Li Lai, the female student Lin Ran, the boss Missouri Yiming of the Tianfeng restaurant. Situ Jin closed his eyes in pain as he heard Lin Duisheng's words. For his own life, Lin Duisheng had actually spat out all the core members of the resistance and rebellion. He regretted listening to this piece of trash. For this trash, he had sacrificed so many brothers and friends. Since he had emerged as the loser, he could imagine the merciless ending in store for himself. As Lien de Zhong listened to the various names pouring out from Lin Duisheng's mouth, he was pleased, saying, "Good, good, good." To be able to flush out so many traitors, Lien de Zhong knew that it was his chance to really shine. He could make use of these bad eggs to climb higher. Since Situ Jin's troops were the main fighting force, the rest of the rebel army were a random bunch. Once Situ Jin and his forces were eradicated, Lien de Zhong had clarified with Zhuo Yatong, and he proceeded to bring Cha Bai Lai and his troops to go apprehend the rest of the people reported by Lin Duisheng. In a short span of time, the streets of Ulan City were filled with the traitors and their family members. There were so many that the jails could not accommodate them, and Zhuo Yatong had no choice but to stuff them in some of the bigger warehouses. Commander, Zhang Ruhai of the 1st Platoon is requesting for backup. Lai Mingyi's eyes were bloodshot as he screamed out, "Fuck him! Tell him to hold on. All we can send we have already sent out. There's still an hour. Even if he dies, he better hold on for one more hour. Otherwise, tell him to deliver his own head on a platter to me." Facing 2 million zombies for the first time gave Lai Mingyi huge pressure. Even though he held the advantage in terrain and prepared countless traps and defense mechanisms, together with the support of his artillery, tanks, and armored vehicles, he still felt the battle to be extremely frightening. From the get-go, they had been thrown into the heat of battle, and the endless sea of zombies seemed to steamroll over every single construct they had prepared, before launching assaults on the base that Lai Mingyi's troops were guarding. His soldiers had put up a terrific resistance. Even so, they suffered greatly, and his nerves were getting taut. It was the first time he had felt the pressure leading troops on his own. If he was not careful, the entire brigade might die out here.